Okay. Back. How's it look? How's it sound? What up? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Got some, not new, but I figured out how to switch and swap some stuff around that about the game. Apparently, it was already in there. I just hadn't looked. Everything over to the left side. Made the button all in the way. Trying to is challenge Halloween started it late. I don't know. Let me know how's it look. How's the screen? Yeah.
One of my earliest childhood memories is going trick or treating around the neighborhood that I grew up in. I didn't have much of a costume because I only decided last minute that I
Halloween.
wanted to join my big brother. I've been terrified at the idea of all these miniature
Of
monsters
course,
walking
it's
around
Halloween.
outside, but that fear was gradually and eventually outweighed by the promise of a huge haul of Halloween candy. My mom used some leftover monster makeup to paint my face like a skeleton, and then I wore a torn up trash bag like I was some kind of garbage ghoul. And I must have looked pretty silly compared to some of the other kids in their Batman and Superman costumes, but that didn't really bother me.
Uh,
All I was interested in
Not
was getting
entirely
my
sure.
fair share
I
of
went
candy,
back
and
through the settings.
boy, was there lots of that. My brother.
Went back through the settings on some stuff and had to just open shit, scroll through it, look at it all, and let's pop back. Whatever it was, I just fresh back up. Oh, I guess I just have to fresh it once in a while. Working fine. It was picking up my desktop, but it wasn't picking up my. Don't know why. Don't know why. I don't know what the fuck was up with that. Weird. Uh, this started me out with this funky breed uh, and nothing on him. Got started on this last night. making a Halloween village. Started it a little late on. I figured out some of more of the mechanics. Halloween village. Actual
I was 13 at the time, so he agreed to
nighttime
escort
hunt.
9-year-old me around the neighborhood with him and his friends from middle school. And I couldn't believe that I'd been so frightened by the whole thing because actually being out there, knocking on doors and showing off our costumes, it was some of the most fun I'd ever had in my entire young life. People were giving us a ton of candy. And not just candy either, they were giving us all kinds of things. One house we knocked at, I think it was the town dentist, gave us all toothbrushes and then reveled in our looks of disappointment because they revealed that they were just kidding and gave us some real candy. Another place gave us all these miniature Charlie Brown comic books. But at one point, a man told me to open up my candy bag and then drop something small and white into it before walking off. I didn't realize Halloween was like Christmas, only spookier, and by the time me and my brother arrived back home, I think it had fast become my favorite holiday. The next thing I remember, our mom asked us to empty out our bags of candy at either ends of the kitchen table. Her plan was to take maybe 3/4 of what we'd gotten, then put it somewhere safe so we couldn't eat ourselves into a diabetic coma. But shortly after emptying my bag onto the table, Mom came over to divide up the spoils and took one look through my candy and then immediately started to freak out. She kept pointing at this one particular item and asking me, "Honey, where did you get this? Who gave this to you?" Then when I told her I didn't know, she kept yelling at me to think harder, that I had to remember who put it in my bag. I remember getting upset and starting to cry, and then crying even harder when my mom picked up the phone and told the operator to put her through to the police, because in her words, this was an emergency. Now, 30 years before, back when my mom was around my age, all the kids in the town we grew up in went trick-or-treating on Halloween. One little girl went out with her friends, but didn't just come home with a bag full of candy. She returned home with a little white doll stitched out of cloth rags. The girl's mom didn't think anything of it and let her daughter keep the little white doll. But just a few days later, there was an incident in a public park. The girl's mom took her to the park, someplace that had like a sand pit and a jungle gym, and while her kids were off playing with the other children, she strikes up a conversation with one of the other moms. The whole time, some guy had been leaning on the fence surrounding the jungle gym. The lady figured that he must have been one of the kids' fathers, maybe even grandfathers, just watching on as his kids or grandkids played with all the others. But then, as the mom's looking on, she sees the guy get her daughter's attention, call her over towards the fence, and then starts talking to her. Again, this all appeared perfectly harmless, but then the mom watches as the guy who's wearing a long coat, hat, and a scarf, just covered up so his face is slightly obscured, reaches out and asks for her hand. The mom watches as her little girl gives the man her hand, and then when the guy leaned forward and appeared to start smelling her little girl's hand, she starts walking over to intervene. She tells her kid to get away from the strange man, then starts asking him what his business is talking to children like that. The guy didn't say a word. He just turned around and walked off before the mom could actually confront him. Naturally, the mom wanted to know what the man had said to her little girl, but when she asked her, the answer she got back raised more questions than they answered. First off, the little girl said she couldn't understand what the man was saying to her, but when her mom asked how she knew to walk over and give the man her hand, all at his direction, she acted very confused and then said she didn't know. The girl also said that when he raised her hand to the man, he hadn't sniffed it, like her mom thought he had. Instead, he'd said something to it, something which again the little girl couldn't understand. The girl's mom then asked if she knew the man from anywhere, like if she'd seen him around town, and the girl replied yes. It was the same man who'd given her the little white doll while she was trick-or-treating. As you can imagine, the mom was terrified, and in discovering the connection between the doll and that creepy man, she rushed to inform the police. The cops put out some APB on the guy, and almost every cop in town was out looking for him. But after no one caught sight of him, they figured that he'd been a drifter that had skipped town at the first sight of trouble. None of the moms from the park recognized the guy, which, in a town our size, usually meant that he was an out-of-towner. So when 48 hours went by, and there had been no sightings of the guy from either civilians or law enforcement, everyone just kind of figured the guy had moved on. It took just days before they realized how wrong they were. One morning, a young mom walked into her daughter's bedroom to wake her up for elementary school, only to find that she wasn't in her bed. She looked around the house a little, then when she realized her daughter was nowhere to be found, she alerted her husband, who in turn called the cops. And within 24 hours, almost every cop in the state was out looking for this missing girl. But while a whole army of cops and volunteers are out searching the fields and woods surrounding town, a team of state police detectives performed a search of the girl's bedroom, I'm guessing to see if they could find any clues. And guess what they found? Tucked into the missing girl's pillowcase, a little white doll, one that looked like it had been stitched out of old rags. The police then held a press conference asking if anyone else's kid was in possession of one of these little white dolls. Only one set of parents came forward saying their little girl also had returned home from trick-or-treating with a little white doll in her candy bag. And that little girl just so happened to be my mom's best friend. I bet you thought I was going to say that little girl was my mom, didn't you? I can't blame you. And so did I when I first heard that story from her. But even so, she was half traumatized by the whole thing because not only did her friend and her parents almost have a nervous breakdown out of fear, but they also ended up moving out of town because their kid just couldn't feel safe there anymore. Mom said that she and everyone at school was convinced the man would come back in the middle of the night and snatch her up out of bed just like he'd done with that missing girl, who, by the way, was never found. No corpse or remains ever showed up anyplace. There were no credible witness sightings of her anywhere despite all the public appeals, and they didn't even find any articles of clothing or anything like that. It was like that little girl just vanished off the face of the earth, and that only gave credence to the theory, propagated by local kids, that the child snatcher had been some kind of boogeyman who targeted children with little white dolls on Halloween before eating them alive on the nights that followed. Obviously, that's not what happened, but it also wasn't like adults could tell their kids the whole truth. All they could say was that the girl was lost and that everyone hoped she'd come home safe one day. But no one believed that. Not really, anyway. In fact, a quick death would actually have been one of the more merciful options available, given the circumstances of a grown man abducting a little girl from her bed at night. I mean, again, it's unlikely the guy crept inside and snatched the kid kicking and screaming from a bed. The dolls were to win the kid's trust, so when the time came, they'd come quietly, not loudly. And go quietly she did because, as I said, no one found any trace of this girl or her abductor, and she was declared legally dead around the same time I graduated college. The town moved on, but no one forgot, especially the ones close to the whole thing, which explained why my mom got so scared when she emptied my bag of candy onto the table and saw a little white doll stitched out of old rags lying among the chocolate bar and candy wrappers. As you can imagine, she too rushed to call 911, and after the cops got a hold of the little white doll, the whole town basically went into lockdown while they searched for the person that might have placed it in my bag. No kid was allowed to go anywhere alone for days, and when the commotion died down, the cops said it was most likely some kind of copycat just looking to scare people. They figured it was probably some teenager who'd heard the story of the little white dolls, along with that of the girl who went missing just days after they were handed out. They didn't think they were seriously going to complete the copycat process and try to abduct any kids who received dolls. I wasn't the only one. But given the weight of police presence on the streets come November 1st, there was a good chance it was that and that alone which deterred the copycat from going through with it. I didn't hear the whole story until many years later, and while my dad thought the whole thing was dumb, and that it was just kids being kids. It had quite a heavy effect on my mom, I guess because it brought back all those bad memories from her childhood. I mostly believe it was a copycat too, as in
Childhood
someone just
trauma.
playing a dumb prank, because no one ever tried to snatch any of us kids who got the dolls, not even years later. But sometimes I wonder how much of a prank it really was. If the whole town didn't take the dolls seriously, or the guy hadn't picked my candy bag to drop one into so that my mom didn't see it, would things have still happened the way they did? Or would have another kid have gone missing in the middle of the night, snatched up by the man who made the little white dolls? My name's Chris, and I'm from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and I've been a listener since Halloween of last year. But by then, I guess I'd missed the window to write this up and send it over to you. It's a story about a childhood friend of mine named Kevin and how we eventually lost touch. And since that story starts on Halloween night of 1993, it's something I often think about at this time of year. It's kind of sad in parts, but I find scary stories are like that sometimes because that thing that's so terrible and terrifying, it often has consequences, and rarely do they make for happy endings. Kevin and I lived on Deason Avenue on opposite sides of the East Jerusalem Baptist Church and were friends all throughout elementary school. And then, once we graduated to middle school, we had a solid four-kid friend group that consisted of me, Kevin, and a kid named Toby who lived on Frederick Street, and then Todd, whose parents ran the seafood place up on East Hardy Street. We were practically inseparable, in school and at home, but especially on Saturday nights, and that includes the night of October 30th of 1993. We were planning on some trick-or-treating the following night, but just like every Saturday, we walked around to each other's homes until the whole crew was assembled. We usually just walk around the neighborhood until we found somewhere to hang out, which was usually the ballpark of Rebecca Avenue or some of the derelict housing plots near Alcorn. But that night, since it was the night before Halloween, we had something a little different in mind. We were talking about which places in Hattiesburg we believed were haunted. There was Vernon Dahmer's old place, no relation to Jeffrey, who was murdered by the Klan back in the 60s for being a civil rights activist. His house isn't there anymore, it's just a derelict plot, but lots of folks said that they'd felt an eerie presence around the place, and others even heard weird sounds. But since Vernon's place was at least 5 or 6 miles out of town, we weren't about to try and walk out there on a Saturday night. We also had the old train yard, which was supposedly haunted, and the old Hattiesburg Cemetery was also an obvious choice for some guaranteed spookiness. But at some point, someone brought up the old derelict house at the end of Elizabeth Avenue. The old plantation-style two-story home, with its wraparound veranda, tall columns, and large shuttered windows, had been abandoned for as long as I could remember. I don't think it was ever part of an actual plantation. I think it was more of a case that its owner wanting it to look as grand as possible, and it must have been quite a place back when it was still occupied. But by 1993, it was nothing but a crumbling, termite-infested, ramshackle ruin, and it looked spooky as hell, though. Unlike the old Dahmer place of the Hattiesburg Cemetery, we hadn't actually heard any rumors that the abandoned house was haunted, and maybe that's what attracted us to it in the first place. I mean, the place looked like it should have been haunted, so in our minds it pretty much was. But that also gave us a free pass to avoid visiting any of the places we'd actually heard were haunted. Sort of like, we're not pussies, we're just very lazy. And so we walk all the way down Deason Avenue, across Gulfport Street, and then we're walking down Elizabeth Avenue discussing what might have happened to result in the home being completely abandoned. I remember Todd suggesting that the family patriarch had gone insane, slaughtered his family,
Scratch.
and that the home's
Barely
bloody history
started.
meant that it couldn't be resold. Toby then suggested
But
that
again,
some kind of tragic
scratching.
accident had resulted in restless spirits being anchored to the place, and that's why it couldn't be resold. We danced around a couple of other theories, but the reality was that none of us really knew why that old house on Elizabeth Avenue was abandoned. All we knew was that the chances of encountering spectral activity there had to be lower than at the train yard or cemetery, and that in all likelihood, nothing bad would happen hanging out there. but we could not have been more wrong. On the way down the street, we'd been full of boyish bravado, as they say, but once we arrived at the end of Elizabeth Avenue and saw that the old house was looming there before us, none of us felt quite so adventurous anymore. We talked about exploring it, finding ghosts or maybe even buried treasure or some kind of dark family secret, but once we were face to face with it, no one felt like going inside. I remember thinking how the old plantation house didn't look nearly so spooky in the daytime, and that even though I knew in my gut that there was nothing in there but dust and cobwebs, I still couldn't bring myself to venture inside. We all just kind of stood there, murmuring to each other about how dangerous it kind of looked, and then suddenly, Todd dared me to go inside. I remember saying something like, "Alone? No way, man, you must be crazy if you think I'm going there on my own." Todd then dared Toby to go inside, and he said pretty much the same thing. But then when he dared Kevin to go inside, even for just a minute, Kevin replied with, "And what are you going to give me if I do?" Todd thought for a moment, but Kevin clearly had something in mind already. He said that he'd go inside, up into a bedroom or down into a basement, and bring back something to prove that he'd been there. And in return, he wanted at least half of Todd's candy haul from that following night on Halloween. Todd said something like "no way," and I even thought that was a little much of a hard bargain, but eventually they settled on this. For every minute that Kevin spent out of our sight, anywhere in the house, he got one fistful of candy from Todd's trick-or-treating bag the next day. And Kevin said that he wanted a souvenir from the place anyway, something to prove that he was the bravest of all of us. But we were all convinced that he wouldn't last more than 2 or 3 minutes, with Todd being perhaps the most confident of all of us that he wouldn't have to give up more than maybe a few fistfuls of candy. We watched Kevin walk off through the overgrown grass towards the steps of the porch, which creaked as he climbed them, before he walked toward the home's open threshold. I remember the door had been completely taken off the hinges, so there was nothing but an ominous black orifice waiting for him. And when he reached it, Kevin looked back at Todd and told him to be ready to count the minutes. Todd then checked his watch and gave Kevin the thumbs up, and then after flicking on the cigarette lighter that he'd borrowed from Toby, Kevin crept into the darkness. To say that first minute was tense would be the understatement of the century. I remember half expecting Kevin to suddenly scream and then come running out of the house yelling at us to just scram. And I also remember thinking how that would be an incredible way to prank us. But running out too soon would mean forfeiting a whole bunch of Todd's candy. But I guess that if he did weigh it up in his head, he figured getting his hands on more candy was a superior outcome to scaring the living crap out of us, because when it hit the end of that first minute, there was no sign of him. When the second minute ended, then the third, and then the fourth, and none of us had heard so much as a peep from Kevin, I remember Toby looking at Todd and saying something like, "If he keeps this up, you're not going to have any candy left after all that trick-or-treating tomorrow." And Todd actually started to panic, because 5 or 6 handfuls was going to be quite a lot of candy, and they hadn't yet negotiated if fistfuls meant 2 fistfuls or just the one, etc., etc. And by the time Kevin had been in that house for a full 5 minutes, Todd marched around halfway through the grass towards the house and yelled something out like, "All right, Kevin, you made your point. You got your candy. Now come on out." I almost expected Kevin to just appear from around the doorframe right then and there and show us how he just tricked us into thinking that he'd been lost in the bowels of the basement or something, when really, he'd been standing feet away from us, probably stifling laughter while listening to Todd getting increasingly frustrated. But after Todd called out for him to come out and give it up, the entire house stayed quiet, quiet as the grave. And Toby started to laugh very nervously, telling Todd that Kevin was going to stay in there so long that Todd would be practically working for him during trick-or-treating the following night. I laughed, but Todd didn't find it very funny, and yelled out again for Kevin to come outside before the spiders started climbing up the leg of his pants. And the idea of that sure would have motivated me to skip out of there at full speed, but Kevin didn't make a sound. It was like he couldn't even hear us at all. We were coming up to 10 minutes when the mood shifted from nervous excitement to minor concern. And by then, all three of us were much closer to the old plantation's house, and were all calling out Kevin's name in the hopes that he'd come out if he had heard all of us calling him, and not just one of us. And we started to sound scared, too. I remember Toby's voice kind of trembling as he called out one time, and how his fear was almost infectious. We called out a little longer, and then Todd suddenly announced that he'd have to go inside and actually look for Kev. I think Toby knew as well as I did that it wasn't about the candy anymore. We were just scared for our friend by that point. Todd started up the steps, with me and Toby reluctantly following, but when he finally got within a few feet of the open doorway, we started to hear movement from within inside. Todd called out again, "Kevin, is that you?" But when we got no response, that fear came back tenfold. We started backing up, half expecting some rotten, stinking monster thing to come lurching out into the moonlight with Kevin's blood on its claws and teeth. Whatever it was moved very slow, without urgency, just these slow, steady footsteps as it came closer and closer to the door. We kept on walking backward, getting ready to run, but then suddenly, who steps out into the moonlight but Kevin? We all breathed this huge sigh of relief because he was walking fine, not running, and he had no signs of any wounds or injuries
Hi,
either.
Anthony.
And Todd says,
Happy Halloween.
"What the hell, dude? You scared the crap out of us." And I was waiting on Kevin to just burst out laughing before calling all of us a bunch of scaredy cats. He'd secured at least 7 or 6 handfuls of Todd's candy and managed to have all of us on the verge of wetting our pants. If that was me, I'd be doing a victory lap of the place's overgrown front yard, but Kevin didn't do anything like that. Instead, he just walked right past us, across the grass, and then started walking back down Elizabeth Avenue, with me and the others asking him, Kevin, where you going, dude?" Todd, Toby, and I all just kind of stood there looking at each other for a moment, as if to ask what the hell's gotten into him, and then we followed him up the street asking what had happened inside that house. Like I said, we hadn't heard so much as a mouse's fart up there, and it had been complete silence the whole time, so we wanted to know what Kevin had been doing for so long. He also wasn't acting scared either, at least he wasn't running. He was just walking away like he was tired and wanted to go home. Toby and I ran around the front of him because he wouldn't respond to a word we were saying, and we say, "Hello? Kevin, what's going on? What happened in there?" It was only then that I saw how Kevin had tears in his eyes. Both Toby and I were saying, "Dude, what the hell? What's gotten into you?" And then Toby tried to physically get him to stop. But I remember how Kevin, instead of stopping, went from all calm to furiously violent as he shoved Toby off of him and screamed, "Get the hell away from me!" He screamed it so loud his voice broke, like it started as a roar and ended in some kind of squeal, and we were so stunned that we stopped dead in our tracks and just let him walk on for a second before we carried on following him. No one knew what to say at first. It was kind of scary to see him freak out like that in the first place, but as we carried on following Kevin up the avenue, we started calling after him again. We asked him to stop, asked him to talk to us, and then asked him to at least slow down a little bit. But again, he completely ignored us until it was Todd's turn to jog ahead of him in an attempt to block his path. Kevin tried to avoid Todd by walking around him without saying a word, but then Todd stepped in front of him again. Kevin started swinging. Todd leaned back so hard to avoid the punches that he fell on his ass, and then me and Toby ran over trying to separate them, and Kevin started swinging on us too. He started screaming, "Don't touch me! Keep away from me!" Again, his voice was cracking like he was fighting back tears. And all the time I'd known him, I'd never known Kevin to act like that. He looked crazy. His eyes were wild, his face was red, and he was serious about hurting us if we got too close. I mean, he moved on Todd so fast that he fell on his butt, and if Me and Toby hadn't have blocked off when we did.
Did somebody
we probably
say
ended up fighting him.
waffles?
No.
We wanted nothing more than for him to just tell us what had happened in that house, but if he didn't want to tell us, then there'd be no getting him to do it, I guess. We just had no choice but to let him go. I mean, he had nowhere else to go but home, so after Todd got to his feet, we let Kevin walk on a while before he turned off in the direction of his house and disappeared from view. Toby, Todd, and I then walked back towards their houses because I didn't want to follow Kevin back in the direction that he was going, just in case he saw me following him and decided that he wanted to just beat me up, I guess. I was pretty badly shaken up from still seeing him like that in the first place, so I walked with Toby and Todd for a while we tried to work out what had happened back in that old plantation house. Toby was convinced that Kevin had seen some kind of ghost or spirit because, to him, nothing else explained why he was so scared. But Todd didn't buy it. He thought Kevin had seen something scary enough for him to react the way that he did, but it couldn't have been a ghost, because as he put it, ghosts aren't real. He figured it might have been maybe a dead body, an old blood stain, or even like a man-sized cage in the basement. It was something creepy enough to scare the crap out of him, but there's no way that Kevin saw a ghost, then just walked out of the building without telling us. It had disturbed him very deeply, but I guess it wasn't a threat. It seems ridiculous all these years later, but at no point did any of us even think to go back and take a look around that house ourselves. So we could actually know for ourselves what Kevin had seen. But we were just kids, man. Just scared young kids, and all we wanted to do was just go home and hope Kevin would just tell us what had happened the following evening when we went out trick-or-treating. The next day, I remember calling Kevin's house to see if I could talk to him. His mom answered the phone and she sounded just fine at first, but when I asked if I could talk to Kevin, she said that he was feeling under the weather and couldn't come to the phone. I asked if he was okay and she said yes, but that he was upstairs taking a nap after complaining of feeling very sick. I remember pausing for a few moments, so long that Kevin's mom asked if I was still there, and only then did I find it in myself to ask her if he'd been acting strange when he returned home the previous night. It was her turn to pause, just long enough to let me know that her answer wasn't as natural as she wanted it to sound, and then told me, no, Kevin had been just fine. He just woke up that morning feeling a little worse for wear. She wasn't lying, but she wasn't quite telling the truth either. She was covering for him. Understandably so, she was his mom, but why? Before I hung up, Kevin's mom said that she had no reason to believe he wasn't coming trick-or-treating with us, and that she'd get him to call me back whenever he woke up from his nap. I waited and waited, but got no call from Kevin, so I decided to just call him a second time. And that's when I got the news that he was still feeling under the weather and wouldn't be coming out trick-or-treating with us. I was devastated, but not so much because he wasn't heading out with us. It was more because I knew that whatever happened was still affecting him, and in a deep enough way that he turned down the opportunity to grab as much candy as he could carry. Trick-or-treating was huge for all of us, so for Kevin to miss it was a big deal, and Todd and Toby knew that too. It was almost impossible to enjoy ourselves out there, though, so much so that we ended up heading over to Kev's house to give him a share of our candy. We were desperate to see him, desperate to make sure that he was at least kind of okay, but when we got to his door, his mom told us that he was too sick for visitors. And he stayed sick, and I put that in quotation marks, for about a week before I got a chance to get him on the phone, and I asked but one time if he wanted to talk about what had happened back in that house. He told me word for word that if I ever asked about it again, he wouldn't be my friend anymore. So I didn't. I resisted the temptation for as long as I knew him, but Kev was never the same kid. He walked into that house as one guy and came out as a different one, and for the life of us, no one could figure out why. Todd and Toby and I were too scared to head back into the house on Elizabeth Avenue for fear of the same thing happening to us. Kevin had also told the two guys the same thing he told me, that he didn't want to talk about it under pain of excommunication, so they ended up biting their tongues about it too. That wasn't the end of the story, though, and we didn't think it was any coincidence that the old plantation house on Elizabeth Avenue ended up getting demolished not even 6 months after Kevin walked into it. And that was the closest I ever came to breaking my promise and asking what he saw in there, because that demolition day really was the last chance to see for ourselves. And again, there wasn't any way in hell that I was going in there alone, not even in the daytime. And maybe I should have asked, but I just didn't want to lose a friend as old as Kevin, even though he was a little different from the kid I knew before. Kevin's family stayed in Hattiesburg for about another year, long enough to graduate 8th grade, and then he told us one day that he was moving away. Kev moved up to Jacksonville, apparently because his mom wanted to be closer to her parents during their old age. And we tried to keep in touch with him, but we always seemed way more interested in continuing the friendship than he did. Like, we'd asked him on the phone if he ever wanted to come back and visit us, and he'd always say, "I don't know. I'll have to see what my mom has to say." He was just never very enthusiastic about it, and eventually, Toby and Todd and I just kind of took that hint. And before long, we lost touch for good, and many years later I found a Facebook account on what I thought was his name, but it had no picture attached to the profile, so there was no way of me really knowing for sure. I sent a friend request, but it was never accepted, and I guess Kevin just didn't use it all that much. I hoped that he'd accept it one day, maybe get my number off of somebody and give me a call, but about 10 years back, we got some bad news. Kevin had passed. A drug overdose, heroin, they said, and he hadn't even hit 40 yet. And at that funeral, we heard from folks who knew him up in Jackson that he'd been struggling with addiction for years. None of us had any idea, but it really hit home when we heard people say that he'd begged almost everyone for money whenever he was broke. He never begged any of us, and hell, I probably have given him all the money he needed just to talk to him after all those years, but he didn't reach out. Even in his worst desperation, he never came back to Hattiesburg. And I think that has everything to do with what he saw in that house on Elizabeth Avenue on the night before Halloween all those years before. At the funeral, I ended up getting the phone number of Kev's old Narcotics Anonymous sponsor. He was the guy who probably knew Kev the best up in Jackson, as he spent a great deal of time with him in the years leading up to his death. He talked about his addiction at the funeral, and the guy told me that if I ever wanted to see a few less depressing anecdotes regarding Kev's last few years, I should give him a call. Well, I did give him a call, but it was only to ask him if Kev had ever mentioned the night of October 30th, way back when we were young, and more specifically what happened in the house. He told me no, that Kevin had never mentioned it, not even once, and he and Kev had talked about all kinds of things from his childhood, even mentioned us a couple of times. I thanked the guy, hung up the phone, and cried. Not because I didn't get to find out Kev's terrible secret, but because I realized guarding it so hard might have just ended up killing him. Rest in peace, Kev. I still miss you, buddy.
Oh, man.
On Halloween night of 1977, the parents of 19-month-old Nema Louise Carter laid her down in her crib and kissed her goodnight. The Carters lived in Lawton, Oklahoma, a city of around 90,000 that serves as the seat of Comanche County. Developed on former reservation lands of the Kiowa, Comanche, and Apache peoples, Lawton was incorporated in 1901. It was named after Major General Henry Ware Lawton, who served in the Civil War, where he earned the Medal of Honor before being killed in action in the Philippine-American War. Lawton's landscape is typical of the Great Plains, with flat topography and gently rolling hills, while the area north of the city is marked by the Wichita Mountains. Although Lawton's economy is still largely dependent on Fort Sill, it has grown to encompass higher education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing, the latter of which employed Nema's father, George Carter. After laying their young daughter down to sleep, the Carters retired to their own bedroom to get some well-deserved rest. But upon waking the next morning, they discovered they'd stepped out of their dreams and into every parent's worst nightmare. Little Nema's crib was empty, and she was nowhere to be found. After contacting the police, officers were dispatched to the Carters' home, where statements were taken and a search was performed. The officers primarily wished to identify the method by which Nima's abductor had gained entry to the Carter family home, but after a thorough analysis of the house, they came to a deeply chilling conclusion. Since Nima's bedroom windows had apparently remained locked during the night of her abduction, and the possibility of forced entry had been ruled out, officers were faced with the horrifying possibility that Nima's abductor had surreptitiously entered the home during daylight hours before hiding in her bedroom closet until her parents were asleep. Then, and only then, would they have been able to carry little Nima out of the house without ever alerting her adoring parents. Nima's abduction sent shockwaves through the local community, with police encouraging members of the public to be on the lookout for signs of suspicious activity. No one could fathom why someone would want to abduct a 19-month-old child, but it seemed inconceivable that the suspect's intentions were murderous. The entirety of the search effort that followed hinged on the possibility that little Nima was still alive, and that someone was holding her with the intention of transporting her out of state. But the reality was far more horrifying. Around a month after Nima's abduction, a group of school children were exploring an abandoned house around 4 blocks away from where the Carter family lived. The house had been heavily vandalized, its insides a mess of broken glass and rough graffiti, but whoever had once owned the home had left most of its furnishings behind. As the kids explored the house, their curiosity drove them to open cabinets and closets and cupboards, all in the hopes of uncovering some long-lost loot. Yet until they wandered into the home's dilapidated kitchen, their finds were all trash and no trinkets. Suddenly, one of the kids noted the home's fridge and wondered aloud if there was any food inside. With ghoulish inquisitiveness, the boy's friends encouraged him to open the appliance's door. The boy did as they willed him, approached the fridge, and then swung open the door. But instead of being greeted by the sight of rotten vegetables and maggot-ridden meat, what the children saw that day would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Lying on one of the fridge's bare glass shelves was the suffocated, decomposing body of little Nima Carter. Lawton has always been something of a rough and ready place, and was no stranger to petty and sometimes violent crime. But the abduction of children in the middle of the night was unheard of, or at least almost unheard of. Just the previous year, on April 8th of 1976, twin sisters Mary and Tina Carpenter were abducted in broad daylight while they watched TV in their grandmother's house. According to the report, a friend of the Carpenter twins unlatched the living room door before coaxing the 2 girls outside. The 2 3-year-olds followed, but were soon met by 16-year-old Jacqueline M. Rubidoux, who began dragging the girls down the street. In phone calls to the police, witnesses claimed the Carpenter twins were crying and trying to free themselves from Rubidoux's grip. They urged the police to hurry, but by the time officers arrived at the scene, Rubidoux and her 2 victims were nowhere to be found. Several years later, in an interview with local law enforcement, a 10-year-old Tina Carpenter said, "She took us to a house. It was white, near railroad tracks. There were broken furniture inside. When we got in there, she took us to the refrigerator and told us to get in. She said her aunt will be there to get us out and take us for ice cream later." The Carpenter twins did as they were told, too terrified of Rubidoux to risk her ire. But once inside, Rubidoux simply slammed the door closed and ran away. 2 days later, a group of children were playing in a deserted house when they heard weak groans coming from a grungy refrigerator. An 11-year-old girl named Kathy Ford and another neighborhood child bravely opened the refrigerator door, and Tina Carpenter tumbled out, exhausted, terrified, but alive. Miraculously, Tina had survived by breathing through a tiny hole in the refrigerator. Her twin sister, on the other hand, was not so fortunate and passed away as a result of prolonged asphyxiation. When police questioned Kathy Ford, she claimed to have immediately asked the exhausted Tina, "Who locked you in the fridge?" Tina's reply was almost instantaneous, and used the 16-year-old Rubidoux's nickname when she stated, "Jackie Boo." Rubidoux, who happened to be Kathy Ford's babysitter on account of being friends with her aunt, instantly became the target of a police investigation. Yet, under the assumption that 3-year-old Tina would prove an unreliable witness, a lack of physical evidence left the authorities desperate for a straight up confession, and without it, the investigation quickly stalled. In the end, the police had no choice but to release Jackie Rubidoux without charge, but the news was met with apprehension and unease from those in the local community. People were scared, real scared, recalled Ray Anderson, investigator for the Comanche County District Attorney. They were asking themselves, how could this happen? Why would someone target such a young and innocent child like that? Folks were going out and buying guns, new locks for their doors, fitting bars to their kids' windows. You could feel how scared they were. Following her arrest and release, Jackie maintained a quiet, unassuming presence around town, and somehow she managed to claw back enough of her reputation that folks began hiring her to babysit for them again. And by the fall of 1977, she was a regular babysitter for the Carters, the young Native American couple who led active weekend social lives and was well acquainted with their infant daughter, Nima. She was also their first choice of babysitter during the period an intruder lifted Nima from her crib, with the windows locked, crept down the hallway of the tiny Lawton home, past her sleeping parents, and out through the front door. I remember the next morning like it was yesterday, Nima's father, George, later recalled. It was one of those cool, crisp Oklahoma mornings, a day I might have otherwise enjoyed immensely. Instead, he and his wife were condemned to endure the worst nightmare of young parents everywhere. Someone had snatched their infant child. George later said his heart raced so bad that he thought he was having a heart attack, and that in her panic, his wife Rose began frantically searching the most irrational of places. She ran between kitchen cabinets, closets, and the family doghouse. She even checked underneath the house and in the field behind the backyard fence. But little Lima was nowhere to be found. During the initial phases of the investigation, and given the high percentage of parental involvement in missing child cases, detectives had no choice but to consider George and Rose, Nima's own parents, as preliminary suspects. Naturally, we called them in for questioning, recalled Cecil Davidson, a retired Lawton police detective who worked the case. They agreed to take lie detector tests, and each passed with flying colors. Once the parents were ruled out as suspects, almost everyone fell under the net of suspicion, including neighborhood babysitters Joy Smith and Jacqueline Rubidoux. It's amazing that it took us that long to put it together, recalled Davidson, but someone eventually remembered that Jackie Rubidoux had been implicated in an almost identical crime not even a year before, and after that, it was all eyes on her. When Detective Davidson finally confronted Rubidoux regarding Nima Carter's abduction and murder, her response was cagey, to say the least. Rubidoux claimed that she was playing bingo the night Nima disappeared, and at first, her alibi seemed airtight. But as Davidson continued to question her, he began to doubt Rubidoux's innocence. She was very quiet, Davidson recalled. She never looked you in the eyes. Her gaze was always somewhere else or looking at the ground. She would always get real close to telling you something critical, and then she'd back right off like she was scared to incriminate herself. In light of this, Detective Davidson remains almost convinced of Rubidoux's guilt, but laments the case's lack of closure. We could never get her to confess, he later said. The frustrating part was we had no physical evidence, no fingerprints, no footprints, no hair, no blood, nothing. The only thing I think we really had was this odd response I got from her about bingo. She was very angry about the fact that everybody got to play bingo while she would get stuck babysitting, Davidson explained. And to this day, I'm convinced Jackie Rubidoux murdered Nima, but the district attorney never felt that we had enough to prosecute. Detective Davidson might be unshakable in his belief, but not everyone is convinced Jackie Rubidoux abducted and murdered little Nima Carter, including her own father, George. 2 months prior to Nima's abduction, the Carters found their dog poisoned. A few days later, they returned home to discover it was trashed by vandals. I find it hard to think all those events were mere coincidence, George said. The Jackie Rubidoux we knew No, it just doesn't add up. I never sensed that about her. Whenever Jackie came over, Nima would run up to her and give her a big hug. But several years ago, I saw an interview with Jackie in a newspaper, and she said that she was on drugs at that time in her life. Was it someone we knew? George was asked. I think so. Someone who was familiar with our house, but I've never been fully convinced it was Jackie. George, whose wife Rose Carter died in 2000, is plagued by the haunting reality that no one was ever charged with his infant daughter's murder. He claimed the passage of a long 3 decades had helped ease his pain a little, but as he so poetically phrased it, quote, unanswered questions still burn within. In the initial aftermath of her murder, detectives became convinced they'd positively identified Nima's killer in their suspect, Jackie Rubidoux. Yet, they too have been left with a sense of unfulfilled justice. My wife and I lived for years with the what-ifs, said George Carter, who was now an active member of his local church. Nima cried that night when we put her down to sleep, and we never got up to check on her. We figured that we didn't want to spoil her, that she would eventually go to sleep, he continued. And now I think that person who took her was already in her room, probably hiding in the closet. What if we had opened the closet? What if we had gotten up to check her that night? What if we brought her in to sleep with us? What if? What if? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, Let's Read Submissions, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video.
I was 22 years old, attending a Halloween party at my former best friend Nick's house, who died of a heroin overdose in 2013. Before his death, he would throw big Halloween parties every year at his house, as his parents routinely flew to New York every year to attend their own friend's party. He was always a big Halloween freak, so the whole house was littered with truly horrifying props that we all knew Nick spent way too much money on. He even put up giant walls of cardboard and covered them with wallpapers to create a haunted maze of sorts. I want to keep this story PG-13 rated, so I'll skip the weed, beer, LSD, and sex and get right to the part where things got bad. I'll admit, we weren't in our right minds. None of us were. Anyone who came to Nick's parties knew what went down. Me, Nick, and a few other guys, Vinny G, Joey, and Q, were upstairs in Nick's room smoking a bong when we heard 2 steady, loud bangs come from downstairs. Nick clumsily but panickingly rushed to open the door and see what was going on. There were sounds of screaming of both guys and girls. I remember quite clearly it sounded as if there were a crowd of people screaming for their lives down there. We all called Nick to come back in and shut the door. Even under the influence of drugs, we all knew what was going on. Nick ran back inside and shut the door quickly but also quietly, locking it behind him. He turned to us and had on the facial expression of someone who had just witnessed murder. "What did you see? What's going on?" we all shouted at him. He told us to hide before anything else. We all knew why. From that point on, we didn't ask questions. Nick hid the lights and hid in the closet with Joey, while I hid under the bed with Q, and Vinny G hid in the storage box. We could hear the blasting music from downstairs turn off, followed by a grown man screaming at everyone to shut up. One unfortunate girl let out a scream of shock and fear, and after another bang, silence. The man started shouting at everyone again, but personally I couldn't hear it too well, and I certainly as hell wouldn't remember exactly what he was shouting. We heard 2 other men shouting. By now there were a confirmed 3 intruders in the house, but there could have been more for all we knew at that point. We heard the sound of boots stomping up the stairs and then coming halfway down the hall and stopping outside the bedroom door. The intruder on the other side of the door tried the doorknob, but when he realized it was locked, he started ramming into the door with most likely his shoulder. After a few failed attempts at that, the sound of a few shots to the doorknob were clearly enough to break the lock, allowing the door to swing open. We heard cries from downstairs after the shots to the doorknob, followed by a silencing gunshot. Me and Nick had our hands on our mouths to shield our breathing noises. I watched through the transparent cloth that hung from the bottom of Nick's bed as the black boots with overlapping ripping denim jeans moved instinctively to the closet. He opened the door. I could hear Nick begging for the intruder not to kill him, offering a generous amount of money if they would leave. Nick gave himself up as the house owner. That's when the intruder ordered him downstairs. The rest of us stayed put. Apparently Joey hadn't been caught with Nick. We stayed under the bed, shaking and afraid. There was near silence from downstairs, other than Nick talking with the intruders, but whatever they were saying was much too low for us to hear. It felt like a mere 20 minutes before the front door slammed shut and Nick came running back upstairs to tell us that they were gone. I think the most horrifying moment of my life was when I stepped downstairs back into the living room and saw the two dead bodies laying lifelessly on the ground, holes in their heads spewing out blood. Jen and Robbie, two good friends that I still miss. I'll spare you the details of what happened when the police arrived, but despite the fact that the house smelled like a marijuana greenhouse, the police were more interested in finding out who the masked men were that killed two innocent college students. Oh yeah, Nicky told the four of us who were hiding in his room that there were 4 intruders in total, all wearing fedoras, vendetta masks, coats, and gloves. They demanded $100,000 in cash, and when Nick could not provide it, they demanded he fill their empty sack with his most valued possessions. All of the partygoers held hostage in the room were also forced to throw their wallets into the sack or they would be shot. After the incident, Nick became depressed. He started drinking too much, becoming an alcoholic. He stopped showing up to school and ultimately ended up dropping out. He started the use of heavier drugs, such as meth and heroin. I had one good talk with him since the incident, and he was more real during this talk than he had ever been. He told me, with tears rolling down his cheeks and a pipe in his hand, he lived in constant pain, knowing he caused the death of 2 of his best friends. Nick died of a heroin overdose in July of 2013, not even a year after the incident. It was my first Halloween living in my own house away from my parents. I live in a small corner house with a basement but no upstairs, a house my parents paid half for. It was 11 o'clock at night, and I was sitting in the living room watching scary Halloween movies when I found myself getting up to answer a knock at the door. But then I stopped and thought, who could be at the door at 11 p.m.? Surely there were no more trick-or-treaters out. I had a pretty good feeling it was a late-night Halloween ding-dong-ditcher, so I gave it a second, then I shot a glance to the porch through the window. They were gone already. Yup, ding-dong-ditchers. I sat back down not thinking twice about it, and again, knocking at the front door. Get lost, I yelled. I was not in the mood for punky kids. They ignored my demands and started pounding now, not just knocking. I was pissed now. I leaped up and swung the door open. No one was there once again. I slipped on my shoes and headed outside to begin searching the bushes for the kids, but there was nobody in sight. Not in the bushes, not behind my car, not across the street. I was done answering. I didn't want to feed into their fun anymore, so I went back inside, double-locked the door, and went to my bedroom, also locking that door, just to feel safer, I guess. Even over the TV, I could still hear the stupid kids pounding on my front door repeatedly. I was so close to calling the cops to get them away, but that would undoubtedly lead to my house being egged or teepeed. The pounding continued for an uncomfortably long time, more than half an hour. I thought these kids must be filming something for YouTube and were desperate for a reaction, but I wasn't going to give it to them. At some point I dozed off with the TV on, only to wake up to the knocking again. I looked at the clock. It was 2 in the fucking morning. How could those kids still be at it, I thought. I turned the TV off and sat up with my ears open. For a few moments, my heart completely stopped as I realized the knocking was not at my front door, but rather at my bedroom door. I jumped out of bed, looking around my room like a madman for something to use as a weapon. They knew I was awake now. They were trying the doorknob, trying to bust down the door. These weren't any kids. By some miracle, I came up with an idea. It was a long shot, but it was all I could think of. I turned on the receiver to my speaker system, plugged in my iPhone, brought up the YouTube app, typed in 45 gunshot sound effect, turned on the volume, and pressed play. The sound of a gunshot echoed out of the speakers. It sounded real enough. I paused the video after the first shot and yelled, "That was a warning shot. Leave now or I won't hesitate to shoot you in the head." And it worked. I heard 2 pairs of footsteps stomping over my wood floors and out the front door. I gave it a moment before opening my bedroom door and peeking outside. They were gone, but the front door was left wide open. I quickly shut it, called the police, and that's where my story ended.
So I was never really a big Halloween person, mostly because I grew up without many friends, and once I passed the age of 10, I couldn't use the excuse of going with my mom anymore. And it's not like I had friends to go with. So this last Halloween, I was 14 years old. I do have a little sister who's only 8, so my mom went trick-or-treating with her. My one really good friend, Steve, already had plans and I didn't want to impose, so it didn't seem like I'd be trick-or-treating this year. I felt a tiny part of me explode with happiness on the inside when my mom asked me to stay home and hand out candies. Now I felt like I had a job to do that didn't involve me trick-or-treating alone like a loser. My mom left with my sister at about 6 o'clock, about an hour after she got home from work. She told me to expect her back around 9, so I was relaxing on the couch in the living room, watching the scary movie marathon on AMC, and occasionally answering the door to give candy to the kiddies. And while doing that, the kitchen phone began to ring. I remember the ringer was set so loud it actually made me jump. I picked up the phone, and the other end remained silent, except for a bit of fumbling and background noise. Sounds you'd expect when somebody's holding a phone. I think I said hello about 5 times before the person on the other end hung up. I just knew it was somebody pulling a Halloween prank call on me. What else could I do but ignore it? That worked well enough for the next few minutes of watching TV, answering the phone until the phone rang again. Same unknown number coming up on the caller ID. I wanted to see where this was going, so I picked it up once more. This time I could hear a very faint breathing on the other end. "Alright, Steve, I know it's you," I said into the phone. They hung up. By this point, I didn't want to say I was scared, but I was for sure a bit uneasy. It was a long time before that phone rang again. It was getting later, darker, and the doorbell seemed to be ringing less and less. I was watching the original Friday the 13th when it happened again. The sound of that phone ringing had become sickening, as I knew who it would be, or rather, I didn't. For some reason, I gave in again and picked up. And once again, silence, other than the faint breathing and fumbling of the phone. It was like this for almost half a minute before they finally spoke in an exaggerated deep voice.
"I'll be paying you a visit tonight."
I had enough of this joke. I told them to fuck off and hang up the phone, promising to myself not to pick it up again. I'd say about half an hour later, out of the blue, all the power in the house was cut. The lights went out. The TV turned off. Complete darkness. I stood up, now frozen in fear, when loud and angry thumping came from the front door. I completely lost it and began screaming like a girl, but there was something coming from outside. Laughter. I recognized that laughter. I opened the door and there he was. Stephen. I shoved him nearly down the steps out of anger. "So, That was you who made those dumb phone calls, I asked. He nodded while laughing. I didn't sound like you on the phone. Let me hear you do that voice again, I said. What? He seemed confused. I didn't say anything, you idiot. I just called and did that heavy breathing. I thought he was lying at first. But then my heart dropped. I had him follow me to the fuse box outside. Just as I feared, it had been opened and all the wires had been snipped. I think we ran faster than any Olympic champions back into the house. I called my mom, who told us to stay inside and wait for the police, who she then called. The call was traced to a payphone outside of a nearby bar. I still wonder, was this just a dumb Halloween prank gone too far? Or was it a potential break-in? And God knows what else waiting to happen. I don't think I ever want to find out. When I was younger, my friends and I went trick-or-treating every year. This one particular year, as we were trick-or-treating, we passed a man who stood still with a mask on, holding a lantern. As we walked past him, he turned his whole body around and followed us with his eyes. We were creeped out, but there were plenty of people around, so we made our way to the next house. My friends and I saw him over and over again, as we made our way from house to house, and he seemed to be following us in typical horror story form. We walked so slow, we couldn't figure out how he kept up with us. At one house, when we hadn't seen him for a while, we got our candy. As we turned around to walk back to the street, the masked man stood in the road waiting for us. Immediately, we knocked back on the door and told the owners of the house about it. The masked man continued walking down the street, and we didn't see him again that night. Later on, an adult friend of the family told us he saw a masked man hiding behind a tree, waving little kids over, and he only backed off when he threatened to call the police.
I was trick-or-treating with my friend Casey. We were both 11 years old at the time. We were walking across a small wooden bridge over a small river that many called Jack Winkle River when a black Jeep pulled up on the other side of the bridge, basically blocking our way. We turned around and hurried away. We were the types of kids to obey the stranger danger rules. We could hear the windows of the Jeep rolling down, and a man with a raspy smoker's voice called for us to come back. He was yelling for help, asking us for directions. I yelled sorry, and we continued to hurry away. The Jeep couldn't fit over that small bridge, so it pulled away and drove down the road on the other side. We thought we had made our escape from the creepy driver, when here came an SUV barreling around the corner and down the street, slamming on the brakes in front of us. Once again, the driver rolled down the windows. Now with them right next to us, we could see there were two passengers in the car as well. An old guy with gray curly hair and a mustache in the backseat, who also had a raspy smoker's voice, told us to get in the car, that they have free bags of candy. The Jeep banged a three-point turn and tailed us wherever we went. At one point, the Jeep finally accelerated past us, came to a stop, and the back and front passenger side doors opened, and the two creepy men stepped out lunging at us. We dropped our bags of candy and ran straight for my house, which was in sight now. We rang the doorbell desperately at least 20 times. The old men that were chasing us couldn't run fast, and when they saw us running to my house, they turned back. My mom opened the door, and we screamed and pointed at the Jeep that was backing away in the other direction. She shoved us inside and locked the door and called the police like any mom would. She reported the black Jeep with 3 men inside, older looking, raspy voices, and any other descriptions we gave. My mom was freaking out all night, worried about the fact that they knew where we lived now. My dad tried to calm her, but she couldn't calm down. Ultimately, the police agreed to send an unmarked police car to stay out front and keep guard for 3 hours. That made my mom feel a little better, but what made us all feel better was when my dad woke us up to see the flashing red and blue lights outside of the unmarked police car. They had pulled over an SUV. a black Jeep, and 3 men were in cuffs. The 3 old creeps that tried to kidnap me and Casey. My dad went outside to talk to the officer and most likely confirmed that those were the men. Me and Casey went to the doorway and screamed at the men for their attention. They looked, and we both gave them the finger. My mom then pulled us back in and shut the door, sending us to bed. It went from the worst night of both of our lives to ultimately the best night of our lives. This story took place on Halloween night. I took my 7-year-old daughter Jamie trick-or-treating for a few hours, and when we got back, I cooked dinner, we watched TV together, and then I sent her to bed. I was feeling especially tired that night, so I brushed up and went to sleep. Shortly after, my daughter entered the room and told me there was someone in her closet. I assured her there was no one in her closet. She asked to sleep with me, but I once again assured her that she was safe in her room. She reluctantly went back to her room and shut the door. I made a mental note that if she came back again, I would walk her to her closet and show her that there's no one in there. Surely enough, 5 minutes later she came back. I asked her why she thought there was someone in her closet. She responded saying she heard someone moving around and things falling over. Honestly, when she said that, it kind of made my heart jump for a second. I walked her to her room and turned on the lights. I jokingly asked, "Is anybody in there?" We stood and listened. I didn't expect to hear anything. There it was, a thud from inside the closet. I screamed at Jamie to run to the neighbors and call the police. As she did, I swung the door open and was shocked to find the neighbor's son, Randy, sitting on top of my daughter's Lego box. I grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and yanked him up aggressively. I walked him angrily back to his parents' house next door and found Jamie ringing the doorbell. When they answered, I shoved him inside right into his father and explained everything. I told him I wouldn't press charges, but if I ever caught him near my daughter again, they would all be sorry. Randy's dad, Mark, slapped him across the face, then asked me to come inside to allow Randy to explain himself. Me and Jamie both went inside. Apparently, while I was taking Jamie trick-or-treating, he had snuck into our house through an open window and hid in her closet with his friend Daryl. I asked him if this Daryl kid was still in my house. He said yes. I told Jamie to wait with Mark while I ran back into my house, and right as I entered, there he was. This Daryl kid, uglier and shadier looking than Randy. He had my daughter's underwear in his hand. What I did next was completely out of fatherly protective anger. I grabbed the little shit by the throat and threw him to the floor, slapping him 4 times in the face, then hesitantly allowing him to get up and leave. The only reason I didn't call the police was because of my close friendship with Mark. But I made my point very strongly that if they ever so even waved to my daughter again, they would be in the news the next day. We went back to sleep. I let Jamie sleep with me after that incident. She was horrified. The next morning, I found a small drill hole in her closet door. The sick little bastards were spying on my daughter while she slept, at the same time playing with her underwear. Maybe you don't understand the horror of this story unless you're a parent, but there are many days where I think I made a mistake not calling the police. I still can, but nothing has happened since, and I figure I shouldn't create more trouble now. Jamie's 13 now, and that creep Randy has since gone away to college.
We had just moved into our large new house in Mississauga, Ontario, in an area called Winston Churchill. It was Halloween night, and my parents, my 4 other sisters, my brother, and I were unpacking our stuff in our new bedrooms. We had just finished and were talking to each other about leaving our old schools and friends behind. My mother called us to do chores. I was really tired since it was 11:30 at night, way past the trick-or-treating buzz, and we had to do chores now? It seemed to take forever, but when I was done, I decided to go to my bedroom and get some sleep. I heard what sounded like footsteps in the upstairs hallway. Thinking it was my brother or sister, I got up to shout at them for bothering me while I was sleeping, but there, as far as I could tell, there was no one there. I rushed down to the basement where my parents, sister, and brother were considerately working. I asked them all if they had been upstairs, and they replied no. Now I was getting pretty freaked out, but I had to believe it was just my imagination and shrugged it off as if it had never happened. I went back to my bed, which was now freezing cold. I had to put on a sweater. It was just too cold. I woke up in the middle of the night around 12:30 a.m., after everyone had gone to sleep. I heard this loud banging sound that seemed to be coming from my parents' bedroom. I thought it might be my brother or sister waiting to get a drink of water, but was too scared to go alone. I was wrong. The banging continued, getting louder by the minute. I couldn't get to sleep, so I decided to check it out. I walked into the hallway, and believe me, there was no one there. As I walked in, the banging seemed to stop. I stared at the door, only for a quick moment before deciding to go back to bed. After a couple of minutes, the banging started again. Now I was totally chilled to my very last bone. I tried to sleep again, but I couldn't. Very typical of me. The door to my bedroom creaked open, as if someone were pushing it lightly. But it was too dark to see who or what could have caused it. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Who is it? Let me go back to sleep. Very light footsteps began to move closer to my bed. I thought it was one of my sisters, until I turned onto my side after the footsteps stopped and saw a figure standing next to my bed. A figure at least 7 feet tall. I choked the urge to scream. Nothing came out. I lay there in unimaginable horror as the figure finally said, "Boo." That was when I screamed at the top of my lungs and covered my eyes, when my parents thrust open the door to my room and flicked on the light. There was no figure there. There was no figure by my bed. I cried out everything to them, the thumping, the figures. My siblings came into the doorway and watched me freak out. I asked my parents if they heard the knocking on their door. Surely they must have. It was their door after all. But they said there was no knocking. Not that they knew of. They all looked at me like I was crazy. But I know I'm not. You can't just imagine something like that. Something so real. I'll never forget this night. I know I won't. It was a few years ago, Halloween night. We were all 20 years old. Right at that age, where going to haunted house attractions is one of the best things to do on Halloween. The attraction was called Scare House Journey to the Basement or something. It was only open for 4 straight years in our town. It was never heard of again. This was its 4th and final year of operation. It was a very high quality and surprisingly scary haunted house. One of the best ones I've been to. This was not a tour-guided attraction. It was a group exploration attraction. Basically, a maze where the only way out was to make your way to the basement. Find one of the keys, then find the exit and use the key you found to unlock the door. It was a very unique haunted house, that's for sure. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good night for us. And you're about to learn why. We started out in the living room of the house. To give as much detail as I can about the room, there was a giant open coffin sitting right smack in the middle of the room. There were very convincing spider webs covering just about every inch of every corner of the room. All the furniture was antique and dusty looking, and of course, blood was stained on the creaky wood floor. We could tell right away this haunted house was going to be great. The next room was the dining room. That was where things got creepy. The rooms following the dining room were all very dimly lit by artificial lanterns hooked onto the walls. On several occasions, actors jumped out at us in horrifically convincing costumes as expected. And yet they still got me every time. We actually spent a lot of time going in circles trying to find the basement. This wasn't a real wide open house. It was designed to be like a maze, with many rooms and fake doors. It took a long time for us to finally find the basement door, and I have to admit, I was nervous to go down there. It was completely pitch black down there. We started to think that it might have been an employees only area where they kept props. It was just too dark down there to see. It was stated many times that no cell phones were allowed while in the attraction, so we couldn't use cell phone screens as lights. If we wanted to get out of there, we had no choice but to go down there. Each step created a creak more painful to the ears than fingernails scratching on a chalkboard. We were all laughing, telling each other how fucking freaked out we were. I had my hands out in front of me as if I was searching for anything in the complete darkness. I banged into somebody and apologized. "Who was that?" I asked, expecting it to be one of my friends. No answer. Whoever I just bumped into placed their hand on my shoulder, and I took off running and screaming while at the same time laughing. There was something so disturbing about being in that huge pitch black basement, knowing someone was in there with us. One of my friends thankfully found a key on a desk in the corner of the room. We all ran back upstairs, back to the light, and found the exit door. The actual experience and process of getting through that maze of a haunted house was much longer than my story makes it out to be, but that's not where things got horrifying. Right outside the exit door was a small bin with a sign that said, "Drop keys here, please." That's how the staff would collect the keys and bring them back down to the basement. Halfway off the premises of the haunted house, the exit door opened, and a really tall person dressed in a black robe and bloody pig mask stepped out and started following in our direction. He, or she, though it was most likely a he, so I'll refer to them as a he, appeared to be one of the staff members for the attraction. As we walked further away from the attraction, so did the guy in the costume. It seemed to all of us that he was following us by this point. One of my friends called. "We don't have the key if that's what you want. We dropped it in the little bin." But that didn't do the trick. As a joke, we started running just to see if he would too, and he did. We stopped, and so did he. We stood still, and so did he. At first it was funny, maybe it was just a joke, but as we got closer to my friend Eddie's house, we were starting to discuss if we should reveal where he lives to this guy. He had been following us for at least 5 blocks now, so if it was a joke, it had gone far enough. Eddie's parents were both home, so we felt safe to go inside. Apparently, Eddie's front door was broken, whatever that meant, so we had to go run back. We jokingly waved at the douchebag still following us, then walked to Eddie's backyard, shutting the gate behind us. Wiping our feet on his welcome mat on the back door, we heard the gate open. The man emerged from behind the side of the house and began walking towards us once again. This time, much faster. Eddie opened the back door and called to his dad, telling him to get his gun. This seemed to grab the masked man's attention. He slowed down, turned his head to face Eddie. Eddie's dad emerged, angry as hell, and aimed his pistol at the masked coward. He raised his hands up and cried out for him not to shoot, that he's only 27. Eddie's dad told him to get lost and never come back. And the next time, he wouldn't think twice about pulling the trigger. Personally, I wish Eddie's dad had made the guy get on his knees and take off the mask, then call the police. That guy got off too easily. For all we know, he could have been armed as well. We contacted the haunted house attraction, and they informed us that they had no such employee dressed in a pig mask.
Close to the town I live in, there was an old and abandoned house out in the country. It was a bit of a drive out of town, so a lot of people in my school talked about it, but they rarely ever went out to it. One Halloween, however, a friend of mine who had his license decided that he wanted to go out and see the house that year. It didn't take very much to convince the rest of our friend group to come along. There were 6 of us all together cramped into the car, and we waited until after dark to go out there to make it scarier since it was Halloween night. All of us got out to the car after we pulled into the yard of the house. The yard was pretty big, and there were tons of overgrown plants. There were no lights from nearby houses or street lights, so the only light was the flashlights that we brought with us. We started walking up to the house slowly from the car. My friend kept shining his light ahead of us up onto the house. I watched as he moved his light on the house, checking out different parts of it. I stopped though when I saw something on the porch of the house. Although I only caught a glimpse of it as his light hit it, it seemed out of place. I checked out what I had seen with my own flashlight, and there on the porch was a pumpkin. It wasn't an old decaying pumpkin that we would have expected to see in an abandoned house either. I told my friends that somebody might be living here inside the house since there was a freshly carved pumpkin. My friends shrugged it off though, saying it was Halloween and some other kids probably put it there as a joke. We decided to continue, and were still walking when I heard a noise off from the side of the house. I shined my light over in the area just in time to catch somebody coming up to the side of the house. There was a man on the side of the house, who I caught creeping around the corner of it. He was already watching us when the light hit him, and he had a huge knife in his hand. Once the man's position had been revealed, he began to come towards us as fast as he could. I say that he went as fast as he could because the man wasn't moving very well. He was doing a half hobble, half run towards us, like he was injured or missing part of his leg. Fortunately, all my friends had seen him by now, and we all turned and began running very quickly back towards the car. I looked back as I was getting myself into the car to see that the guy was still coming after us. As we pulled away from the house, 2 of my friends were laughing, saying that they had set the whole thing up. They said they had gotten a kid from school to head out earlier and wait for us so he could come and scare us. I had been the only person to really get a good view of the man who was chasing us, and I knew for a fact that it was not a high schooler. I insisted upon it, telling my friends that whoever it was not the person that they had sent out there to scare us. Sure enough, the 2 friends who had set up the scare checked their phones to find voicemails and texts from the kid who was supposed to scare us. He had been at the house, but never got the chance to pretend to attack us, because the same guy had gone after him, so he left immediately. He had left voicemails and texts saying to abort and to not go to the abandoned house, but they hadn't seen them due to bad cell service. We had no idea who tried to attack us that night or why, and when the police investigated, they found nobody there. Back in the Halloween of 2005, I went trick-or-treating with my best friend Ryan. We met up at my house not too long after school and hung out there for a bit. Then we put on our Halloween costumes, where I was Spider-Man and Ryan was Batman. We then left my house and started trick-or-treating in my neighborhood first. Ryan also lived in my general neighborhood, but was several blocks away. It took probably 20 minutes to walk to his house. Ryan's mom went with us as we trick-or-treated, and we ended up going all the way to his house. Our neighborhood had lots of houses in it, and there were quite a few other kids out trick-or-treating as well. After several hours, we both got tons of candy. It was a great night of trick-or-treating. Then we went inside of Ryan's house and we hung out there for a bit. My mom was going to come and pick me up at 10 and drive me back to our house. Ryan and I just hung out in his bedroom, eating our candy and playing video games. Ryan's parents and older sister were also home as well. I remember that we heard a knock at the front door though, and we both got up to go see. We thought that it was probably more trick-or-treaters, and Ryan wanted to be the one to hand out the candy since we hadn't got a chance to because we had been out. He called to his parents in the other room saying that he would handle it. When we got to the door though, we looked out and we saw what appeared to be an adult man standing there. The guy was looking down, wearing a hooded sweatshirt that completely covered his head and we could barely see his face, but he did not appear to have any kind of a costume on. Right away, it looked suspicious. Plus, it was pretty late at this point. Ryan and I had stayed out trick-or-treating about as late as we were even allowed to. The guy then knocked on the door again, and we were right there on the other side. We didn't say anything, but we went into the other room and found Ryan's parents. We told them that it was just some random guy. By then, the knocking had stopped, and when we walked back to the room, the man was gone. Nobody knew who this guy was or why he was at the door, but it seemed a little strange. Ryan and I went back to his room to continue playing video games and stuff. His room was at the back of the house, and I remember that maybe 15 minutes later, Ryan suddenly told me to look at the window. When I did, I saw what he was already looking at. The same hooded man was standing in the backyard. He was just kind of standing there. The guy was maybe 40 feet from Ryan's window. He did not appear to be looking towards us, and he was still looking down. After watching him for a few moments, we both instantly got up and ran out of the room. Ryan went back towards his parents and told them about it. They looked out into the backyard, and they turned on the light to the patio. When that happened, the man turned and left the backyard, running away. We never got a good look at his face, and it was really weird. After that, we figured that he was gone for good, and probably just a guy trying to mess with people on Halloween. So nobody called the police or anything like that, but it was still really strange. A little while later, my mom arrived at Ryan's house and picked me up. She drove us back to our house, and we got there like a minute later. When we got home, I was in the living room for a while before I had to go to bed. Then, when it got late, I went to my bedroom. Like Ryan's, my bedroom was at the back of the house. I remember that I turned my lights out and was getting into bed. That's when I looked out of my bedroom window, and I noticed what appeared to be the same guy back there. I couldn't believe it. He was standing in the backyard, very similar to the way that he had in Ryan's backyard. For a moment, I really couldn't believe my eyes, but he was there. I ran out of my room and found my parents in the living room. I told them about the guy, and we all went to another back window. By the time we got there, though, he was gone. After a while, I went to bed again. It took me a long time to fall asleep. I kept looking out the window, but the man never returned. Eventually, I did fall asleep, and after that, I never saw that guy again. When I was really little, my parents would let me stay up late on the weekends. Halloween this particular year landed on a Saturday, so I was up late by myself in the living room watching TV. Late that night, as I was drifting in and out of sleep watching TV, I heard a noise from the front porch. It was the sound of the old swing creaking back and forth, and it could have been the wind, but I was paranoid as a young kid and I went to check it out. Cautiously, I crept to the window by the porch and I looked outside, and what I saw was horrifying. An older woman, probably in her 50s, was sitting on our swing. She was wearing nothing but a nightgown, and her skin was smeared with blood. In her hand, she held a large kitchen knife. I felt like I was dreaming, but it was all too real. I was only 7 at the time, so I sprinted to my parents' room, yelling and crying that there was a scary woman outside. My dad woke up first and asked me to calm down and explain what happened. I stuttered in between the breaks in my crying that there was a woman on the porch with a knife. My dad's expression shifted from confusion to frustration. He thought that I was imagining things, and he told me it was probably a bad dream, saying that I could sleep in their room for the rest of the night if I wanted. I wouldn't let it go though, and finally I managed to convince him to get out of bed and go check the porch. When we reached the door, he unlocked it and swung it open, ready to show me nothing was there, despite my pleas to not open the door or go outside. My dad even started to say, "See, there's nothing out there," when he saw the lady who was still sitting on the porch swing. I'll never forget the look on his face when he saw her. She turned slowly, staring at us with wild eyes. For a moment, everything was silent, and then my dad slammed the door shut and locked it. After telling my mom, who was now awake, to call the police, he rushed to grab his gun. When my dad returned to the door, he cracked it just enough to the point the barrel of the shotgun could go outside, and he asked the woman what she was doing and to get off our porch. The woman didn't move. Instead, she just looked at us. She finally uttered something towards my dad after a while. "Somebody killed my husband, but it wasn't me," she said. Her voice was trembling. My dad had no idea how to respond, and he just said that the police were on the way and could help her once they get there. She glanced down the street, then back at us, panic flashing across her face. She spun around and took off, disappearing into the night. My dad quickly closed the door, locking it again, and I heard him shout for my mom to keep the phone ready. He stood there until the police arrived, listening, eyes darting around as if he expected her to come back at any moment. The police arrived about 15 minutes later. They searched the area and eventually found her trying to break into one of our neighbors' houses. Apparently, she was crazy and off of her medication. She had gotten into a fight with her husband and attacked him with a knife, but did not seriously hurt him. When he was able to push her out of the house, she cut herself with the knife, either trying to hurt herself or make it look like her husband did it. The police never talked to us about it, so that's just the story that we heard from the woman's neighbors. It was by far the scariest Halloween of my life so far, and after that night, I've never slept out in the living room again. The thought of that woman with the knife haunted me, and I was paranoid for most of my childhood of being in the living room late at night and hearing the sound of the porch swing moving. This happened back on Halloween night of 2016. I worked pretty late on Halloween, and I started driving back home at around 10 p.m. I lived by myself in a smaller house. I knew that I probably wouldn't be home for any trick-or-treaters with me having to work late, so I left a bowl of candy on my front step for them. Overall, I didn't really do anything for Halloween other than that. We had some decorations at work and stuff, but I was pretty busy with my job. So it took me about 15 minutes to drive home, and the roads were all pretty quiet by this time. I remember, though, that when I was about a mile or so from my house, I saw this guy dressed as a clown standing on the side of the road. He was sort of off in the ditch, and this was just a sort of quiet road with woods on both sides, so it was weird that he would be standing there. As I drove by, the clown man waved at me. I knew that it was somebody dressed up for Halloween, probably trying to scare people. I waved back and continued my drive home. Just a couple of minutes later, I arrived to my neighborhood. My street was pretty typical, with many houses on it, and at this hour, all the trick-or-treaters were done, so it was now very quiet. However, as I approached my driveway, I noticed something. There was another guy fully dressed as a clown, wearing a mask and everything. He was standing right in the middle of my driveway in front of the garage and holding a balloon. Even with it being Halloween, I was still creeped out at the sight. I started to pull into my driveway, but I stopped at the back end of it. The clown looked directly at me, but did not wave or anything. I thought that maybe he would walk away or something, but he stayed put. So I rolled down my window a little and I called out to him. I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" He didn't acknowledge me at all, and he just kept standing there holding his balloon. I told him that I had to get my car into the garage, and he was in my way. He still didn't move though. So at that point, I wasn't really sure what to do. After like a full minute of me sitting there with the car running, I decided to just get out and go inside. I figured that the clown would move eventually. I parked my car at the very back end of the driveway, still a good 30 feet or so from the clown. Then I turned my engine off and got out. The clown was still standing there, continuing to look at me. Right when I started to take a few steps into my yard, the clown began to walk towards me, and he was walking at an angle where he would reach me before I got to my front door, so I stopped. And when I stopped, he did as well. I didn't know if it was a good idea to go for my front door anymore, because I would have to unlock it, and if he was going to chase after me, he would be able to catch up with me. Then, all of a sudden, I saw 3 more clowns come running out from behind my house. They were literally sprinting and heading in my direction. I didn't waste any time, and I instantly ran back for my car. I quickly got inside of it, locked the doors, and then scrambled to start my engine as quickly as I could. The 3 clowns, as well as the original one, ran right up to my car. One tried opening my driver's door, and the other my passenger's one. Within seconds, I was able to back out of the driveway, leaving them standing there. They didn't follow me into the street, but just kept standing at the end of my driveway. As I drove away, they all at once started waving at me. It was the creepiest thing I've ever seen. I drove out of my neighborhood and just went around random streets for like 5 to 10 minutes. Then I went back home, hoping that the clown men would be gone. If they were still there, I was going to call the cops. But thankfully, when I arrived back, they were all gone. I got out of my car and I looked through my backyard as well as front, and nobody was there. But when I got to my front door, I saw that the balloon that the one clown had been holding was now tied to my door handle. It was one last thing to really creep me out. I went inside and was a little worried that the clowns might return, but they didn't. That was my scariest experience that I've had during Halloween. It was Halloween night, and I was excited about the party at a friend's off-campus apartment. It was a costume party, and I ended up having a lot of fun. It was packed, and just overall a fun evening with my friends. Eventually, around 1 a.m., I decided to head home after saying my goodbyes. The drive home would take about 20 minutes. As I was leaving, I noticed another car pulling out at the same time, and they ended up turning the same way. I didn't think much of it for most of the drive, but eventually I noticed that they had been behind me for the entire drive, tailing me pretty closely as well. I decided to test it out if I was being followed and tried to shake them off. I made a few turns, hoping to lose them, but the car still followed me. At this point, it still could have easily been a coincidence, but I had concerns, especially because of how close they were following me. I turned onto a less traveled road, and the other car stayed right behind me. I glanced at my rear view mirror, and the headlights were glaring back, illuminating the interior of my car. I could see the outline of a figure behind the wheel, but I couldn't make out any details. I even increased my speed, hoping to create some distance. I took a sharp turn onto a dirt road that led to a nearby park, hoping to lose them in the twists and turns, but the car stayed right on my tail. There was no way I was going to let this person see where I lived, so I just kept driving. I decided to head back towards the main road, desperate to find a place where there were more people. Before I could get back to the main road though, things escalated. I could see them trying to get beside me, speeding up and trying to force me off the road. I thought about calling for help, but I didn't want to take my eyes off the road. I swerved to avoid a collision, and the next time they came up and tried to push me off the road, I slammed on the brakes to avoid them. The pursuing car, which was now ahead of me after I slammed on the brakes, veered sharply and lost control, flying off the road into a ditch. I stayed in my car, but didn't leave yet, because part of me still wanted to make sure they were okay and call an ambulance if I needed to. After a few seconds, they emerged from their car. The driver stood up and faced me. They were wearing a Grim Reaper costume with a mask covering their face, so I assumed that they must have been at the costume party that I had left from and followed me from there. After the confirmation that they weren't dead from the crash, I sped out of there and finished the rest of my drive back home. When I finally got back to my apartment and locked the door, I called the cops, explaining the situation and where the crash had happened. I later learned that when they arrived at the scene, the person in the costume was nowhere to be found, and the car they had been driving had been stolen. I was still very nervous after that night, because whoever had been following me knew what my car looked like and probably had my license plate, but I never had any following encounters. I live by myself in a smaller 2-bedroom house. Last Halloween, something really strange happened. I don't really celebrate Halloween or do anything for it. I'm an adult, and I'm not really into horror stuff, and I don't really have friends that are either. So most Halloweens are just a normal day for me. However, I do always make sure to have some candy on hand around Halloween to give to kids. My neighborhood is usually pretty quiet though, so I might get like 10 trick-or-treaters if that. Last year, shortly after I got home from work, the trick-or-treaters started. There were a few at around 5:30 or 6 p.m. I was mostly just in my living room, and I would occasionally get up and give the candy to the kids. I got about the usual amount of trick-or-treaters. By 8 or 9 p.m., things had quieted down significantly, and there weren't really any more people trick-or-treating. But that's when the doorbell rang as I was sitting there watching TV. I got up and walked over to the front door and looked out. I thought that it would be a kid trick-or-treating, but when I got to the door, nobody was there. I didn't think too much of it, and I went back into the living room. Probably 30 minutes later, there was a knocking at the door. It was pretty loud and constant. When I heard it, I got up, and the knocking kept going for a good 10 or 15 seconds straight. By the time that I reached the door, though, it had stopped. After looking outside, nobody was there again. This time, I stepped outside and I looked around. There was nobody that I could see, so I went back inside after that. It was probably just a prank, somebody knocking on my door and then running off, but it was kind of weird. After that, though, it didn't happen again for the rest of the night. A while later, I went to bed. The next day was now November 1st, and it was a pretty normal day for me with work and stuff. That night, though, at around 10 o'clock, there was another knocking on my door. This was really weird now, because it wasn't Halloween anymore. The knocking, just like the previous night, was constant and pretty loud. I went over to go and see who it was again. However, the knocking stopped as I approached, and when I finally got to look out the window, nobody was there. I once more went outside and I looked around. I even walked around the front yard a little bit. I couldn't see anybody though, so at that point I went back in, and I didn't get any more knocking that night. Well, the next night, it happened yet again. Once more, it was a little bit later, and I was in the living room. There was the same loud and constant knocking. This time, I stayed where I was. The knocking kept going for like 30 seconds straight though, so at that point, I got up and I ran over to the door. When I approached it though, the knocking stopped again. I opened up the door and nobody was there. I looked around and thought that I saw movement down the street of possibly somebody running away, but I didn't get any kind of good look at all. I went back inside after that, and the rest of the night there was no more knocking. The next night, nothing happened, and since then, I haven't had any more strange occurrences. I'm guessing that it was just a prank by maybe one of the neighbors or something. Still, to do it 3 nights in a row like that after Halloween is pretty creepy. One Halloween night, when I was 15 years old, my friends and I went trick-or-treating. We were fairly old to be trick-or-treating, but we decided that it would be fun to have one last year going door to door together. We started out in our neighborhood, but we weren't getting much. We agreed to make the trek over to the rich neighborhood, which was known for giving away king-sized candy in the past. The quickest route to the rich neighborhood was a shortcut including a path through a section of the woods. My friends and I had taken this path many times before to go to other friends' houses who lived in that neighborhood. Personally, I had only been on the path during the daytime though, and I was a bit nervous to walk through a longer stretch of woods at night. However, the majority of the group didn't want to waste precious trick-or-treating time by taking the long way there, so we ended up taking the shortcut through the woods. As we entered the woods, the light and noise from the neighborhood behind us eventually faded, leaving the only sound of us crunching our way through the leaves in the forest and talking. Over the talking of the group, I thought I heard something behind us though. I heard the crunching of leaves, sounding like footsteps, but maybe it was an animal. I swung the flashlight behind us, but I saw nothing there. However, by doing this, I did get the attention of the group. Everybody fell silent and stopped walking, turning around to see what I was looking at. I explained that I thought I heard footsteps crunching in the leaves behind us, but that I didn't see anything. We chalked it up to an animal and continued walking, but we all stayed pretty quiet now, whispering amongst ourselves. A few moments later, the noise happened again. This time, everyone in the group heard it, and we whirled around to see 2 men dressed in all black off the path and a bit in the woods. This was enough to send the group running as fast as we could, wanting to get out of the forest. We didn't dare to look back, but we could hear the 2 men now crashing through the forest behind us on the path. It sounded like they were gaining on us, but we all made it out of the woods and back into the neighborhood scene just in time. Once we were back in the neighborhood, we hung around for a bit to see if the 2 men would emerge from the woods, but they never did. Maybe we just happened upon 2 guys in the woods, and they decided to play a prank on us, but it was all very strange. Since we were only 15 at the time with no adults around, it definitely felt like a dangerous situation. Back when I was in college, I had a crazy experience one Halloween. It was my junior year, and I will also mention that I'm a female for background information. I was 21 and had been going to the university for 3 years. It was a pretty large university with thousands of students, and I lived in an apartment with my roommate. So for Halloween that year, me and some friends were invited to a Halloween party. It was at a friend's house who had hosted several college parties earlier in the year. That night, we first went to a bar, and it was really busy there with it being Halloween night. Most people had all kinds of different costumes on and stuff. Then we walked over to the party at my friend's house. It was several blocks away from where we lived, and about a 10-minute walk from the bar. When we got there, there was already a good amount of people at the party, and we knew most of them. It only got busier and busier there. At one point during the Halloween party, one of my friends came up to me and pointed out a guy who was across the room. He was a guy with dark hair, and I'm not even sure what his costume was, but she told me that he was a creep, and she wanted to leave now that she saw that he was at the party. I asked her what he did, and she just said that he's really weird and he wouldn't leave her alone in the past. Then she said that she needed to get out of there before he saw her, and she walked away. I wasn't going to leave just yet though, because all my other friends were still there. So probably 30 minutes went by, and I remember that all of a sudden, this guy came up to me. It was the same guy my friend said was a creep. Personally, I had no clue who he was, and I had never seen him before. I assumed that he went to the same college though. He said hi and introduced himself to me. I was really not that interested in him, but I did have a short conversation with the guy. He didn't say anything that weird or creepy at first, but he did come across as a little strange. After talking to him for like 2 or 3 minutes, I said that I was going to get something to drink and I walked away. But the guy just followed me over there and kind of kept talking to me. By then, the party was extremely crowded, and I didn't know as many people there anymore. I really didn't want to talk to this guy, but he wouldn't leave me alone. Then, one of my friends came up to me, and she said that they were going to Jake's house and asked if I wanted to go. Jake was in our friend group, but I had never personally been to his house. By then, I was ready to leave the party, and I said yes, I would go. My friend said that she was going to get one of our other friends and then leave, and then she walked away into the crowd of people. I should have went with her right then and there, but I didn't. It was so crowded that I didn't know where anybody else was in the moment. Meanwhile, the guy continued to talk to me, and I remember he asked me if I wanted to go to his house. I told him no, I couldn't. I said that I was going to Jake's house. I remembered that this guy said that he knew where Jake lived, and he was also going there. I was not happy to hear that he was going to be there, but I asked him what Jake's address was. The guy told it to me, and I put it in my phone. Then I told him that I was going to the bathroom before leaving. I said that because I was afraid that he would want to go to Jake's with me, and I wanted this guy to leave me alone. So I walked upstairs and used the bathroom at the crowded party. When I got out, the guy was thankfully gone. My friends were also gone though. I looked all around the party for them and I couldn't find them anywhere. So I put in the address to Jake's that the guy gave me. It was like a 15-minute walk. So I set out by myself and I started walking on the now quiet streets. I made my way along the sidewalk and I was seeming to be getting farther and farther away from campus, but I didn't really question it. When I got to the street that Jake lived on, I realized that it looked pretty run down. These houses were not in very good shape at all. I mean, most college houses are old and in not the best shape, but these were really rough. Soon I saw the address, but it just didn't seem right. The house appeared to have the lights off, and I couldn't tell if anybody was there. I double-checked the address on my maps and it was correct. So I walked up to the front step, and I didn't hear any noise from inside like people talking or anything. Before I could open the door and knock though, the door opened. A man stood there, wearing all black and a ski mask. I figured it to be a costume for Halloween, but it was still creepy. I didn't recognize the guy. He didn't say anything, but he waved me in. I realized right then that I was definitely at the wrong house, because looking inside, all the lights were out. I started backing away, and I said that I was at the wrong address. Then I saw another guy emerge from the darkness in the house. It was the same guy who kept talking to me at the party. He told me to come inside, and I told him that this was not Jake's house. The guy then admitted it wasn't, and said that it was his house. I turned around and started walking away. The guy actually followed me out of the door though. He started walking after me outside, and at that point I just took off running. I heard the guy start to run after me. I sprinted down the street and then went into a random yard. I cut through it and then went into the person's backyard. I then cut through another property to the next street over. After that, I stopped and I caught my breath. I didn't see the guy chasing me anymore. I walked along the sidewalk and called several of my friends until one of them picked up. I told them what happened. One of the guys at Jake's house came and picked me up after that. Luckily, I didn't see the other guy in the meantime. Then I was reunited with my friends. After that night, I never saw that guy again. I guess my friend was right about him being a creep. When I was a kid, my family would visit my grandparents every holiday. They lived in a small town, and my aunt lived just 2 houses down from them. But between my aunt's place and my grandparents' place was the house of a woman I think I knew Blue. She was a large woman, over 6 feet tall, and she dressed in a long dress with heavy work boots. Around her neck, she wore what looked like logging chains. The only time we ever saw her was in her backyard, tending to her garden or outside scrubbing the walls of her house. It was strange. She'd be out there for hours just cleaning the outside of her home. But what stuck with me was her voice. She'd scream at us kids from her yard, hurling all kinds of insults, saying the devil was coming for us. The adults always warned us to stay away from her and ignore her. She scared us to the point that when we went between our aunt's house and our grandparents' house, we would run the short distance past the strange woman's house, convinced that she'd be watching us from the windows. One Halloween, things took a turn. We were all gathered at my aunt's house, planning to go trick-or-treating. One of the older cousins dared the younger kids, which included me, to go knock on the creepy lady's door. We didn't want to seem like cowards, and in the group, there were 6 of us, so surely nothing bad would happen to a group. We went quietly onto the porch and reached for the doorbell. As soon as it rang, we heard loud banging sounds from inside, like doors being slammed or furniture moving. Eventually, the door swung open, and there she was, standing in the frame, holding a severed head which looked disturbingly real. We scrambled off of her porch and screamed as we took off running. We could hear her voice behind us as she laughed and shouted that the devil was coming for us. We told the adults back inside our aunt's house about what happened and about the head. They all just dismissed it as a Halloween prop and scolded us to stay away from the woman's house. The rest of that Halloween night was uneventful as we went trick-or-treating and stayed far away from the weird lady's house. About a month later, my parents got a phone call that the lady had tried to kill my aunt while she was bringing in groceries. The lady had one of those rope saws and had come up behind my aunt with it, putting it over her head and attempting to saw it off. My aunt was able to escape, and my uncle came and beat the lady up with a fire poker. The police investigation revealed that the woman had been digging tunnels inside her home, and they were coming up under my aunt's, my grandparents', and another neighbor's house. She had been bringing the dirt up and putting it in the raised beds of her gardens. She also had a shrine of some sort of underground, which had a few severed heads around it, revealing that the head we saw on Halloween night was indeed very real. My aunt survived the whole encounter, with the only damage being a scar across her neck. It's very scary to know what the lady was planning to do once she finished her tunnels. I'm glad that my family is safe now, and even more glad that we didn't live in that town. This is something that happened back on Halloween night when I was a kid. I remember that I was about 8 or 9 years old, and I was going to go trick-or-treating. My older sister was 16, and she did not go trick-or-treating anymore, so she was going to go with me and act as my babysitter for the night. I wanted to go trick-or-treating by myself, but my parents said that she had to go with me, and I was too young. They obviously didn't want me walking up and down the street all by myself at night, even if it was Halloween. So we set out at around 6 p.m., and I was going trick-or-treating as a football player. Our neighborhood was huge. There were many different houses along it, and the plan was to go up and down our street and maybe 3 or 4 other streets, really however much we had time to do. So my sister would walk with me along the sidewalk, and then she would stand at the end of the driveways and wait for me as I went up to the houses. I saw a decent amount of other kids and parents also out as the night went on. At one point, at least 2 hours in, I went to this one house a few streets over from ours. The driveway was pretty long, and I went up to the house and I rang the doorbell. The owner of the house said hi and gave me some candy. When I walked away though, I saw that there was this older looking minivan stopped on the side of the road. It looked like the driver of the van was talking to my sister. I walked back down the driveway to my sister, and I didn't really know what was going on, but shortly after I got there, the van just drove away. I remember my sister telling me that the guy in the van tried giving her a ride. She said that he asked her if she needed a ride, and even after she said no, he was telling her to hop in. We were both kind of creeped out about it. I didn't know if the guy had bad intentions, or if he actually thought she needed a ride, but I knew that we obviously were not supposed to get rides from strangers. We kept going down the street, and I was going to more houses. About 20 minutes later though, as I walked along the sidewalk with my sister, we saw the van again. It was driving down the road from the opposite way and going really slow. When it approached us, the driver's window rolled down. I saw this man with a beard and kind of long hair. He had an overall sloppy appearance, and as his van slowed down significantly, he said hi to me and my sister. He asked us if we needed a ride again. My sister was quick to say no, and we kept walking. The guy said in a creepy way, "You sure?" Then he drove off. My sister then said that we should probably head back now. By then, it was getting a little bit later anyways, and there were significantly less kids and parents out. Even though I wanted more candy, I agreed. I was a little bit worried that the man would come back again. So I went to just like 10 more houses, and then we decided to go back. I was satisfied with the amount of candy that I had gotten. As I walked with my sister, we got towards the end of the street that we were on, and then turned. We walked past this little park that connected to our neighborhood. There were more houses on the other side of the park. As we walked past, I could just barely see the same van driving through that neighborhood. We walked faster and hoped to make it back. Soon we reached our street, but the street was very long and it would still take us a few minutes to reach our house. As we were walking down, I heard a car approaching us from behind. I looked back and saw that it was the same van. When it was still a good distance away, my sister and I both picked up that it was the van and recognized it. My sister told me to go up the driveway to the house that we were right in front of. Even though I had already trick-or-treated there, I did. This time, my sister went with me. When we got all the way up to the door, we watched, and the van slowly drove by. It appeared to almost come to a stop when it was directly in front of the house that we were at, but eventually it did drive away. Then my sister and I returned to the sidewalk. We started walking as fast as we could to get back home. Now, this was before cell phones were really that popular, and my sister didn't have one yet despite being 16, so we couldn't call my parents or anything. As we walked down the street, we soon saw up ahead that the same van was now parked on the side of the road. We would have to walk past it. We decided to just go for it, and we went even faster. We were basically jogging now. When we went past the van, at first it didn't do anything, but then I could hear it starting to drive. Our house was within sight at this point. My sister and I both started sprinting, and we got through the front yard. We went right up to the front door and then got inside. The first thing that we did after entering was lock the door behind us, and then my sister found our parents. She told them how a creepy guy was following us and stuff. We went to the window, and we saw that the van was parked right out front, but nobody appeared to be inside of it. I remember that my dad actually went outside and approached the van. He knocked on the window and looked inside, but soon returned, saying that nobody was in the van. We knew that it was not a neighbor or anything. Then, like 30 seconds after my dad got inside, somebody tried opening the back door to our house. We all knew that it was the guy. My dad walked over to the back of the house and yelled from the other side that he was calling the cops. The man actually ran around our house, and then we saw him sprint back to his van and get inside. He quickly drove away after that. My parents called the police, and they arrived a while later. We told the police everything that we could, and they said that they would try to locate the man. Then they left. I'm guessing that the guy left town after that. I'm not sure if he was ever found, but I know that I never saw him again after that. and I'm really glad that my sister and I got away from him.
Stories, internet.
Pretty sure I was almost lured into a sinister Halloween trap. I have called and reported it to the police, and I'm home safely, but guess I'm still in shock. I finished work early today, and so I decided to go out for a run. I set out around 4:30 and decided my usual routes, which cross many roads, will not be very practical. And so I took an alternate route along a canal towpath and some pathways through woods that I knew would be less busy. Everything was going well. I was pushing myself steady until I got to a pathway on the back around 6 kilometers into the route. It is a long straight path with a canal on the left side, and on the right there is wasteland where some factories used to be, but have mostly been demolished. It has been left abandoned for as long as I can remember and is overgrown with trees and weeds. But there are odd bits of an old factory that for some reason weren't fully demolished. As I got level with one part of the factory, which still had some old metal fire escape steps attached to it, I noticed a rough-looking guy sat on the wall with his legs hanging down. He jumped to his feet as he saw me coming and shouted something, but I couldn't make it out. As I came level to where he was, I heard him say, "Wait there, can you help me find my phone?" He said this while he was running down the steps, and so I stopped as I got level with where the bottom of the steps were, meaning we were just standing a few feet apart, but with the fence in between us. It was a really old iron fence with vertical metal bars that have spikes at the top like you sometimes see around churches and stuff. He asked me if I could help him find his phone again, saying he had dropped it somewhere nearby, and asked if I could ring his number so we could listen for it. I felt I couldn't exactly refuse as my phone was strapped to my arm, so I said he could tell me the number, and I took my phone off my arm and unlocked it. He blurted out a phone number but said it far too fast and didn't begin with 07, which made me start to feel like something wasn't right. Although I was beginning to suspect at this point, I wasn't really worried. I am in pretty good shape. I had a big size and weight advantage over him, plus there was a fence between us. He didn't seem in very good physical shape and seemed like he might be homeless. I figured if he tried to mug me for my phone, his only chance would be if he pulled a knife, so I made sure to stay a good distance away from the fence and kept my eye on where his hands were. So I told him I didn't catch any of the numbers because he said it too quickly, and he came out with another number this time. It did have a 07 at the beginning. I entered 7 numbers, then he started to look around, saying, "I can't hear it. Come and help me look," as he looked around at the ground. I was about to say that I hadn't even finished dialing when a much larger guy appeared from behind a section of the wall to my right. He was also really scruffy looking, and from the look of his eyes, it seemed like he was on drugs. He came out saying he could hear the phone ringing over towards him and beckoned me to come through a gap in the fence and help look. The first guy said, "It's ringing, yeah?" And I told him it was, even though I still hadn't dialed the last digits, and now I was sure they were trying to lure me to come over to that side of the fence. After 2 or 3 times of them both beckoning me to come help, always insisting they could hear the ring, I heard the second guy say, "He's not going to fall for it." He said it in a hushed way as if he thought I couldn't hear, but with it being out in the middle of nowhere, I could clearly understand what he said. Then the first guy started acting quite aggressive and punched a tree, telling me that he needed the phone badly. While he was punching the tree and ranting, the other guy had taken a few steps away to the right, meaning I couldn't keep my eyes on both at the same time. It was after 5 p.m. at this point and had gotten dark all of a sudden, which made the whole thing even more unsettling. I noticed there was a gap in the fence where some of the bars had been removed, right where the second guy was heading, and I decided at that point to get the hell out of there and make a run for it. Neither of them said anything as I ran away, which makes me sure that they had malicious intentions. If they genuinely lost their phone and needed help, I would expect them to shout, "Where are you going?" or something to try and get me to come back, but they didn't even try. After sprinting for about 20 seconds, I turned to see if they were chasing me. They both stood on the path around where the gap in the fence had been, but were not chasing me. They were just standing there watching me run away. I continued running away, but kept looking back every few seconds, until I was out of sight. It was at this point I got off the canal path and onto the roads. The person I spoke to on the phone to report it took my details and the descriptions, but seemed to think it wasn't anything worth worrying about, and said it will be investigated. The whole incident has left me a bit unnerved, and I am pretty sure I won't be jogging that route alone anytime soon. Ever since I started living at this house, weird things have been happening. It regularly sounds like someone is walking on the outside of the house at night, and it's starting to freak me and my roommates out. For some context, this is a college house. 4 girls in our 20s, just looking for a fun place to live. There have been a few different encounters that have led us to this conclusion, and it only continues to fall in place. Let's go back to this summer, when the first break-in was. An evening in September, in the middle of the week. The garage door. The garage has never been used by us, other than for storage. Opened, and one of us was at home with the music blasting. She heard it and didn't think anything of it, but about 5 minutes later, went upstairs to check, and found our garage door open and back door unlocked. Again, we never use our garage. She looked around and found nothing missing, and figured it was an accident. About a month later, we were having a party. It was around Halloween, and we decided to have a costume party. Around 12 to 1 a.m., someone was in our backyard and turned to see a man walking up the side of our house. When the man saw him, he ran away and up the hill. We also around this time had one of our car windows broken. Nothing was stolen, just the window was broken. Last night while driving around, we noticed a car we had seen drive by a few times and followed it up the hill. The man in this car, a middle-aged white man, very receding hairline and arms covered in tattoos, comes to a complete stop in the middle of the street and turns around to look at us, then pulls to the side of the road. He waited there for a few minutes, and we waited one street over. We saw him turn left and followed him into the neighborhood in front of ours. We lost sight of him and drove around the neighborhood a bit more. When driving in front of our house, we were wondering if anyone behind could see into our rooms, and went to look in the street behind. The house that had direct view into my room happened to have the same car that was driving around our house, sitting right in front of it. This car is very distinct. It's an old white sedan, with a black shoe mark on the rear bumper. We immediately went back to our house and looked out the window of the house and realized we had seen someone there before. On multiple separate occasions, there was a middle-aged man standing in the window looking at our house, or sitting on the back porch in a lawn chair facing our house. Last night, when we went to bed, my roommate had her window open and heard footsteps, our fence gate open, and car doors. The footsteps sounded like they were directly outside her window, and I also heard them. Normally I wouldn't jump to conclusions, but I feel like these encounters just connect too well to be coincidental. If anyone has any ideas or input, please let me know. We are genuinely getting scared. I will update if anything happens. Update. Yesterday morning, my roommate and I woke up to find that it had snowed, and there were shoe prints outside. These clearly showed the path the person is taking, and it is exactly what we have been thinking. The footprints appear to start in the neighbor's yard at the far fence, and then come down to the gate right next to our rooms. He walked directly under my roommate's window and turned around. His back was to the house, which is why we think he is either listening or watching in our windows. The window he was sitting under also just happens to look right up into my roommate's bed, if not closed right. After that, the footprints go towards my room, and then he turns back to the neighbor's path on the side of their house. This just confirms what we've already been thinking, and it just happens to be the side we don't have a camera on. With this, our gate and footsteps situation from last month makes perfect sense. The shoe prints are huge, which fits perfectly with a tall man like the one we've seen before, and you can tell the shoe is a Nike. If I can figure out how to attach a photo on here, I will, but until then, I can only explain just how terrified we are. No matter what his intentions are, this is a huge man and he could take us all down. We've been in this house almost 2 months now. I love it. 5 acres and a lovely home. Great place to raise my kids. Then I met the neighbor across the road. Turns out his daughter lives to our left, nephew to our right, sister 2 houses one way, brother 3 houses the other way. Not uncommon, but still interesting to learn. I think the guy's 82, but he looks and acts like he's 60. He's also the most sexist person I've ever met. He told us that our yard is to be mowed every 5 days. This is farmlands, and there is no HOA, and my yard is a hayfield that we are baling. He said that I am not to address him directly, but to have my husband call or go through his wife if we need anything. He said I should grow my hair out, asked to look more motherly. I just smiled and nodded, attributing his attitude to age. Days later, a knock on the door. The gentleman introduces himself as neighbor diagonally across the street, hands me a Bible and says, "Everyone on the street attends a certain church." His smile is all teeth. Everything about him screams sleazeball. He then turns, still grinning, walking down my porch, and said, "See you there Sunday," before I can even answer. Saturday, my husband is outside when a car pulls up. First neighbor's wife walks right into my house like she owns the place, gasps at the Halloween decorations, and asks to speak to the woman of the house, privately outside. Yeah, outside sounds like a great idea. I snapped, more than a little agitated. Again, I consider age. Among the topics were, you need to mow the yard. You need to take down those skeletons. They are vulgar. I'll be babysitting your infant son twice a week for 5 hours, since he is the first. Shit you not, her exact words. Fresh blood in the area in a long time. At this point, my mama bear becomes way stronger than my southern manners, so I stand up and tell her to leave. She seems unfazed, telling me I need to be more ladylike, so I tell her, leave, or I call the cops. She huffs and leaves. She or her husband have parked in the road and stared down my house twice now. The church fellow has left us handwritten letters in our mail every week since the first Sunday. We missed you at church this Sunday. You need to be there this week. I already went to the bumfucked backwoods useless cops for whatever good it did me. I feel like I moved into the wrong turn movies. This incident happened to me last year on Halloween. My little brother and I were home alone since our parents had gone out to a Halloween party. They had tasked us with handing out candy to the trick-or-treaters. This bummed my brother and I out because we had made plans to go trick-or-treating with a few friends. Our parents told us that we were too old to still be trick-or-treating and that we could instead invite our friends over to the house and hang out there. My friends declined my invitation to come over because they still wanted to go trick-or-treating. So that left me home alone with my brother handing out candy. A lot of people stopped by our house, and by 10 o'clock, almost all the candy was gone. My brother and I decided that we'd eat the rest. We were sitting on the couch, watching a scary movie, stuffing ourselves with candy, and there was a knock at the door. I stormed off the couch, wondering who the hell could be knocking at our door this late. I assumed that it was just some late-night trick-or-treaters. Even if that was the case, I had turned the porch light and Halloween decorations off, which should have been a dead giveaway that we were out of candy or that we weren't home. So I assumed it was my parents. Being cautious, I looked through the people and saw a suspicious man standing on our front porch. He was wearing a black hoodie with the hood over his head, which made it difficult to see his face. The only detail of his face I could spot was that he had a beard and dry, crusty lips. So there was no way that this guy was a trick-or-treater, because he wasn't wearing a costume and was far too old to be trick-or-treating alone. His hands were stuffed in the front pocket of his hoodie, and he always looked very thin. Every single red flag went off in my head about this guy. There was no way in hell I was going to open the door. Still looking through the people, I watched as he knocked on the door again. He seemed desperate for us to open the door, and was shaking a bit. It wasn't cold outside. Definitely not cold enough for someone to be trembling like that. He was giving me a bad vibe, and I wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. "We are out of candy," I shouted to him. I watched as a smile spread across his face. It wasn't a friendly smile. "Are you alone in there?" the man asked, almost in a mocking voice. His voice was raspy and dry. "Should I call the police?" my little brother asked me quietly, gripping his cell phone. The man let out a low grumble and said, "Sounds like you are not alone in there." I continued to watch him through the peephole. His hands were still wedged tightly in his pocket, and he was shaking a bit. I began to wonder if he was armed. I decided to take action and spoke to him in the most intimidating voice I could. "Get the fuck away from my house or I'll call the police," I shouted. His smile faded and he bared his teeth. His teeth were piss yellow, and I concluded that he was probably some homeless crackhead. He had a look of fury plastered on his face. Fortunately, he left without trying to break in, probably because he knew I wasn't fucking around. I didn't stop watching him through the people until I saw him completely off of our property. My brother and I breathed a sigh of relief and decided to not call the police. We were a bit paranoid after this, and we watched TV until our parents came home. We didn't tell them about the man, since he hadn't really tried to harm us. Now when I think back to this, I wish we would have called the police, because maybe we would have been able to prevent a murder. You see, the next day we found out that the elderly woman who lived a few houses down from us had been brutally murdered. Her neighbor had found her lying on her front porch, covered in blood. She had been stabbed multiple times in the chest and neck. My brother and I knew immediately who had done it, and we told the police what we knew. They couldn't do much from the information we had given them, since we hadn't seen many details of his face. They went on the hunt for the man, but never caught him. I blame myself for that poor old lady's murder, because I could have prevented it from happening just by calling the police. I think the most disturbing thing of all is the fact that he didn't take anything from the old lady's house. Her house had been left untouched, but he could have gone in and taken what he wanted, since her door was wide open. This means that he just wanted to kill. That was his only intention. He didn't want money or jewelry, he only had the urge to murder. My husband Jim and I own an antique business in a big old bizarre barn of a building. 5 floors, multiple other tenants including a restaurant. Last Halloween we locked up the business at 5 p.m. and we went to an early dinner across town. Then we got a call from Sonatrol, our security monitoring company, at 6:30. A motion detect on the lower level. We left in a tearing hurry, but figured it's a bird or a rat. We don't have rats, but you know, something. Maybe a cat. It's way too early for a break-in after all. I went inside the main level upstairs and disarmed the alarm. I started fumbling noisily with the keys and the big iron gate, one of many that separate the floors at night. Jim checked the perimeter outside for signs of a break-in. Nothing. Doors and windows intact. Definitely, absolutely a bird, or a rat, or a cat. Dusk was long gone. The shadows had settled in and taken over. Just wardrobes loomed in the dark. Wardrobes and nothing more, right? I headed down below to the location of the alarm, trusting that Jim would follow. I am accustomed to the building after dark, so I just turned on my phone light, not the overheads, and I walked around boldly like I owned the place. I looked in the corner with the motion detector. Nothing. Just its red eye blinking mindlessly at me. No rats, no cats, no birds. I turned and went the other way while Jim poked around a few aisles over. And there it was. Some sort of break-in kit in the middle of the floor. Bolt cutters, a fire extinguisher, just sitting there, waiting. I have never gotten a bigger case of sheer terror so fast. After all, there was no broken window or door. So he was still there, in the dark, with me. I hissed, Jim, please, come here. And he didn't hear me. I literally couldn't scream. Just like in those stupid dreams, my voice stuck. Just me, the break-in tools, and a hostile presence lurking in the dusty shadows, watching, while I whispered for someone to save me. Finally, 1,000 years, or maybe 10 seconds later, Jim wondered what was going on, and he came to see. He saw what I was frozen pointing at, and was like, oh fuck. We bolted out of the front door to call 911, and we abandoned the building to the burglar. An eternal 5 minutes later, the police showed up and were initially pretty unimpressed with our find of the crowbar and fire extinguisher, until we pulled up the security footage that revealed the actual horror. The face of my new sleep paralysis demon, I share with you. So this guy, as is obvious, he is built like a lean, mean brick shithouse. He'd crouched on a landing behind a bookcase when we closed, and watched me and my staff lock up, bided his time. Then, calm as could be, he walked out and went to the men's restroom in the hallway downstairs. That area isn't set for motion detect for a variety of reasons. He spent a while in there moving around with the door open. He constructed the mask using one of ours, and a fake flower wreath to hold it on. Purple plastic clematis. He looked right into the camera barefaced, and then put the mask on. stared at it in his mask for a time, and finally put his gloves on. He stacked a few solid body vintage suitcases in front of a tall iron gate and hopped right over like he was nothing. He ran down the hall, triggering the 6:30 silent alarm, and looped the floor. He ran back into the hall and moved a ladder to hop back to the other side of the gate, and bizarrely, just repeated the whole thing a few times. Then he went to the basement, wormed over a 15-inch gap, over yet another iron gate. Then he got the tools out and peeled apart one of our steel lockboxes with a crowbar and stole a handful of our keys to access showcases. At this point, he heard me fumbling with the gate and keys upstairs. He ditched the stolen keys and tools and hid, watching me while he waited in the dark. We exited to call 911 and he ran back to the basement. In the basement, there is access to a dirt tunnel that circles the perimeter of the building. He broke the door open and entered. Spiders the size of dinner plates live in there. He had no light. It's muddy and dank. It's, in a word, petrifying. There is a tiny exit hatch. If you walk the whole thing and take the multiple turns, that dumps you into the busy kitchen of a restaurant, whereupon one would need to stroll past the line cooks, out into the restaurant proper, with cameras, and then one could leave through the front door, plastered with mud, which does leave tracks, speaking from experience. When we found it, there was a clear entrance into the tunnel, but no exit tracks. No muddy footprints. Nobody walking out on the restaurant cameras, and the cooks noticed nothing. It was a busy night, though. Reviewing the footage, timing it all, tracing its path from camera to camera, and searching the building carefully took hours. By the end, all of us, including the police, were starting to lose our collective cool and freak out. There was no chill. Even the guys with guns were rattled. After all, where the fuck did he go? Jim and the two other officers had no choice but to walk the dirt tunnel. The cops took one look and were like, absolutely not. Jim insisted, and so they made him walk point. They made it about half the tunnel before the cops were like, no, you are leaving with us, and we're going to review more footage from the restaurant, where there are no spiders, and screw this. Jim got the okay from them to board up both ends of the tunnel, which he did. And thus, the story ends. The pictures got widely spread, but we got no useful leads, despite the decent face shot. Did he indeed crawl out a hatch in the busy kitchen and stroll out past the cooks, leaving no trace of mud? I guess. We got no suspicious smells coming out of the tunnel in later weeks and months. Nobody has walked the far side since. We only onboarded the tunnel last week for the split water main shenanigans. I have vowed I will use his skull in this year's Halloween display if he's dead down there.
By the way, bunch of posts.
This happened back when I was 17, my last Halloween at home before going away to college. It was Halloween in our peaceful town where nothing bad ever happens. Our house is in the wealthier side of town, and while our house would be described as gorgeous by anyone not from the area, the real head turner is our next door neighbor's house. It sits on that line of being called just a huge house or a mansion. They always go crazy with their decorations for any holiday, specifically Halloween and Christmas. This one year was no exception. By October 1st, they already had all their crazy decorations out. Some houses go the cute and innocently spooky route, like with smiling ghosts and blow-up decorations. But our neighbors go the actual scary route, with the fake graves, fake bloody body bags, actually scary-looking fake corpses, etc. It actually draws a lot of attention. People know to drive by and take videos, so it's never uncommon to see cars just sitting in front of their house in the middle of the street from time to time. I'll rename my neighbors' names to Mike and Donna just to not blow up their spots even more. Fast forward to Halloween Day. It was luckily a Friday this year, so that meant parties and all that could be held on actual Halloween. My dog Bear sleeps downstairs in the corner of our dining room, and he woke me up really early morning, like 4 a.m. when it was still pitch black outside. He was barking at something outside. I yelled across the house to shut up, Bear, and my mom came out into the hall and did the same. bear stopped barking after this, but I had no idea what he was barking at. I fell back asleep quickly after that, then woke up to my alarm like 2 hours later. So I started getting ready for school as my dad was leaving for work, and as he stepped out onto the front deck, he came back in and got mad at me and said, "Damn it, Zach, clean up the dog shit." He thought I let our dog crap in the front of the house for some reason. I told him I definitely didn't though. He was in a hurry, so he left without more arguing. Next up, it was my turn to leave for school, and as I left the house, I got a whiff of something kind of unpleasant. I now knew what my dad was talking about. I didn't see any dog crap anywhere though. Later when I got home around 2, I still smelled that smell. I had no idea what it was, but it was really starting to stink. My parents were both at work, and my parents wanted me to hand out candy when trick-or-treaters started coming. It wasn't until around 4 to 5 that they started coming. When I opened the door to the first few trick-or-treaters, I'd get a whiff of that increasingly horrible stink, and the kids and their parents clearly smelt it too because they were all commenting on it. One parent told me it was even worse next door. I started to know whenever to expect the doorbell to ring because I'd hear groups of people pointing out how horrible it smelt. At one point, I saw Mike and Donna in front of their house, looking around. So I went outside and went over to ask them if they smelt that too. But that was hardly a question because it got worse on their property. It clearly was coming from the front of their property, but there wasn't any dog crap or anything. The smell was coming from one of the body bag decorations, only it apparently wasn't a decoration. The couple had a number of fake body bags leaned on things like the mailbox and their front tree, but there was one just laying flat on the ground, and Mike said to Donna that he didn't put that one there when she asked. The smell was unbearable from this bag. Mike ran to grab a knife and cut the bag open, and what we saw made me sick. He of course cut the top of the bag open, revealing the rotting face of an actual human corpse inside the bag. We all put our hands over our mouths in disgust, wanting to throw up. And of course, there was an audience of kids and parents to see what was going on. It became a huge scene. Mike called the cops, and their whole front yard literally became a crime scene with people gathering from all over to watch, even though the cops kept telling everyone to clear out. The body was taken away. I told the police that my dog Bear was barking last night at like 4 a.m., and he may have been barking at whoever dumped the body there. Mike told my dad a week later that the body turned out to be a local 30-something-year-old guy who had taken his own life. As for who dropped the body there or why, that's unclear. Mike and Donna are very likable people, so we all think it was somebody who just looked at them as some rich, snobby household that overdoes it with the decorations for attention. Obviously, there are some sick people out there. I'm a single 24-year-old female living alone in my grandma's house. The house was basically left to me after she passed away because my mom didn't want to sell it and she also doesn't want to move out of her house. So I get to stay in my grandma's house alone. This was last year Halloween, my first one living in the house alone. I considered just leaving a bowl of candies on the stoop, but I figured that was not the best way to associate a friendly face to the house that I was new to living in. The day went pretty normally. Halloween was on a Sunday, so the trick-or-treaters started coming early on in the day, and it continued all day. Some people asked if my grandma was home, sadly unaware that she had passed away. I explained to those people that I'm her granddaughter, and that I live here now. My grandma was a very loved lady, so it was no shock to me how many people asked about her that day. Mostly everyone who knocked on the door was very friendly and normal. Later on that night, past 9 o'clock, when the trick-or-treaters had dwindled down almost completely, I heard a voice outside the front door say trick-or-treat. No knocking or ringing the doorbell. I was in the kitchen, so I definitely would have heard any knocking, but it did seem possible that he thought he pressed the doorbell but didn't. When I went out to greet him, I saw it was this average height guy in a purple suit and creepy plastic mask. I don't really know what the costume was supposed to be, but it was interesting, I guess. When I opened the door, he said trick or treat again, but the strange thing was I could tell the guy was a bit older, like a full-grown adult. He was changing his voice to be a little higher pitched, like he was trying to sound younger. It was strange. I assumed he may have had some issues, so whatever. I asked him what his costume was supposed to be, but he didn't answer. We just made eye contact through his mask. I took 2 pieces of candy and dropped it in his pillow sack he was holding, which looked completely empty. That was the part that weirded me out the most. He looked into the sack, then back at me. I said have a good night and closed the door. That was weird. He was the last trick-or-treater of the night. I wondered if he was accompanied by anybody watching over him, because I assumed he was special needs or something. It was clearly a 30-something-year-old man behind that mask. The rest of the candies I just left on the dining room table. Halloween was over. Or so I thought. The next night, around the same time as the previous night, I heard a loud trick-or-treat at the front door. That same creepy fake high-pitched voice. I had to have imagined it, I thought. But when I went to check through the peephole in the door, it was him again, in the same costume, and by the looks of it, he had an equally empty pillow sack as the night before. I didn't open the door, no shot in hell. A few minutes later, I heard him shout trick-or-treat again. I ignored it. In fact, I shut off the living room lights to basically say, "Hey, get off my stoop, I'm not answering the door." I went upstairs to my room and shut the door and started watching TV in there instead. Out of sight, out of mind. Until I heard a pop at my window. Something was thrown at it, like a rock. I muted the volume on the TV, and a few seconds later, I heard the familiar trick-or-treat. I suddenly was in panic mode. Why was he doing this? I went to the window, lifted it up, and looked down. That man in the purple suit and mask was looking up at me. I threatened him with calling the police. In response, he very slowly lifted his empty-looking pillow sack up and held it open. It seemed he was some asshole trying to scare me, but Halloween was over, and I wasn't amused. I called 911, and police showed up in under 10 minutes. The guy was still outside. He refused to talk to them, so they put him in handcuffs and took his mask off. And as I figured, it was some creepy-looking 30-something-year-old guy. They told me they were bringing him down to the station, but apparently they let him out within 48 hours, because 2 nights later, he came back to my house, this time at the backyard door. He never knocked or rang the bell. He'd just stand outside with his empty sack and costume, creepily yelling trick-or-treat. I called the police again and told them he's back, and once again the police came and arrested him. I swear to God, a week later the man had returned once again, throwing a rock at my window. This time when I called 911, he seemed to actually disappear before the police had gotten there. But regardless, it seemed the police didn't really care to do anything. Either that or they couldn't. Luckily, I think the man lost interest because he hasn't returned since then. At least as far as I know, unless he's been hiding in my bushes watching me, which is disturbing to imagine. Halloween is coming up, and I'm kind of nervous he's gonna come back. I was 10 years old in 5th grade. I was planning on going trick-or-treating with my friend Jordan. We already knew the route we were going to take. It was the first year that we were being allowed to trick-or-treat alone. My mom gave us big bags for candy. It was a weekend night, so we could luckily stay out later. We did some day trick-or-treating, and after about 2 hours, we went back to my house and took a break. My parents ordered Chinese food for dinner. Jordan stayed for dinner. Then around like 7 or 8, we went back out for some night trick-or-treating. My parents wanted us to stay close. We obviously said yes to that, but we kind of strayed off a different, further away route that we knew less kids would go down. Everything was going as normal. Less houses would open their doors after dark, we noticed though. But there were still some kids out trick-or-treating since it was the weekend. One house we got to, we rang the bell, and within like 10 seconds, as if he were waiting by the door, a man opened up. Looking back, he was a bald man, looked like he was 45, and had a small gap between his 2 front teeth that we noticed when he smiled as he opened the door. He was overly friendly from the start, complimenting our costumes, trying to ask us where we're from, and just being overly conversational. We just wanted candy. He eventually said he has the candy inside if we want to come in for a second, followed with he wanted to show us this cool Halloween decoration he had inside. He described it as some talking skeleton trapped in a cage begging to be let out. Jordan and I weren't comfortable going inside this man's house though, obviously. When we said that in not so many words, he said he understood, and asked if we wanted to come in real quick just to pick out the candies that we wanted. We said it's fine, he could just give us whatever. He tried to insist one more time, and we said no. And he said no worries, then went inside to grab us some random candies. They were these chewy candies wrapped in see-through wrappers. We thanked him and left. As we walked away from his front door, we noticed he didn't close the door. He just watched us as we left. We walked away from his house down the sidewalk, and after another glance back, we now noticed he was walking in front of his house slowly with his hands on his hips. We considered running away, but there were other people down the block, so nothing would happen most likely. We just skipped the next house and went to the house 2 doors down. A woman answered, and we told her about the creepy man 2 doors down. She said she didn't know him at all, but that we should tell our parents when we get home. We ran into these 2 kids going in the direction of the creepy man's house, and we stopped them and warned them not to go there, and their reaction said it all. They already went to his house too, and had the same exact thing happen to them. They looked to be our age as well. We asked what candy he gave them, and it turned out to be the same candies. They already threw theirs away, so we dug into our bags, found them, and threw them away as well. If anybody would be sus enough to lace candies, it would be a guy like that. We wondered what exactly that man was trying to do if we were to have actually entered his house. Like, was he actually just innocently trying to show us something, or did he have other intentions? Our question was answered the next day, because that man ended up on the news for attempting to lure kids into his house, claiming he had a new puppy. It seemed his story changed for different kids, possibly based on their ages. Thank God it sounded like everyone was smart enough to not enter the man's house.
Got a bunch of creep.
Hey everyone. Before the video begins, I just wanted to make you aware of a GoFundMe linked down below for their lives back to normal. Only to a few weeks after being said, don't feel obligated to donate on a certain time in their lives. On Halloween night back in 1978, I was just 10 years old and I was getting ready to go trick-or-treating with my buddies from 5th grade. I remember being really excited because the year before, my friends and I had gotten to run up and down the streets in total freedom, knocking on houses wherever we could. Now, it sounds crazy to think that we were allowed to go out at night at that age, almost totally unsupervised, but since we were going from door to door and being constantly greeted by adults giving us candy, I guess folks figured that it was just safe as could be. And it really was. We had the night to ourselves, running around like crazy and seeing all our elementary school friends in their costumes. Then, at one point, there was this big old candy swap going on, where kids would swap their pixie sticks for dum-dums and their Tootsie Rolls for peanut butter cups, like some big old candy stock exchange. It was magical, one of those childhood memories you carry with you for the rest of your life, and most importantly, nothing very untoward happened. And so, as you can imagine, I was incredibly excited to do the whole thing again next year, and then incredibly disappointed when I found out it wasn't happening. The first year, so back in 77, I remember my parents saying something like, "Just make sure you're back before dark and don't go too far." But then the next year, in 78, my mom seemed way over-involved right from the get-go. She wanted to know who I'm going out with, where they live, what their parents' names were, and if I know their phone numbers and all of that. She asked me a million questions to the point where it got very annoying, and then when I told her that I was heading out to meet my friends, she broke some very bad news. I wouldn't be leaving on my own, and I wouldn't be trick-or-treating with my 5th grade buddies. I'd be waiting for our neighbor, Mrs. Anderson, to stop by with a bunch of random neighborhood kids, and she was going to walk us up and down the block for like half an hour before dropping us off back home. And believe me when I say, I was devastated. I kept asking why, what had changed, and why I couldn't go out with my friends. But all my mom would tell me was that if I didn't want to go with Mrs. Anderson, then I wasn't going trick-or-treating at all. I don't know if every kid's mom waited until the last goddamn moment to ruin their Halloween, but mine did, and I was on the verge of full-blown tears before I finally gave in. I was either going to suck it up or miss out on the big bag of candy and time with my friends, so obviously I chose the candy. I remember finishing off my cowboy costume in a real stinker of a mood, then when Mrs. Anderson showed up to collect me, off I went. It was me, Mrs. Anderson, and 3 other random kids from the neighborhood, one of which was Mrs. Anderson's kid, Billy. And at first I was still in a very terrible mood because I wasn't with my friends. We were under strict supervision, and Mrs. Anderson said that we could only walk in a short loop up and down the street. All the other kids were in chaperone groups like that too, so it wasn't like it was just us, and although it wasn't as lame as I thought it was going to be, it still sucked compared to the chaos of the previous year. So, we're maybe 20 minutes into the adult-mandated trick-or-treating, and the adults have this thing organized so badly that there's congestion toward the end of the route. We're literally queuing at this one house in front of not one, but two other groups of trick-or-treaters, and as Mrs. Anderson and the lady in front start talking to each other, her son sort of sidles up to me, points off into the distance, and says, "That kid's giving me the creeps." I look to see what he's pointing at, and off in the distance, there's a kid standing near the edge of the park where the old jungle gym was. He was close enough for us to see that he was wearing a mask, but he's not with any kind of group. And so we say, "Hey, what gives? That kid gets to walk around on his own, why not us?" Looking back on it, it was kind of cold of us to just drop him like that, but we were kids. We didn't know any better. We saw perceived injustice, and we called it out. Even chimps and monkeys go crazy when they think something is unfair. Anyway, we start yelling about this kid out there alone, and Mrs. Anderson sees him too, so she starts saying something like, "Hey, come back here right this instant, young man. You have to stay with your group." The kid just kind of stands there for a minute, not responding, and then Mrs. Anderson yells at him again, and he starts walking over to the groups of kids. Mrs. Anderson then says, "Which group are you with?" And then starts asking all around to the adults something like, "Was this kid with you?" But none of the adults seemed to recognize his mask, so each just sort of shook their heads when confused in the chaos. I remember looking at the kid and thinking how I was 99% sure that I hadn't seen him around that night. I'd been checking out everyone else's costumes and whatnot, and I didn't remember this kid's green goblin mask anywhere. Also, it wasn't a green goblin mask like the villain from Spider-Man. It was just sort of a goblin that happened to be green. Maybe that inspired Spider-Man, I don't know. Now anyways, I'm looking at the kid's mask thinking, I don't remember seeing him around. But at the same time, something about him was just oddly familiar to me. I don't know if it was his shoes or his clothes or the way he carried himself, but I'm pretty sure that I knew that kid from school. It turns out that I was 100% right on that one, but we'll get back to that later. So Mrs. Anderson is calling around towards all the other grown-ups asking if they're missing a kid, but I'm still watching the kid and trying to figure out why he seems so familiar. So Anderson isn't watching him, but I am. And that meant that I was still watching him when he slips away from Mrs. Anderson, walks right up to a kid in the group behind us that had just joined the line, and then pulls out a knife out of that candy bag that he had with him and just starts stabbing. Things were calm one minute and chaos the next, and all I remember is running back to my house because I was only a block away. My dad came to the door, and as I ran inside, he ran outside because he could hear 50 kids all screaming and running with adults trying to corral them. I mean, it must look like a freaking disaster movie or something, because some kids got blood on them, some of the adults had blood on them too. Just wild stuff for him to run out into with no context whatsoever. And I spent the rest of the night in my bedroom, scared out of my mind with my mom, making sure that I wasn't freaking out too hard. And the rest of this I got from my dad, so it's kind of secondhand info. I obviously saw the first stabbing happen up close, and in my head, I was thinking way more kids got hurt, maybe got killed too. But by some sheer miracle, no one died, and only one kid and one grown-up had to be taken to the hospital. And the grown-up only got hurt because they cut their hand on the knife while grabbing it off of the kid in the goblin mask who was doing the stabbing. It seems like we kind of dodged a bullet, right? That it could have been way worse. Well, it was way worse. And even now, no one really knows any of what that kid says is true or not. It's became an enduring urban legend in the town that I grew up in, though. And so the way it happened was that the kid started stabbing, and then some grown-up with brass balls ran up and immediately subdued the kid before he could hurt anyone else. The kid who got hurt received only defensive wounds, as in cuts to their hand, wrists from trying to defend themselves, you know. But then, the cuts were only minor, and it was like the kid was only trying to scare her, not really hurt her, but it just got out of control. That kind of fell in line with the kid's story, but like with that other thing about recognizing him, I'll get to that later. And so, this courageous grown-up pins the kid down, grabs the knife off of him, cutting themselves in the process, and like some Christopher Nolan version of Scooby-Doo, they pull the mask off the kid to reveal who the mysterious villain truly is, only to discover that it was a kid named Leroy. Leroy wasn't this kid's real name, obviously, but I don't think it's my place to be spreading him or his family name around the internet over something he did when he was 12 or however old he was. But he sure as hell looked like a Leroy, so I guess that's what I'll call him. Anyway, this Leroy kid came from a very bad family. Mom was on drugs, didn't take care of him properly, and Dad was never around. It's a real sad story and not Leroy's fault at all, but he ended up with a reputation as being like the school stinky kid. But then, almost totally unbeknownst to us kids, Leroy's appearance at the trick-or-treating event surprised everyone, and not just because he pulled out a knife, but because by that point, Leroy had been an official missing person for almost 2 months. So at the start of the school year, Leroy didn't show up to school. The school's principal then reached out to the county sheriff, who drove out to Leroy's family trailer to talk to his mom or her boyfriend. And both were high out of their minds, thought Leroy was at school, and raised all hell when the sheriff and his boys took them away in cuffs for child neglect. They had no idea Leroy was missing, but word has it that his mom bawled her eyes out down at the department, and I guess whenever she sobered up, it hit her what a terrible mom she was, and at first, everyone blamed her and her no-good boyfriend for Leroy's disappearance. By the end of September, the sheriff had to scale back the search for him. The weather was getting colder, the nights were getting darker, and it was looking more and more like it was a search for Leroy's body rather than a search to find him alive. And that was doubly so by the time Halloween rolled around, because how the hell was a 12-year-old kid going to survive being homeless for the better part of 2 months? Everyone was real shocked to hear how Leroy had just showed up out of nowhere. But what shocked them even more was the story he told the cops when they finally got around to interviewing him. Because when they asked him why he'd showed up with a knife and tried to stab somebody, he told them, "The devil made me do it." And I'm guessing the cops figured that it was just an excuse at first. You know, kind of like that I Don't Like Mondays killer girl, that it was blatantly just an attempt to disguise her total psychopathy. But when they asked more questions on who this devil was and how he met him, it became increasingly obvious that Leroy had been kidnapped and held by not one, but several different people. According to Leroy, he was playing outside one day when a man approached him claiming to be a friend of his father's. The guy asked if he wanted to meet him, and of course Leroy says yes, but he also said how he wasn't comfortable just wandering off with a stranger. The guy says, "No problem, let me go get your dad," and then returns a half hour later, driving a van and telling Leroy that his dad is in the back. And little Leroy then approaches the back of the van, looks inside, and then before he even realizes it's empty, the guy shoved him into the back, closed and locked the door, and then drove off with him, screaming to be let out. Leroy said the guy drove him somewhere, someplace he'd never seen before, and had no idea how to get back to. He said he was forced into a windowless room, with nothing but a mattress and a bucket, and then kept there for so long and tortured so horribly that he lost track of time. He said he got so thirsty and hungry that it hurt, but when he begged for water, the man who took him gave him water that tasted bad, and after that he felt weird, like he was tired but different, and had dark spots in his memory. The cops asked why Leroy had told them that the devil made him do it, and he replied that although he didn't know if the man was the devil for sure, that's what he called himself. He said the only time they really talked was when the devil took him out of the room one day to meet his helpers. Leroy said that he drank some of the bad-tasting water a while before, but was still feeling woozy when the devil took him out of his room and over towards a circular dining table. Sat around it were 5 or 6 men in cloth hoods, but the man who called himself the devil was wearing a larger wooden mask that had carved horns sprouting from the top. The man calling himself the devil then introduced the men as his helpers, and told Leroy that he was to obey them just like he obeyed him. And that's when Leroy said that they gave him the mask, and told him what they'd given him was very important. They made him wear it, never letting him take it off all the way, not even when he ate and drank. Then, after what we know was almost 2 months in captivity, the man calling himself the Devil told Leroy that the only way to get the mask off was to make a human sacrifice. Leroy said that by that time, he was ready to do just about anything for a shot at freedom, so he did exactly as the Devil and his helpers asked him and attacked the trick-or-treating groups that I was a part of. He said one of Satan's helpers then walked him across the park to where our groups were trick-or-treating, gave him the bag with the knife in it, and then told him to do as he'd been told. Leroy said that the moment he killed a kid, any kid, the Devil would then transport him back in time to his mom's trailer, and that it'd be like he'd never been taken at all. And that was all it took to get him close enough for us to see him, and when Mrs. Anderson called him over, I guess he saw his chance right there. I don't know exactly what happened to old Leroy after that, as in I don't know exactly where he is now or exactly how the legal process went after he was taken into custody. But I do know his mom and her boyfriend got into trouble for child endangerment and all of that, and then Leroy himself got taken to some kind of psych hospital / kiddie prison, I guess. The doctors there said there was a whole bunch of things wrong with him, but he wasn't insane or delusional, and some of the marks on his body were consistent with the methods of torture that he described to the cops. But the thing that really messed with people, and had this taking on urban legend status even after all these years, is the fact that the cops never recovered the mask. You see, after Leroy was taken down and the cops showed up, someone had already taken the mask off of him, I guess. I said a Scooby-Doo moment earlier, but it wasn't really like that. They always used to wait until everything was over and done with before taking off the bad guy's mask, right? Well, this was real life, so almost the second that they had Leroy pinned down, someone whips that thing off of him right there, and then to see who it is, because why wouldn't you? But then by the time the cops got a crime scene set up and went looking for Leroy's green goblin mask that he was supposedly wearing, no one could find that anywhere. The cops started asking folks in the neighborhood to make sure that there isn't a kid who had picked up the mask by accident. But then when no one comes forward, they start going door to door in the neighborhood to make damn sure that there hasn't been a mistake. After all, Leroy said all his captors touched the mask at some point, sometimes with their bare hands, so the cops wanted to maybe check it for fingerprints or something like that. And in fact, I think it was probably their only connection between Leroy and his supposed kidnappers. But no matter what they did, they couldn't recover the mask. And to some, it stands to reason that the person who took it did not want it to fall into the cops' hands. Which means that there's a whole bunch of people who think that, right as all the chaos was unfolding after Leroy stabbed a kid, someone who looks so normal that there's not a single witness to report them just sort of walks up, picks up the mask, and then walked off into the darkness, maybe appearing as another parent. And since no one was ever arrested or convicted of Leroy's kidnapping, those same folks who think it's all some conspiracy hiding in plain sight, they believe his kidnappers are still out there, and that maybe they've been doing stuff like that for longer than we can imagine. Now we know Leroy was kidnapped, and we know he tried to stab a kid, but as for everything else, I guess a judge might just call it hearsay. But me personally, I don't know what to believe. Because from where I'm standing, much stranger things have happened and are still happening right now. I just know that what Leroy told the cops, and the fact his mask was never found, somehow scares the living hell out of me. The single most frightening, confusing, and traumatizing thing that's ever happened to me happened on Halloween night of 1999. My mates and I had just started year 7, which in America is equivalent to 6th grade, starting at 11 and finishing at 12. Starting secondary school was exciting, but it also meant that we were quickly reaching the point where it was no longer acceptable to go trick-or-treating. I don't know what it's like in America, but around here, If a load of kids walk up your drive dressed like minions, of course you're going to give them a mini Mars bar or 7. But if a bunch of surly-looking, almost teenagers, complete with pimples and mini stashes, start banging on someone's door, demanding chocolate under threat of vandalism, they'd be lucky to leave with broken teeth, let alone rotten ones. Now, with that in mind, we knew it was a case of one last blowout, then jack it in for good in hopes of transitioning to Halloween costume parties with beers and ciggies and, most importantly, girls. But before all that, we could have one more night of wholesome costume fun and ensure a sweets haul that'll last us till Christmas if we rationed it properly. And so, in March of 1999, you might remember, The Matrix came out. I don't need to explain what The Matrix is, so I won't, and nor will I have to explain why a bunch of 11-year-old boys thought it was the best thing since sliced bread. So when it came to Halloween costumes, we decided to just be The Matrix. And not one of us either, but all of us. But then, because we didn't all have the making of a Matrix costume, 2 of us just wore school uniforms, black ties, and sunglasses, at night, by the way, blind as bats. And then 2 of us wore leather jackets and sunglasses, myself included, while the 5th lad, whose sister was into all that goth music, was the only one who did the full Monty. We looked stupid, like 2 members of the village people and their security guards, but then the 5th lad, Jamie, he actually looked the bee's knees now that I look back on it. He had the long leather trench coat, extra long since he borrowed it from his older sister. He had the little sunglasses, like the ones Morpheus actually wears, and he had his hair all slicked back with hair gel too, with some army boots, black jeans, and a black t-shirt on to complete the look. He actually looked fantastic, to be honest, but he also stood out like a sore thumb walking around neighborhoods where kids were dressed as Woody or Buzz from Toy Story. And so we start knocking on these houses, and we either get pensioners asking, "What the bloody hell are you lot dressed as?" or young blokes laughing when they instantly recognized what we were supposed to be. It was a really good laugh, actually, and we made our way up and down the streets near where we lived, until eventually we ran out of houses to knock in. It was only about 7:30 by that time, and none of us had to be back inside until 10 at the earliest, so we still had ages to kill and very little to do. But then, Jamie had an idea. Instead of just going home, we could walk down a road a bit and cross over the dual carriageway and then knock at some houses in the neighborhood across from us. We all agreed that was a good idea because who wouldn't want more mini chocolate bars? There was just one small problem. We'd have to pass the Homewood estate. Homewood is probably one of the roughest areas of Bradford. That's not to say that the vast majority of people who live there aren't friendly and welcoming, because 99% of the time, you can walk and drive around the area and not get even an ounce of trouble. It's just never been the safest place to be after dark, especially not for a group of 11-year-olds dressed like debt collectors on their way to a rave. But then, we had ourselves a little plan. Instead of walking down one of the larger roads past the estate, we'd walk through the alley near the train tracks, which would minimize our exposure to the estate while passing it to get to the other neighborhood. Now, sorry for the logistical briefing there, but I'm just giving you an idea of why we thought it was a good plan to go walking down an alleyway after dark while dressed like a German industrial band. We thought that we wouldn't run into any of the bad lads who lived on the estate, but little did we know, they were hanging out in the one place we didn't want to bump into them. So about halfway down the alleyway, there's a blind 90-degree turn. Then you can't really see much at the end of the alley either. We thought that gave us cover, and it did, but it also meant that we couldn't see what was around either bend. We round the first one, and there's no one there, so we think, brilliant, we're in the free and clear. But then we round the second corner, and we run into half a dozen of the very people we hoped not to run into. I didn't know all the lads' names, but I do remember 3 of them. The main 2 were the Hand twins. Francis and Anthony Hand were both boxers and had the reputations to match. They'd been in trouble with the police, mainly because they loved to fight, but they were partial to just about any kind of crime you can imagine. So robbing a few costume kids of their sweets was really nothing to them, especially since we were considered fair game. And by that I mean of a certain age and male, so not too shameful to rob and possibly slap around some kids like us for a bit. And so the second we round the corner, there's obviously this massive uh-oh moment for us. But the Hand twins and company just burst out laughing. They obviously knew what we were dressed as. Everyone of a certain age did because the Matrix was bloody massive at the time, but they weren't exactly the type to go giving us compliments on how much effort we put into our various costumes. Instead, they saw fit to try and humiliate us. They were laughing their heads off, shouting stuff like, "These dickheads think they're in the bloody Matrix." And we tried our best to just ignore them, which was stupid really, because when lads like that sense any kind of weakness, you're well and truly buggered. And so despite trying to just walk around them, they were in no mood to simply let us pass. It started when they noticed our bags of sweets, at which point one of the Hand twins started saying something like, "Look, boys, they brought us all their sweets." And they started trying to grab one of our lads' bags of sweets, saying something like, "You're too old to be dressing up like that, and too fat to be eating those sweets." Which, to be fair, he probably was. But just because we couldn't fight back, didn't mean we were about to just let ourselves be bullied. So, one of them trying to rob our mate's bag of sweets, but our mate saying, "No, get off me, you wanker." He's not throwing punches or anything, but the confrontation was exactly what the Hand twins and company were looking for. So as soon as there's a bit of argy-bargy, the Hands and friends spread out along the street so we couldn't pass at all. We didn't all shout run or anything, but there was this very recognizable moment where we all just kind of looked at each other thinking, we're in trouble here. Then when the first one of us turned around and ran back down the alley, the rest of us followed. But so did the Hand twins, who with their boys behind them went chasing us like the clappers of hell. We ran like lads possessed, and since we were running down a blind entry, there was only one way we could all run. But then, once we rounded the corner and sprinted to the end of the alleyway, there was no plan on where we were all running to. Two of the lads ran left, probably with the intention of running backwards towards our neighborhood, but the other three of us ran right. This was definitely not a good idea, as we'd have to walk back the way we came if we wanted to get home. But in the moment, all we were thinking was run, run, run. So I just acted on instinct and ran right with my two mates. After the turn, we were faced with quite a long, straight road with a wall on one side and trees on the other. I happened to notice that to our right, where the trees were, there was a little gap in a chain-link fence, and on instinct, I just ran for it. I didn't really know what was on the other side. It all looked abandoned and overgrown, but I thought, in that case, it'd be a good place to hide. I thought my mates would follow me because, being the faster runner, I'd managed to overtake them by the time that I'd spotted the chain-link fence. I thought they'd see me spotting a hiding place and would be right on my tail, but the Hand twins and company were much closer than I first thought. If they'd have done the same as me and run for the fence, they'd have been slowed down trying to force their way through the gap, and the Hand twins gang would have caught up with them. But then, being at the front, I didn't know that. So after bursting through the fence and looking over my shoulder, my first thoughts were this weird mix of, "Oh no, I'm alone," and "Oh thank God," because it didn't look like anyone was following me. Through the metal gates of whatever abandoned plot I was on, I saw my mates running past, and what looked like all of the Hand twins crew, so there was this wash of relief that passed over me. I didn't stop running though. I was still scared out of my wits and wanted to find a hiding place. So that's what I did, and it basically involved sitting in a bush that had a view of the front entrance so I could be hidden whilst being aware of my surroundings. If this had happened a few years later, we'd have all had mobiles to call each other on, but it was 1999, and I know people had mobiles back then, but not 5 working-class 11-year-olds from Bradford. And so instead of being able to do some information gathering, I had no choice but to sit there in my leather jacket with my bag of sweets and just wait until I thought the coast was suitably clear. I'm not sure how long I waited, but it felt like a long time. Then just as I started to think, yeah, I might be safe to run home, I saw someone walking on the other side of the metal gate toward where the gap in the fence was. Obviously, I froze in place, not being able to see who it was, just knowing someone was there, and that it might have been one of the lads chasing us. But then I remember thinking, if it was one of the lads chasing us, then why are they walking? They seemed to be walking quite calmly, too, not even a brisk walk or jog to suggest that they had any urgency around them whatsoever. I started to think, it's okay, this is probably just some dog walker. Then just as I was about to climb out of the bush I'd secreted myself in, I heard something that turned my blood to ice. It was the sound of the chain link fence rattling. Someone was forcing their way in. I couldn't see who it was straight away. There were a few trees blocking my view of that portion of the fence, but I think I knew deep down that it must have been one of that hand crew because I didn't even have to see them to know that I'd had to get back into the bush, crouch down and pray that no one found me. I then watched as a lad called Fernsey stepped out from behind the trees. I didn't know him personally, I just knew him by that nickname, Fernsey. He didn't know me either, and although we'd seen each other around town, we'd never spoken a word in exchange. He had no reason to hate me, no reason to want to kick the shite out of me and rob my sweets. But that didn't stop him from chasing me, and for some reason, that scared me even more than the prospect of getting the crap beaten out of me. But even scarier was seeing him start to actively and methodically hunt for me. I didn't think anyone had seen me dart through the chain link fence, otherwise surely they'd have immediately chased me. But as it turns out, someone had seen me, and they were in no rush to come back. I didn't know Homewood all that well, you see, and they knew something I didn't. Fernsey didn't say anything as he stalked closer and closer to the bush I was in. He couldn't see me, but by the time he got within a few feet, he bolted it and ran as fast as I could out the back of the bush. I ran and ran, thinking there'd be some kind of way out ahead of me, but there wasn't. There was only this big brick wall at the back of whatever abandoned plot I was on. And the only chance I had of scaling it was to climb a tree that was off to my right, then hop over the wall after darting along one of its branches. And so I ran, and when I got there, I dropped my bag of sweets and started to climb. But it wasn't fast enough. I was just about to scramble up a low branch I'd managed to grab onto when I just felt this pair of hands take hold of my leg. Fernsey pulled me down so hard that I grazed my hands on the branch and was dragged out of my grip, and as I fell, I landed so awkwardly that I felt this shooting pain go through my ankle before I collapsed to the floor. I don't know if I genuinely thought that me being hurt would deter Fernsey from beating me up, or if that was just pure wishful thinking on my part, but it didn't make a blind bit of difference. I kept saying to him stuff like, "Please, no, stop, I think I broke my ankle." But it was like he wasn't listening at all. He just started kicking me, over and over again, aiming for my head, but sometimes getting my chest and shoulder, and my arm, which I was using to cover my head. He just kept kicking me, until in the end, I made one final attempt to beg him to stop, which unfortunately meant that he had a nice little window to land a full-force kick right in my face. I don't think I was knocked out, but I was definitely stunned. The pain that shot through my nose and mouth was like nothing I'd ever felt before, and all I could do was lie there, holding my face and head while groaning for him to stop. I don't think it could get any worse. I mean, I was scared that he might kill me or something, mostly by accident in one of those "it was only a prank" that turns deadly. But aside from that, I really didn't think I had much else to worry about. But then, Fernsey started trying to pull my pants down. And that's how I know I wasn't knocked out, because I felt it. And when I did, I started to scream in a way I didn't know I was capable of. I actually didn't know what he was planning at the time. I was too young and naive to think boys were in any danger of that. I just thought that he wanted to humiliate me even further by making me walk back home in the nude. And with that in mind, it was my turn to attack him. Although, to be fair, my attempt was laughably ineffective. However, what throwing punches and kicking out at him did do was ensure that I bought myself just enough time for the hand twins to show up. At first, this was terrifying to me, as it looked like Fernsey now had backup to finish whatever humiliation he was planning. But in some weird twist of fate, it was those hand twins who saved me from what was about to happen. They started laughing at Fernsey, not with him, but at him, and all because he'd got my pants halfway down. And just in case I haven't made it clear already, I'm a boy, not a girl. And they were asking him what he was planning, like sort of making fun of him, calling him gay and stuff like that, and they got him to stop immediately, but then instead of trying to strip me, he started kicking the crap out of me again. The hand twins were like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" Because they could see what the state I was already in, and they just wanted to scare us and rob us of our sweets, not bloody kill us. One of the brothers, I think his name was Francis, then started slapping Fernsey around, saying how he hated bullies, which is ironic because that's the exact thing they were doing to us, it seemed like. They didn't let me leave with my sweets, but they did let me pull my pants up and leave, which to be honest was all I really wanted to do anyway. I never told anyone what Fernsey tried to do, and if you're probably wondering why I haven't used many names, is because I still want a little bit of anonymity in all of this. As for Fernsey, I don't think that matters anymore because he's no longer with us. 7 years after that incident, Fernsey was stabbed to death on a quiet street after a car with 4 lads hit him at 50 miles an hour. People just thought it was some kind of gang beef, but the way they killed him makes me think it was something a bit more personal, and that perhaps I wasn't the only one that Fernsey had tried to do something terrible to. My name is Martin, and I've been listening to your YouTube videos since the summer, and since Halloween is coming up, I thought now would be as good a time as ever to share something personal with you. I say personal, but it didn't strictly happen to me. It happened to my dad.
It was Halloween weekend. It was falling on a Saturday this year. My mom always takes decorations and giving out candy very seriously. It's almost like she has to compete with the neighbors to have the most sought-after house to trick-or-treat at. We live on a corner in a regular suburban neighborhood, so when we're decorating, we also decorate the side yard of the house too. Since Halloween was a Saturday this year, kids started trick-or-treating earlier in the day. However, it was a cloudy, cold day, and there was a chance of rain in the forecast. My mom apparently couldn't understand that this may have been a factor as to why there weren't many trick-or-treaters out. Instead, after a few trick-or-treaters seemingly skipped our house, she assumed it was because there weren't enough decorations out to attract the trick-or-treaters. She told me to go get whatever containers were left in the attic containing decorations. I insisted this wasn't necessary, but she insisted otherwise and forced me to. So I went up to the attic, which is directly above my bedroom. The attic door is in the hallway upstairs. I pulled down the door and climbed up the ladder. We had the holiday containers sorted a specific way, so I went over to where the Halloween containers were. There were only a couple still left up there. I opened one to see what was inside, and said good enough. I started dragging the container out towards the attic door, then I carefully slid the container down the ladder. As I was about to climb down out of the attic, I thought I heard something on the opposite side of the attic, like a piece of wood cracking under the weight or pressure of something. I looked over to the wall of containers in the far corner. It's an attic, though. The sound of wood snapping or cracking really wasn't that weird. I climbed down out of the attic and brought the decorations downstairs. From there, my mom and I put out some more decorations in the front yard. It was really windy and felt like rain at any second. There really weren't many trick-or-treaters at all. My mom was disappointed because she goes all out with the candy too. She's always been one of those people who makes a bunch of homemade goodie bags with a bunch of different candies inside. I could see how upset she was that she wasn't going to give most of them away at this rate. The day progressed, and I was in my room playing video games on my laptop, while my mom was downstairs in the living room and kitchen handing out candies to the few trick-or-treaters that would come. And then it started to rain, and that pretty much put a damper on the rest of the day trick-or-treaters wise. I was gaming in my room when I heard a crack from above my room, in the attic. Again, not really abnormal, but I made a mental note that that was the second time I heard something from up there. The rest of the day was rainy, and that night it turned into a thunderstorm, perfect for Halloween night. I used to be a big gamer in my teens, and so instead of going out with friends on a Saturday night, I would often just stay in playing video games, unfortunately. This night was no exception to that. I stayed up really late into the night, past my parents. It was still raining outside. Then I heard something above me again. This time it sounded like footsteps. I was wondering if my mom was in the attic putting stuff away, but it was late at night. I sat and listened for a while. The sound stopped. I paused my game and went out into the hallway after a couple minutes, and I saw the attic door was open. I now heard noises from downstairs, in the kitchen. I heard the sound of things being moved around in the fridge. My heart was racing now. I tiptoed down the hall to my parents' room and quietly opened the door. When I saw both my parents fast asleep in bed, I felt my stomach twist, and I felt sick. I quietly closed the door and went up to my dad to shake him awake. He woke up easily, and I whispered to him, "There's someone in the house." He immediately sat up and said, "What?" I said, "There's someone in the kitchen right now in the fridge. I think they're hiding in the attic." My dad is not a large or confrontational man. He keeps a police baton under his bed in the case of an emergency, but I don't think he ever thought he'd have to actually use it. My dad told me to stay quiet. He went to go look out into the hall quietly. When he came back inside, he whispered that he saw someone down the hall climbing into the attic. He shut the bedroom door and he locked it and then called 911. By now, my mom was awake too, but we all stayed as quiet as possible and didn't freak out. It was now a waiting game until the police showed up. My dad went downstairs to open the front door. The attic door was now shut. The police had to go inside, and they found some homeless-looking man hiding in the corner behind that wall of containers. The sounds I was hearing were in fact from a person the whole time. The man, while seeming dirty and kind of scary looking, apparently was very straightforward and honest, that he simply walked in when he saw the front door was open the day before, and he had no place to sleep. He brought one of our blankets up there, and there was a jar of peanut butter up there too that he was eating. The whole thing is still very disturbing, and I wonder how things would have played out if I or my father confronted the man instead of the police. My parents didn't press any charges. When I was 18, I threw a house party at my parents' house for Halloween. It was closed invite, meaning I told people not to bring strangers. That was a rule my parents gave me. They were not at the house that weekend, which was why I was able to throw the party, with another rule being the place needed to be even cleaner than it was before the party. I invited around 50 people, and probably around 40 ended up showing up. The party started around 6. It was starting to get dark out. It would be partially in the backyard and partially the first floor. My parents left me money for refreshments like sodas and food to leave in the kitchen for people to take. I told my parents it would be a non-alcoholic party, but I think they knew that was a load of shit. My friend who's a few years older than me brought his DJ equipment to DJ, and the party was in full swing by dark. Everyone seemed to listen and not bring strangers, because I recognized everyone. Just about everyone came up to me and greeted me after entering. I didn't drink too much because it was my party and I wanted to be somewhat responsible, but everyone else was getting drunker the later the night went. Eventually one of my friends came out of the house after getting food, and he asked who that guy in the skeleton bodysuit inside the house was. I didn't recall seeing anyone in a bodysuit costume, so I went inside the house, where there were a few people hanging out in the kitchen. I asked if they saw someone wearing a skeleton bodysuit, and someone told me yeah, it seemed like he was snooping around the house. I grew concerned when I heard this, and I asked if anyone invited him or knew who it was. No one inside knew him. I looked around the house and then found him. He was walking down the stairs. I asked, "Who are you?" And he said, "Mike. I was using the bathroom upstairs." It was a really deep voice. He sounded older. His frame was also a bit larger. Not like muscular, just a stockier looking build. I asked, "Who invited you?" and he said, "Tom." I didn't know a single Tom, so I asked, "Who's Tom?" Then I just asked him if he could take his mask off. He didn't listen or even respond. He just walked past me towards the front door, then he left. I ran upstairs to check if any of the rooms had been gone through, and if anything had been stolen. All the doors upstairs, except for the bathroom door, were closed, and after a quick look, it seemed nothing was stolen. So I went to lock the front door, and then I told a bunch of my friends about how weird that just was. I went outside to ask a few friends if they knew who invited the skeleton guy, and not a single person knew who it was. Eventually, I gave it a rest. The party was winding down around midnight. Most people were
Boy,
starting
did
to
you
leave.
ever let
A
your
few close
kids
friends stayed
throw
behind a little
like
later to help clean
house
up.
party.
After all was said and done, it was a successful party. When everyone was gone, I started getting ready for bed. One of my friends, Vinny, stayed over on the couch downstairs. After brushing my teeth and changing into pajamas, I decided to go hang out with Vinny in the living room for a while. We had some drinks and just watched funny YouTube videos on TV. My little sister, who was 14, was asleep by now. She didn't hang outside with the party because she was too young. We were being quiet so as not to wake her, but when Vinny and I both heard noises from upstairs, it seemed that we woke her up. I was expecting the sounds, which sounded like footsteps, to move to the bathroom or something. I got a little confused when I never heard my sister's door open. I decided to go upstairs just to check on her. I knocked on her door, and she didn't answer. I opened it a crack and saw that she was sleeping. So what were those sounds I was hearing then? I went to my parents' room and realized the door wasn't clicked shut. I was able to just push it open without twisting the doorknob, which was odd because I made sure their door was closed before the party. I looked inside the room without turning on the lights. Then, as I backed out of the room, I looked through the crack of the door, and on the other side, I saw that guy in the skeleton bodysuit. I made no mistake, I knew what I was looking at. I'm impressed with myself for not running or screaming. I pretended I didn't see him and pulled the door closed. Then I went downstairs and told Vinny that the guy from before is in the house. I had him call 911 and tell them that there's an intruder in the house, while I tiptoed back upstairs to my sister's room, went inside, and shook her to wake her up. I explained to her what was going on and made sure she would be quiet while following me downstairs. She did a good job not freaking out either. When we were downstairs, we met Vinny in the kitchen by the back door, where we went outside to the backyard. Then we cut through the side to the front and went to our neighbor's house, ringing the bell at least 3 times. Our neighbor let us wait with him for the police, but at some point before the police got there, that guy escaped through our parents' bedroom window. I know because the window was now open. Their closet door was also open, where my dad keeps his safe. It's as if it were someone who knew about the safe being there that tried breaking into it or just taking the whole safe out from the floor. It was obvious how the man broke in. He simply just walked into the party again. It could have been any number of people, though. We never found out who it was, but it was someone who knew I was having a party, someone older, and someone who knew about my parents' safe. My sister ended up telling our parents about it, and obviously that was the last party I was ever allowed to throw at their house.
They should.
This happened in 2016, when I was 15. This would be my last year trick-or-treating on Halloween, so I wanted to make it a big occasion. My mom is pretty laid back, so it turned into a huge multi-day thing for me. The day before Halloween, I would have a sleepover with my friends Davis and Zach, skip school the next day on Halloween, trick-or-treat with Davis and Zach, and then have a sleepover with just my girlfriend Amber and I. This story carries into both nights, so I'll try to explain the best I can. My basement had just gotten renovated into a man cave, so obviously my friends and I wanted to stay down there for the night. The basement had a long hallway right to the man cave. The light switch to the hallway didn't work. It had a pretty creepy vibe, but for tonight, that would be a good thing. My mom made us cookies, and then we went down into the cave. It was around 11 p.m., and we had just finished watching the original Scream. Our second movie of the night would be Paranormal Activity, which none of us had watched before, and that's why I picked it. I remember pausing the movie not even 30 seconds in because of the motion-detected light in the backyard turning on. It lit the whole room up, ruining the creepy vibe we had going. So I waited for the 30-second timer so it would turn off. and then unpaused the movie. Then after about another 30 seconds, the light went off for a second time, and I started getting annoyed. Davis asked me what kept making it turn on, and I said I had no clue. 30 more seconds passed by, and the light turned off again, and I played the movie again. It was at this point I wanted to know what the hell was going on, and so I asked for Davis and Zach to come upstairs with me so I could see what it was. They agreed and went up the stairs to look through my back door. By the time we got there, the light in the backyard had turned off, so it was hard to see. We stood for 5 minutes waiting for something to happen, but nothing ever did. We went back down to the den and decided to turn off the movie for the night and just sit on our phones and talk. We weren't really invested in it anyway. About 2 hours later, everyone was asleep except for me. I was just scrolling on my phone when the familiar glow of the motion light came through the window for now the 4th time. I was exhausted though, and so I figured it was just another group of kids trying to prank us or something. But the more I thought about it, the less it made sense. I figured I would check the backyard one last time, and just like I thought would happen, no one was out there. I gave up, so I went back down to the den and called it a night. The next night came in the blink of an eye. The next thing I knew, I had a bag full of candy. I felt kind of sad. In a way, this was like my childhood ending. However, I figured I should just try and enjoy the night and not reminisce. At this point, I still had lingering thoughts about the previous night, and whether I should tell Amber or not. She was scared of everything, and I didn't want to ruin a night with her over a story. We were at one of our last houses on the route we took, when Amber let out a loud yell in pain. We asked what happened, and then she told us that she had a rock thrown at her. I turned around to find some guy in a clown mask standing around 15 feet behind us. This was amid the clown epidemic. I told him to get lost, but he just stood there. I analyzed him a bit more and realized this guy looked like a grown man. He only had a clown mask on also. The rest of his quote-unquote costume was just normal clothes. We kept walking, but all the man did was stand there. It was at this point we called it a night and skipped the last few houses out of anxiety. We went back to my house so my friends could get picked up. And just like that, it was just my girlfriend and I looking at candy on the floor in the den. She asked if we could watch a movie, and so I decided that I would just turn on Paranormal Activity again later that night to finish it. I remember the scene in the movie perfectly. It was Mika walking around to find his girlfriend, when suddenly the screen went black, and the dimmed lights in the cave turned off. My girlfriend and I looked at each other. I realized the power went out. This immediately made me start to get paranoid. The power had never gone out in this house unless there was a storm. I checked my weather app, and it said it was normal conditions that night, not even a little bit of rain. I told Amber to stay in the cave, but she felt scared down there, so she decided to come upstairs with me to see what was going on. The generator to the house was in the backyard, and that's when I got the terrible feeling in my stomach. Thoughts of last night creeping back to me, and this time I didn't have Davis and Zach with me. Amber wasn't very strong. All the worst thoughts came to my mind as I opened the sliding door to the backyard. All I heard was crickets chirping. I figured that maybe I was just overthinking. Amber and I passed by the motion light, which didn't kick on now. I was about 5 feet from the generator when I thought I heard a twig snap. Amber and I looked towards the forest on the far side of the yard with the only sounds being crickets, but we felt like we were being watched. I almost felt like I had to throw up. I decided we'd rather stay in the house with no lights on than be out here. I didn't want to be outside any longer. Amber started making her way inside. That's when I saw him. The same guy in a clown mask, standing to the side of my shed. We just stared at each other for a while, like he was trying to scare us. And then he suddenly jumped forward and started sprinting at us. I ran to the back door and slammed it shut after Amber. We ran down into the cave, and we got behind the bar in the corner of the room. That's when I realized I never locked the back door, and we heard a slam from upstairs. Now everything was silent in the man cave. Amber started texting 911 because she was too scared to talk. She explained that there was a man in the house. Minutes felt like hours. It must have been like 10 minutes tops, and the sound I had been dreading to hear came. The basement door opening. I heard footsteps come down the stairs and down the hallway. My girlfriend was breathing too loud. I had to cover her mouth. I heard footsteps come towards our direction and stop. I was starting to think my only option might be to fight if he finds out where we were. I grabbed a beer bottle from behind the bar and prepared myself mentally to fight if I had to. The room stayed silent for quite a while, but then we heard sirens come from outside. I realized this was the perfect distraction and moment to strike. In a fraction of a second, I got up, ran at him, and swung at his head with the bottle, but I tripped and fell after I swung, and I hit the ground. I looked up to see that man with the clown mask from earlier. I think his mask somewhat blocked my swing because he barely flinched. I realized this was a stupid idea because it seemed like he was about to go back upstairs after hearing the sirens anyway. He looked down at me on the floor. I was about to yell at Amber to run as I laid on the floor, scrambling to get up. My legs felt numb, and I realized my life could potentially end right now, but the police could be heard outside. The man stared for another moment before running up the stairs, and we heard the back door open and slam again. I ran upstairs to let the police in and told them he went out back. And of course you're wondering. The answer is no, the police somehow never caught this guy to my knowledge. I can't go down to that man cave alone anymore without feeling anxious, even to this day, so we would hang out at Amber's for a while after that. There's nothing I can do but look back and be grateful that we're still alive. I'll never forget that feeling of looking up and seeing that clown mask staring down at me as I flailed on the ground.
Halloween had always been a time of excitement for the residents of Maplewood. Every year, the townsfolk shared their favorite ghost stories, relishing in the thrill of the spooky season. This year, however, a sense of dread hung in the air as a chilling tale resurfaced, one that had been whispered about for decades but rarely spoken aloud. The story began in the 1970s when a young woman named Clara moved to Maplewood. Eager to escape the hustle of the city, she rented a quaint cottage on the outskirts of town. The cottage was charming, adorned with ivy and nestled among towering trees. However, it was also known for its eerie past. Locals claimed that it was haunted by the spirit of a woman named Margaret, who had lived there long ago. Margaret was rumored to have vanished mysteriously, leaving her home forever shrouded in sorrow and despair. At first, Clara dismissed the tales as mere superstition. She loved the cottage's old-world charm and spent her days decorating it with vibrant flowers and antique furniture. Yet, as the nights grew colder and the leaves turned orange and red, she began to sense something unusual. She'd hear whispers echoing through the halls and find objects slightly moved when she returned home. At first, she brushed it off as her imagination, but soon the occurrences became harder to ignore. One fateful Halloween night, Clara decided to host a small gathering with her friends, eager to share the stories of the cottage. As the guests arrived, laughter filled the air and the flickering candles cast shadows on the walls. They sat around the fireplace, sipping cider, sharing ghost stories, and reveling in the night's spirit. As the clock struck midnight, Clara, feeling bold, suggested they investigate the cottage's notorious haunted room, the attic. The group, half excited and half nervous, climbed the narrow staircase that creaked under their weight. The attic was dusty, filled with forgotten trinkets and cobwebs. As they explored the space, Clara noticed an old trunk in the corner. Intrigued, she pulled it into the light, and they all gathered around to see what was inside. The trunk creaked open to reveal an assortment of items: faded photographs, a tattered quilt, and an ornate mirror. Clara picked up the mirror, wiping away layers of dust. The glass was cloudy, but as she stared into it, a shiver ran down her spine. In her reflection, she didn't just see herself. She glimpsed a shadowy figure behind her, a woman dressed in a flowing white gown, her face obscured by dark hair. Clara spun around, but the attic was empty. "Did you see that?" she exclaimed, her heart racing. Her friends, skeptical but intrigued, encouraged her to continue. Clara turned back to the mirror, determined to confront whatever she had seen. But as she did, the temperature in the attic dropped sharply, and a chilling breeze swept through the room. The whispers grew louder, swirling around them, sounding like distant cries for help. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the mirror cracked. Clara dropped it, and as it shattered, a blood-curdling scream filled the air. Her friends recoiled in horror, and the room erupted into chaos. They stumbled down the stairs, frantically trying to escape the attic's grip, but Clara felt rooted to the spot. "Wait, we need to understand what happened here," she shouted, but her friends urged her to leave. Overwhelmed by fear, they pulled her along until they burst out of the cottage and into the night. As they reached the safety of the yard, the group stood panting, glancing nervously at the cottage. "What was that?" one friend asked, still shaken. Clara, trying to process the night's events, decided they should leave the cottage alone for now. But the experience haunted her. That night, Clara dreamt of Margaret, an anguished face pleading for help, surrounded by swirling mist. Each night, the dreams became more vivid and the whispers grew louder. Clara realized she couldn't ignore the spirit's presence any longer. She needed to uncover the truth. Determined to learn more, Clara visited the local library and pored over old newspapers and town records. She discovered that Margaret had indeed vanished under mysterious circumstances. The townsfolk had long speculated that she had been the victim of foul play, but no evidence had ever surfaced. As Clara dug deeper, she found a clue: a mention of a hidden diary that Margaret had left behind, believed to be hidden in the cottage. Clara returned to the cottage the following weekend, armed with a flashlight and a sense of purpose. She navigated through the rooms, searching for any sign of the diary. Hours passed as she combed through the dusty corners, until she stumbled upon a loose floorboard in the attic where the trunk had been. Heart racing, she pried it open and found a small leather-bound book. Opening the diary, Clara felt a rush of emotions. The pages were filled with Margaret's thoughts, her joys and sorrows, and hints of a forbidden love that had blossomed in the shadows of her secluded life. But the final entries were frantic, detailing fear of someone watching her and cryptic warnings about trust. As Clara read, she heard a soft voice whispering her name, laced with desperation. She looked up, and the air thickened around her. The shadowy figure of Margaret materialized in the corner, her expression sorrowful, yet relieved. "Help me," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Clara's heart raced as she understood. Margaret's spirit had been trapped in the attic, unable to move on until her story was told. Clara felt a surge of empathy, realizing that the ghost was not a malevolent presence, but a lost soul seeking closure. With a newfound determination, Clara vowed to share Margaret's story with the townsfolk. The next town meeting, she stood before everyone, recounting the events and the contents of Margaret's diary. The audience listened intently, and when Clara finished, a silence enveloped the room. Weeks later, the townspeople organized a memorial for Margaret, honoring her life and shedding light on the dark shadows of the past. As they gathered at the cottage, a sense of peace settled over the community. Clara stood in the attic, feeling a warm breeze and the faintest whisper of gratitude. That Halloween night, as Clara lit candles in the cottage and placed flowers by the window, she felt a gentle presence beside her. Margaret had finally found her peace, and Maplewood had a new ghost story to tell, one of love, loss, and the importance of remembering those who had been forgotten. As the years went by, the cottage became a place of remembrance rather than fear. And every Halloween, the townsfolk would gather to celebrate Margaret's life, telling the story of the woman who had once haunted the attic but had finally been set free.
Story number 2.
Every town has a house that's a little too old, a little too dark, and carries whispers of ghost stories, especially around Halloween. For the small town of Oak Ridge, that house was the old Henderson Manor. With creaking boards and windows clouded by layers of dust, it stood on the outskirts, shrouded by twisted oaks that seemed to protect it from prying eyes. Locals passed it often, but no one lingered near its rusted iron gates for long. Then there was the year of 1995, when everything changed. That Halloween night, 3 teenagers, Tommy, his sister Mia, and their friend Rachel, decided to venture into the manor on a dare. Every Halloween, someone in Oak Ridge dared a friend to walk the front steps and knock on the door, but no one had dared to go inside. As the trio made their way through the leaf-strewn yard, the wind picked up, causing the trees to sway and groan. With each step, the towering house seemed to grow larger, its dark windows like soulless eyes watching them approach. The 3 of them huddled together, their breaths fogging the air, their hearts pounding in unison. Tommy, the brave one, took the lead. "Okay, are we really doing this?" Mia whispered, her voice shaky. Rachel, who was usually the most confident of them, glanced nervously at the house. "We knock, maybe take a few steps inside, then run. Easy." But something about the house was different that night, as if it had been waiting for them. When Tommy pushed open the creaky door, a blast of cold air greeted them, carrying the smell of damp wood and mildew. As they stepped inside, the door closed behind them with a heavy thud. Mia jumped, clutching Tommy's arm. "Let's go upstairs," Tommy whispered, gesturing toward a grand curving staircase. It was covered in dust, each step lined with a thin layer of dirt. Their flashlights cast eerie shadows on the walls, creating strange, dark shapes that seemed to move out of the corner of their eyes. The further they went, the more the house felt alive. The floorboards creaked beneath their feet, and the walls seemed to groan and shiver. Their footsteps echoed through the silence, but every so often another sound joined them, like the soft padding of bare feet. Rachel glanced behind her, feeling a prickling on the back of her neck, but there was nothing there. As they reached the top of the stairs, they found themselves facing a long, narrow hallway lined with doors on either side. Each door was identical, with brass knobs tarnished by time and neglect. They decided to pick a room at random and stepped inside. The room was a bedroom, frozen in time. Dusty furniture was scattered about, an old wooden bed with a cracked headboard, a dresser with a broken mirror, and a wardrobe that stood half open, revealing nothing but darkness inside. There were no curtains on the windows, and moonlight spilled into the room, casting a ghostly glow. Tommy moved toward the bed and shone his flashlight across it. His beam caught a faint, rust-colored stain on the sheets. "Is that blood?" he whispered. Rachel let out a small gasp, but before anyone could react, a soft voice echoed in the room, barely more than a whisper. "Why are you here?" They froze. The voice was soft, almost childlike, but there was something deeply unsettling about it. Mia clutched her brother's arm, her face pale. Did you guys hear that?" The whisper came again, clearer this time. "Leave, before it's too late." Panic gripped them, but before they could move, the wardrobe door creaked open. In the dim light, they could just make out a figure standing inside. A little girl, her skin pale and her eyes wide and empty. She wore a simple white dress, stained at the hem. Mia felt her legs go weak, her mind screaming to leave, but her body was frozen in place. The girl stepped out, her movements jerky and unnatural, her head tilted at an odd angle. "Don't go upstairs," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Tommy managed to break free from his trance and grabbed Mia and Rachel. "We need to get out of here," he said, pulling them toward the door. But as they reached the hallway, they heard footsteps coming from the stairs. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Someone, or something, was coming up. In a panic, they ducked into another room and shut the door quietly behind them. They huddled together, their breaths shallow and rapid. The footsteps grew louder, echoing through the hall, slow and heavy, as though the very weight of the house was dragging behind them. Mia bit her lip, trying not to make a sound. Then the footsteps stopped, right outside the door. The doorknob rattled, and the door creaked open just an inch. Through the gap, they could see a dark shape, shrouded in shadow. The figure reached out a hand, long and bony, its fingers clawed and twisted and pushed the door wider. They could feel a chilling presence, something ancient and malevolent, watching them from beyond. The figure leaned in, revealing a face half hidden in shadow, its eyes empty, like twin voids that seemed to swallow the light. It smiled, a sickening, twisted smile, and whispered in a voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the house itself. "I warned you not to come here." Suddenly, the little girl's voice rang out again, distant but urgent. "Run, now!" Breaking free from their trance, the three scrambled out of the room and ran down the hallway, ignoring the darkness around them. They raced down the staircase, nearly tripping over each other in their frantic escape. As they reached the front door, it flung open as though someone or something was helping them escape. They didn't stop running until they reached the street, the house shrinking in the distance behind them. When they finally dared to look back, they saw the little girl standing in the window, her face pressed against the glass. She raised a hand, waving a sad farewell gesture before fading into the shadows. The next morning, the police found the bodies of 3 people in the Henderson Manor, 2 teenagers and a young girl. The strange thing was, they were discovered to have died over 50 years ago, in 1940. The teenagers' faces looked oddly familiar to Tommy, Mia, and Rachel, eerily similar, like reflections from another time. No one has dared enter the Henderson Manor since, and every Halloween, people still say they see the faces of those 3 teenagers in the windows, waiting for someone else to make the same terrible mistake.
Story number 3.
Every Halloween, the small town of Eldridge Hill transforms into a hub of eerie excitement. The streets fill with costumed children trick-or-treating while adults swap ghost stories around flickering bonfires. But beneath the festive surface lies a chilling legend that has haunted the town for generations.
That looks kind of like
the tale of the Midnight Whisperer. The story began over 50 years ago when a local girl named Mary Whitaker vanished without a trace just days before Halloween. Known for her bright smile and adventurous spirit, Mary was last seen walking home from a friend's house on a foggy evening. Despite extensive searches and countless sightings reported by the townsfolk, no one ever found her. As days turned into weeks, the search slowly faded, but the town never forgot Mary. A year later, on Halloween night, a chilling phenomenon began. Residents reported hearing whispers in the night, soft yet insistent, calling out for Mary. They described the voice as gentle, almost soothing, but there was something inherently wrong about it. Parents warned their children to stay indoors, and the town collectively shuddered at the thought of the Midnight Whisperer, believed to be the restless spirit of Mary, searching for a way home. Fast forward to the present day, where a group of adventurous teenagers decided to investigate the legend. There was Jake, the brave leader, Emma, the skeptic, Sam, who lived for thrills, and Lily, a timid girl who was reluctantly along for the ride. They gathered at Jake's house on Halloween night, equipped with flashlights, snacks, and an old map of Eldridge Hill. "Tonight, we'll go to the spot where Mary was last seen," Jake declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The others exchanged nervous glances, but the thrill of adventure kept them in line. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they set off, navigating the winding streets that soon gave way to the dense woods surrounding the town. The chill in the air made Lily shiver, and she clutched her jacket tighter. "Are you sure about this?" she asked hesitantly. "Come on, it's just a story," Emma reassured her, though she felt an uneasy knot in her stomach. What's the worst that could happen? The group trekked deeper into the woods, the moonlight filtering through the trees, casting eerie shadows that danced around them. Laughter and banter filled the air, momentarily masking the growing tension. But as they reached the clearing where Mary had vanished, the atmosphere shifted. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying a faint sound that made their hearts race. "Did you hear that?" Sam said, his voice barely above a whisper. They all paused. straining to listen. It was there, soft, almost melodic, like someone calling out from the darkness. Just the wind, Emma said, trying to sound confident, but the fear creeping into her voice betrayed her. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and a thick fog rolled in, obscuring their view. Panic rose as the whispers grew louder, swirling around them, enveloping them in a chilling embrace. Mary, Mary, the voices echoed, sending shivers down their spines. We need to leave now, Lily exclaimed, her eyes wide with terror. They turned to head back, but the path they had come from was gone, swallowed by the mist. Where's the way out? Jake shouted, his bravado faltering. Stay together, Emma ordered, though fear gripped her. They stumbled in the fog, the whispers intensifying, each syllable pulling at their minds. Mary, find me. The voice was so close now, as if she were standing right beside them. In a panic, they tried to retrace their steps, but the woods felt alive, shifting and twisting. The whispers became desperate, echoing their names: Jake, Emma, Sam, Lily. The sound sent them into a frenzy, running blindly through the haze. As they sprinted, they stumbled upon an old, decrepit cabin nestled between the trees, its windows shattered and door ajar. In here, Jake shouted, pushing the door open. They rushed inside, the stale air thick with dust and despair. Shadows danced in the corners, and the whispers seemed to fade slightly as they huddled together. What do we do now? Lily asked, her voice trembling. The fear was palpable, a weight that pressed down on them. I'll check outside, Jake said, his bravado returning. He stepped cautiously to the door, peeking out into the fog. But as he did, a cold hand clasped his shoulder, freezing him in place. He spun around to find nothing there, just the empty cabin and the whispers creeping back, now more frantic than ever. Get back, Emma shouted, pulling him inside. The air thickened, and a sudden chill enveloped them, wrapping around their limbs like icy fingers. The whispers turned into screams, echoing through the walls. Mary, help me. In that moment, the group realized they weren't just facing the legend. They were part of it. The cabin itself seemed to tremble, the whispers merging into a haunting chorus, drowning out their cries for help. The shadows twisted, taking shapes they couldn't comprehend, closing in around them. Lily screamed, and the group bolted to the back of the cabin, where a window offered a glimpse of the world outside. But the fog had thickened, and the whispers turned into anguished cries. You can't leave me. You can't. Desperation clawed at their hearts. They felt a pull, a dark force luring them into the depths of the cabin, urging them to stay forever. We have to fight it, Sam shouted, breaking through the fear. They joined hands, forming a circle of defiance against the encroaching darkness. Mary, we're here, Jake called out, his voice strong despite the tremors in his hands. We're not leaving you behind. The whispers faltered, momentarily silenced by their unity. But just as hope began to flicker, the door slammed shut, trapping them inside. They could feel Mary's presence, trapped in a world of pain and longing, and it was pulling them closer. The shadows grew, swallowing the cabin, the whispers rising to a fever pitch. With one last surge of courage, they shouted together, We won't abandon you, Mary. You are not alone. The walls shook, and a blinding light burst forth, illuminating the cabin. The whispers turned to cries of anguish, and in that moment, they felt Mary's sorrow transform into something else, relief. The shadows receded, and the door flew open. The fog outside lifted, revealing the moonlit path back to town. The group, breathless and trembling, stumbled out of the cabin, feeling the weight of the night lifting. As they hurried back, they could hear a gentle whispering, softer now, almost grateful. Thank you, it echoed, fading into the night. Back in Eldridge Hill, they swore never to speak of that night again. But as they shared their stories, they knew the truth. The Midnight Whisperer was no longer a source of terror, but a reminder of a bond that transcended even death. And every Halloween thereafter, they would light a candle for Mary, whispering her name into the night, ensuring she was never forgotten.
Story number 4.
As Halloween approached, the residents of Hollow Creek prepared for their annual celebration. The town was small, nestled in a valley surrounded by dense woods that whispered secrets in the wind. Each year, the townsfolk would share their scariest ghost stories around bonfires, but this year, one tale rose above the rest, the legend of the Old Mill. The Old Mill stood at the edge of town, abandoned for decades. Once a thriving hub of activity, it had fallen silent after a series of mysterious accidents claimed the lives of several workers. The mill's final owner, a man named Thomas Hargrove, had been the last to leave, vanishing without a trace. Rumors circulated that his spirit lingered, forever tied to the mill, seeking revenge on those who disturbed his resting place. This Halloween, a group of adventurous teens, Anna, Jake, Lily, and Mark, decided to explore the old mill, intrigued by the chilling stories. They gathered their flashlights and set off just after dusk, the moon casting an eerie glow on the path ahead. As they approached the mill, its dilapidated structure loomed like a shadow against the night sky, the wind whistling through the broken windows. "This place is seriously creepy," Anna whispered, her voice trembling. The others chuckled nervously, trying to lighten the mood as they crossed the threshold into the dark interior. Inside, the air was thick with dust, and the floorboards creaked beneath their feet. The scent of mold filled their nostrils as they ventured deeper into the mill. They explored the main floor, finding remnants of the past, rusty machinery, old sacks of flour, and forgotten tools. Each creak and groan of the building sent shivers down their spines. "Let's head to the upper floors," Mark suggested, his adventurous spirit shining through. They hesitated, but ultimately agreed, their curiosity overpowering their fear. Climbing the rickety staircase, they reached the second floor, where moonlight streamed through the gaps in the walls, creating an ethereal glow. As they explored the empty rooms, they found a large window overlooking the forest. Just as they were about to leave, a sudden gust of wind slammed the door shut behind them, echoing through the empty space. "Okay, that's not funny," Jake exclaimed, his heart racing. They quickly turned to the door, but it wouldn't budge. Panic set in as they rattled the handle, realizing they were trapped. "Maybe we should just calm down and look for another way out," Lily suggested, trying to sound brave. But the room felt colder, and an unsettling sensation filled the air. Shadows danced along the walls, and the whispers they had heard in the stories now seemed to grow louder. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the room. "Get out!" The teens froze, exchanging terrified glances. "Did you hear that?" Anna whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "I think it's just the wind," Mark replied, though his face betrayed his fear. But deep down, they all knew something was wrong. In a desperate attempt to escape, they searched for a window, but the only one was tightly sealed. The walls seemed to close in around them, and the temperature dropped sharply. Just then, a faint light flickered in the corner of the room, illuminating a figure shrouded in shadow. "Help me," the voice pleaded, echoing off the walls. The figure began to take shape, a man in old-fashioned clothing, his face gaunt and sorrowful. "Thomas Hargrove," Jake gasped, recognizing the legend. "It's him." The spirit's hollow eyes bore into them, filled with anguish and despair. "You must leave this place. It is not safe. The others, they are coming for you." Fear gripped the teens as the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase. They knew they had to escape. "How do we get out?" Anna cried, her voice rising in panic. "Follow me," the spirit urged, his hand gesturing toward the far side of the room. The air shimmered, and the figure began to fade, but the urgency in his voice resonated. "Now!" Without thinking, the group bolted toward the direction he had pointed. They ran through a door that led to a narrow corridor, which felt impossibly long. As they sprinted, they could hear the footsteps growing louder behind them, echoing in the dark. "Faster!" Lily urged, her heart pounding as they reached another door at the end of the hallway. With a powerful shove, they pushed it open, tumbling into the dim light of the main floor. The wind howled outside, and as they turned to catch their breath, they saw dark shadows swirling near the staircase. It looked as if the mill itself was coming alive, the air thick with an otherworldly presence. They rushed toward the exit, and just as they reached the door, they heard a final chilling whisper. "Do not return." They burst outside into the night, gasping for air as they raced down the path toward town. The moonlight illuminated their faces, revealing a mix of terror and exhilaration. They didn't stop until they reached the safety of their homes, hearts still racing. The next day, they gathered at Anna's house, still reeling from their experience. They shared their accounts, piecing together what had happened. Each of them felt a lingering weight, as if they had crossed a boundary that should not have been crossed. Determined to learn more, they returned to the library and researched the old mill's history. They discovered that the accidents had not just been unfortunate incidents. They were the result of negligence, greed, and betrayal among the workers. The last entry in Thomas Hargrove's journal detailed his fears and regrets, hinting at a darker truth. that he had been betrayed by someone he trusted, leading to his mysterious disappearance. On Halloween night, the friends decided to honor Thomas Hargrove's spirit. They returned to the old mill, this time armed with candles and a solemn purpose. They gathered outside the entrance, creating a small altar with flowers and a note expressing their regrets for the pain caused in the past. As they lit the candles, a warm breeze swept through the trees, carrying the scent of autumn leaves. The atmosphere felt different, less oppressive. They whispered words of gratitude and forgiveness, hoping to free Thomas's spirit from the weight of his past. In that moment, they felt a presence, a sense of peace that enveloped them. The wind rustled the leaves, and a soft glow illuminated the mill. The shadows that had once felt threatening now appeared to dance in the light, celebrating the acknowledgement of the pain that had lingered for so long. From that day on, the teens became the guardians of the old mill, sharing Thomas Hargrove's story with others and ensuring that the mistakes of the past were never forgotten. They learned that some spirits linger not to haunt, but to heal, and they vowed to honor the lives lost, turning fear into understanding.
Story number 5.
In the quiet town of Maplewood, where autumn leaves painted the streets in shades of orange and gold, Halloween was a time of cherished traditions and spooky tales. Every year, the townspeople would gather around the town square to share ghost stories that sent shivers down their spines. But among these tales, there was one that stood out: the legend of the Midnight Scarecrow. The story began decades ago when a young farmer named Henry Smith decided to protect his cornfields from crows. Frustrated with their relentless attempts to feast on his crops, he crafted a life-size scarecrow out of old clothes, straw, and a pumpkin for a head. Every evening, he would position the scarecrow in the center of his field, confident that it would do its job. But as the harvest season approached, strange occurrences began to plague the farm. At midnight, Henry would hear rustling in the fields and low whispers that sent chills down his spine. Neighbors claimed they saw the scarecrow move, its shadow flickering like a candle in the moonlight. Some even swore they saw it standing in different positions each night, as if it were alive. Frightened yet intrigued, Henry decided to confront the mystery. One fateful Halloween night, he stayed awake, determined to catch the scarecrow in the act. As the clock struck midnight, a dense fog rolled into the field, shrouding everything in an eerie mist. Henry felt a knot of fear tighten in his stomach as he peered out the window, watching the scarecrow silently loom over the corn. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound, and the whispers grew louder, forming incoherent words that sent a shiver down his spine. "Help us," it seemed to say, echoing through the stillness of the night. Terrified but compelled by curiosity, Henry grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The cold air prickled his skin as he approached the scarecrow, the fog wrapping around his legs like ghostly fingers. As he neared, he noticed something strange. The scarecrow's pumpkin head was slightly cracked, revealing a dark void inside. His heart raced as he shone the flashlight into the hollow, and to his horror, he saw tiny faces etched into the pumpkin's flesh, faces that looked like the crows he had been trying to scare away. Suddenly, the whispers crescendoed into a frenzied chorus. "Help us! Free us!" Panicking, Henry stumbled back, but the ground beneath him shifted, and he fell to his knees. The corn stalks began to sway violently, and the scarecrow's arms stretched out as if reaching for him. With every ounce of strength, Henry scrambled to his feet and ran back to the house, slamming the door behind him. The whispers followed him, echoing in his mind, haunting him with their cries. That night, he locked every window and door, hoping to escape the terror that had overtaken his farm. The next morning, Henry awoke with the sun pouring into his bedroom. Relieved to find the whispers silenced, he decided to confront his fears. He returned to the cornfield, determined to destroy the scarecrow once and for all. Armed with a pitchfork, he approached the scarecrow, heart pounding in his chest. But as he got closer, he realized the scarecrow had changed. The cracks in the pumpkin head had deepened, and the faces were now more pronounced, writhing in silent agony. Henry hesitated, feeling a wave of sympathy for the tormented souls trapped within. Who are you?" he asked, his voice trembling. "We were once like you," the whispers replied, the air thick with sorrow. "We sought to protect our home, but the curse of the scarecrow binds us. Free us, and we will protect you." Henry felt a chill run down his spine. The stories he had heard were true. The Scarecrow was not merely an object, but a vessel for lost souls seeking revenge. But how could he free them? Desperate for answers, he sought the town's oldest resident, Mrs. Henderson, who was known for her knowledge of local lore. When he arrived at her cottage, he found her sitting by the fireplace, her eyes twinkling with age and wisdom. "Ah, young Henry," she greeted him. "I see you've come to learn about the Midnight Scarecrow." "Yes," he replied, his voice filled with urgency. "How can I help those trapped inside?" Mrs. Henderson's expression turned serious. "The Scarecrow can only be freed by a true act of kindness, by offering something that belongs to the one who bound their souls. You must return to the field on Halloween night and speak from the heart." That night, as darkness enveloped the land, Henry prepared for the confrontation. With a heavy heart, he gathered the town's old, forgotten items, things he believed might belong to the souls trapped within the Scarecrow. He set them out before the cornfield, illuminated by flickering candles. As the clock struck midnight, the air grew thick with anticipation. The fog rolled in once more, and the whispers returned, drawing him toward the Scarecrow. "Help us! Free us!" The chorus beckoned, haunting yet hopeful. Taking a deep breath, Henry stepped forward, pouring out his heart. "I know you were once human, just like me. I can't imagine the pain you've endured. I'm here to help you find peace. Please, let me help you." With each word, the air shimmered around him, the ground trembling as the Scarecrow's form flickered. The pumpkin head cracked further, revealing even more faces. "Release us!" they cried, their voices merging into one. Henry placed the forgotten items at the Scarecrow's feet and stepped back, waiting. The items began to glow, illuminating the field with a warm light. The whispers grew louder, now filled with gratitude. "Thank you! Thank you!" Suddenly, a blinding flash enveloped the Scarecrow, and the faces began to lift from the pumpkin, swirling around Henry like a gentle breeze. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him, like the burden of their sorrow lifting as they ascended into the night sky. The Scarecrow fell silent, its form collapsing into a heap of old clothes and straw. The pumpkin shattered, scattering the remnants of the curse across the field. The whispers faded into a soft sigh, replaced by the rustling of corn in the wind. Henry stood there, breathing heavily, a sense of peace washing over him. He had freed the souls that had been bound to the Scarecrow, and in doing so, he had lifted the dark curse from his farm. From that Halloween onward, the townspeople noticed a change. The cornfields thrived, free from the crows that once plagued them, and Henry's farm prospered. The tale of the Midnight Scarecrow became a story of redemption, a reminder of the power of kindness and the importance of helping those in need. Every Halloween, Henry would return to the field, lighting candles and remembering the souls he had freed. As he watched the flames flicker in the night, he could almost hear their whispers of gratitude, a gentle reminder that even in darkness, light could prevail.
Story number 6.
In the small town of Ravenswood, Halloween was a time for celebration and storytelling. The townsfolk prided themselves on their spine-chilling tales, but one story sent shivers down even the bravest of spines: the tale of the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered Ravenswood, a dense forest filled with towering trees that twisted toward the sky. The locals believed the woods were haunted by the spirits of those who had disappeared there over the years. According to legend, if you entered the woods after dark, the whispers of the lost souls would lure you deeper into the trees, never to return. Despite the warnings, a group of teenagers, Megan, Ryan, Jess, and Tom, decided to test their courage. They had grown up hearing stories about the woods, and as Halloween approached, their curiosity turned into a dare. They gathered flashlights and snacks, planning to spend the night at the edge of the forest. "We'll camp right at the entrance," Megan said, grinning. "It'll be fun." That evening, they set up their tents under the canopy of stars, the air thick with the scent of autumn leaves. As darkness fell, they gathered around a campfire, sharing ghost stories and laughing. The flickering flames danced in their eyes, casting long shadows that swayed like figures in the night. Just as they were about to settle in, a chilling wind swept through the camp, extinguishing their fire and plunging them into darkness. "What the hell?" Ryan exclaimed, scrambling to turn on his flashlight. As the beam of light flickered to life, they could see the tree line shifting, as if something were watching them from the depths of the woods. "Maybe we should go home," Jess suggested nervously, her voice barely above a whisper. But the others, feeling emboldened by adrenaline, insisted they stay. After all, it was just a breeze, right? They lit the fire again, but the strange whispers began to seep from the trees, low and haunting. It sounded like a soft chant beckoning them closer. "Did you hear that?" Tom asked, eyes wide with fear. "It's just the wind," Megan replied, though she felt a knot tighten in her stomach. As the night deepened, they heard more distinct whispers calling their names. Megan, Ryan, Jess, Tom. It felt as if the woods themselves were alive, weaving through the trees. The friends huddled closer together, a sense of dread settling over them. "We're just scaring ourselves," Ryan said, though his voice trembled. "Let's take a walk and see if we can find the source of the noise." Reluctantly, the group agreed, stepping cautiously into the woods with their flashlights. The whispers intensified, swirling around them, growing louder and more insistent. "Stay with me," Jess pleaded, gripping Megan's arm as they moved deeper into the shadows. They followed the sounds, which seemed to beckon them toward an old, decaying cabin half hidden by the trees. Its windows were dark, the door hanging ajar as if inviting them inside. "This is creepy," Tom muttered, but curiosity outweighed his fear. They approached the cabin, the whispers crescendoing in a chaotic symphony. Inside, the air was stale, filled with the scent of mildew and rot. The faint light from their flashlights revealed dust-covered furniture and a staircase leading to the upper floor. As they explored, the whispers transformed into frantic cries, echoing through the dilapidated structure. "Help us! Help us!" they begged, sending chills down their spines. "What the hell is going on?" Ryan shouted, his voice cracking. Suddenly, the floorboards creaked ominously above them, and they froze. "We should leave," Jess urged, her face pale. But before they could turn back, a figure appeared at the top of the staircase. It was a woman dressed in tattered clothing, her eyes dark and hollow, staring down at them. "Why have you come?" she asked, her voice echoing with sorrow. "You shouldn't be here." Megan stepped back, heart pounding in her chest. "Who are you?" she managed to ask. "I am the keeper of the lost," the woman replied, her voice filled with anguish. "Those who enter the woods seeking adventure often become part of the whispers. You must leave before it's too late." Panic surged through the group. "We need to go," Tom shouted, pushing past the others as they raced toward the door. The whispers escalated into screams, echoing in their ears, the shadows around them darkening and closing in. As they fled the cabin, they could feel the presence of the lost souls, their anguish palpable. The woods twisted around them, disorienting them as they ran blindly through the trees. Each step felt heavier, as if the forest itself was trying to pull them back. "Megan, over here!" Ryan yelled, spotting a faint beam of moonlight filtering through the branches. They sprinted toward it, desperation fueling their escape. The whispers behind them transformed into anguished wails, desperate and haunting. Finally, they burst into the clearing at the edge of the woods, gasping for breath. They stumbled back to their campsite, feeling the weight of the darkness lift as they crossed the threshold between the trees and the open night sky. They collapsed onto the ground, trembling and gasping. "What just happened?" Jess whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "Did we really see that?" "I don't know," Megan said, shaking. "But we have to warn everyone. The woods, they're not safe." As dawn broke, the friends packed their belongings, each feeling the weight of what they had encountered. They swore to tell their story, to make sure no one else ventured into the Whispering Woods unprepared. From that day on, they became the guardians of the tale, sharing their experience each Halloween, warning others of the perils that lurked within. The woods remained a dark mystery, a place where the lost still wandered, and the whispers would continue to echo, a reminder that some legends are rooted in truth. And as Halloween approached each year, the chilling winds of Ravenswood would carry the whispers of the lost, reminding everyone to tread carefully around the boundaries of the Whispering Woods.
Story number 7.
In the small town of Willow Creek, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, Halloween was a time of excitement and terror. Each year, the townsfolk eagerly awaited the haunted hayride at Maplewood Farm, known for its spine-chilling stories and ghostly encounters. However, there was one tale that overshadowed all the others, the legend of the Phantom Rider. The story began many years ago with a young man named Ethan, who was known for his adventurous spirit and love for the night sky. Ethan was a skilled horseback rider, often seen galloping through the woods on his beloved stallion, Shadow. One fateful Halloween night, he he decided to venture deeper into the woods than ever before, drawn by the promise of adventure and the thrill of the unknown. As he rode through the twisted trees, the moon illuminated the path ahead, casting eerie shadows that danced with every movement. Ethan felt a sense of exhilaration as he explored the forgotten trails, but soon the excitement turned to unease when he realized he had lost his way. The forest was silent, the only sound being the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl. Suddenly, a thick fog rolled in, enveloping him in shadow in an otherworldly haze. As he squinted through the mist, Ethan spotted a flickering light in the distance. Intrigued, he urged Shadow forward, thinking it might be a campfire or someone in need of help. As he approached the light, he was taken aback to find an old, decrepit barn standing alone in a clearing, its door creaking ominously in the wind. The light emanated from within, pulsing like a heartbeat. Curiosity ignited once more, and Ethan dismounted, tying Shadow to a nearby post before stepping inside the barn. Inside, the air was thick with dust, and the wooden beams creaked underfoot. The flickering light came from a lantern resting on a hay bale. But as Ethan moved closer, he noticed something else. Sitting in the corner was an old saddle, intricately decorated with symbols he didn't recognize. It seemed to call to him, whispering secrets of the past. Eager to explore further, Ethan reached out to touch the saddle. The moment his fingers grazed the leather, a chill coursed through him. The temperature dropped, and the barn filled with a cold, heavy silence. Suddenly, he heard the unmistakable sound of hooves pounding against the earth, echoing from outside. "Who's there?" he called, but his voice trembled in the stillness. He stepped outside, the fog swirling around him like a living entity. The sound of galloping grew louder, and from the mist emerged a ghostly figure on horseback, cloaked in shadows. The rider's face was obscured, but Ethan could see the gleaming eyes that pierced through the darkness. "Ethan," the figure intoned, the voice echoing like thunder. "You have awakened me." Fear gripped Ethan as he realized he was face to face with the Phantom Rider, a spirit said to roam the woods searching for a lost treasure buried deep within. The legend claimed that those who encountered the rider were destined to help him find it, or face dire consequences. "What do you want from me?" Ethan stammered, his heart racing. "The treasure lies hidden in the heart of this forest," the rider replied, his voice low and haunting. "I need a companion brave enough to help me find it." Ethan hesitated, torn between fear
Morning,
and
everyone.
intrigue. "Why me?" "Because you are like me," the rider said, dismounting with an ethereal grace. "You seek adventure, and the night calls to you. But beware, for the forest is full of shadows and dangers unseen." Before Ethan could respond, the rider extended a hand, revealing a shimmering compass that seemed to pulse with energy. "Take this. It will guide you through the darkness." Against his better judgment, Ethan accepted the compass, feeling its warmth seep into his skin. As he did, the fog thickened, wrapping around them like a shroud. The rider mounted his horse once more, beckoning Ethan to follow. "Trust the compass, and we shall
Or what?
This happened a long time ago on Halloween. I was about 11 or 12 years old back then. Every year, I would go trick-or-treating with my best friend Josh and his family. My parents would stay home and hand out candy at our house, and I would go trick-or-treating in the neighborhood. Josh and I were still young enough that we needed to have an adult around when we went out, but we were starting to enter that rebellious stage. Therefore, we were constantly trying to get away from Josh's mom, who was our chaperone for the evening. She was also busy with Josh's little sister, so it was not long before the two of us were pretty much on our own. Josh and I continued ringing doorbells for an hour or so when another kid approached us. He said his name was Tim and asked if he could join us. Tim was a few inches taller than Josh and I, and we guessed he was probably a few years older as well. That would explain why he was not with a parent. He was dressed as a werewolf with a pretty elaborate costume. His mask covered his entire head with what looked like real fur, although it was probably fake. Josh quickly agreed to let him join us. We didn't recognize him from school, but having a friend in a higher grade would look good on us. By this time, Josh's mom was at least 6 or 7 houses behind us, so the three of us were pretty much on our own. We continued to knock on doors and gather candy for a while longer. Tim seemed pretty cool. He shared some of the same interests that we had: video games, music, the typical stuff. After a while, Tim stopped us and said, "Guys, there's another neighborhood where the houses are closer together. If we head over there, then we could cover more ground and get way more candy." "I'm in. How do we get there?" Josh asked. "We can take my dad's car. He lets me use it," Tim assured us. Like I said, I knew Tim was a few years older, but I didn't think he was old enough to drive. I was starting to feel uneasy, but when I looked over at Josh, his face was lit up. I think he was excited by the idea of going off with his cool new friend. I wanted to say no, but I was worried that I would seem like a downer, so I agreed. You know how peer pressure works. We followed Tim to his car. It was a newer model Toyota hatchback with tinted windows and a silverish paint job. It was parked on the street only a few blocks away. As we approached the car from behind, Tim unlocked the door with his remote. He got into the driver's seat and took off his mask. Josh walked around to the front seat while I opened the passenger door behind the driver. When I leaned down to get into the car, I locked eyes with Tim and almost fainted from fear. Tim must have been at least 45 years old. He was dressed up for Halloween and pretended to be a teenager. I turned around and sprinted away from the car. I didn't even try to warn Josh. I'm not proud of that last part, but it really was a fight or flight situation, and I did what I did. Luckily, after a few minutes, Josh and I found each other. It turned out that he saw me take off and realized something was wrong. Although it could have turned out worse, this was one of the scariest things that has ever happened to me. Halloween is all about being scared, but this was another level. We were too embarrassed to tell anybody what happened, so we kept the incident to ourselves. Looking back, I know we should have told someone, but we didn't. I can never be sure what that guy had planned, but I wanted no part of it. This happened to me last Halloween. I'm a single guy, and I live by myself in a small apartment complex. There are rows of townhouse-style buildings that are only 2 stories high. I live on the ground floor of one of them. It was a newer place, and all the doors were electronic. You could get into your apartment with an app on your phone if you forgot your keys. I always found that kind of thing unnecessary, but it was there if I needed it. There were some young families among my neighbors, so I usually get a few trick-or-treaters, probably only 5 or 10 for the whole night. We hardly ever get outsiders come in for Halloween. It's not a gated community or anything, but I figure maybe it looks like private property from the outside, so the kids from the surrounding neighborhood usually avoid it. I always make sure to have a box of Halloween candy for the kids that live there, though. It started off like any other Halloween. I stayed home as usual to give out candy. Trick-or-treaters started coming to my door at around 6:30 p.m. like usual, and after probably half an hour, I had seen pretty much every kid that I recognized. Thinking that it was all over, I sat down on my couch and turned on the TV. Then I ate a few of the leftover peanut butter cups from my candy bowl. I always made sure to get candy that I actually like, since there were always leftovers. By around 8 p.m., I was almost certain that there would be no more people coming, so I walked to my front door and turned off the light. As I turned away, I heard a knock at the door. When I turned around, I could see through the small window on my door that a man was standing there. I figured that he probably had a kid with him, but since the window was at eye level for an adult, I wouldn't be able to tell. "Just a minute," I said. Then I walked to my living room to grab the candy bowl. I returned to the front door with what was left of the candy and opened it ready to dump the rest into the lucky child's bag. However, when I opened the door, I was surprised to find that the man was alone. He was about my height and he wore a gray hoodie with black track pants. His face was cleanly shaven and he was about 40 years old if I had to guess. "Hey man, sorry to bother you. I was just having some trouble with my car. Can I use your phone?" he asked. I was obviously uncomfortable with this request. We keep our lives on our phones these days, so I don't think too many people would just hand over their phone to a complete stranger. "Sorry, I don't think so. Is there someone I can call for you?" I offered. "Come on, buddy. It'll just take a second, if you let me do it," he pleaded. We went back and forth for a little while. I could tell that his frustration was building, which was further confirming my stance. Eventually, I said, "It's not going to happen. Just forget about it." His face turned red. I was actually afraid he was going to attack me, but he didn't. The man simply turned around and walked away. I closed the front door and made sure to lock it. Then I peered through the window and watched him as he walked away. The whole interaction left me shaken and confused, so when he was a safe distance away, I quietly opened my door and slipped out onto the street. I wanted to see where he was going. For a few blocks, I followed the guy, keeping a distance of at least 30 or 40 feet. Eventually, he made his way to the parking lot of a grocery store around the corner from my place. I watched as he got into his car and drove away. I can only speculate on exactly what he wanted with my phone, but as I mentioned before, my doors can be controlled through an app. I think he may have known that somehow, and was trying to install some kind of virus on my phone so that he could rob me later. An overly elaborate plan to rob a single apartment, but that's my guess. Either way, he was a liar and definitely up to something. When I was 13 years old, I went trick-or-treating with my friends. I was at that age where it was still acceptable to go trick-or-treating, but I was old enough that I could go without any parental supervision. A good combination. Our neighborhood was in a pretty typical suburban area. Although I had lived there for my entire life, there were still a few neighbors who I hardly knew. Some people kept to themselves, and that's fine. However, some have different reasons for staying away from others, and that's what this story is all about. It was around 6:30 p.m., and my friends Chris, Aaron, and Kevin were getting ready at my house. Chris dressed up as Harry Potter, Aaron went as Bigfoot, and Kevin just draped a sheet over his body and said he was a ghost. He always had the worst costumes. I was going out as the Incredible Hulk, even though I was super skinny at the time. My parents were out at a Halloween party that night, and they were not going to be back until late. The four of us headed out and started trick-or-treating around the neighborhood. We were making great time, and it was not long before we had covered the entirety of the area. Our bags were already pretty full, but it was still early, so we decided to keep going. There was another area that we knew only about a 10-minute walk away, so the four of us headed over there and continued knocking on doors. The houses around there were a little older, and the people were older as well. I didn't know anyone at my school who actually lived there. Nonetheless, the houses were all decorated for Halloween, so we figured it would be worth it. After about half an hour, our bags were way too full to continue. It was also starting to get late, so we all split up and headed home with a great haul of candy. I opened the front door to my house and stepped inside. It was clear that my parents were still at the party because the driveway was empty. I went to the living room and sat on the couch, then turned on the TV and started eating some of my Halloween candy. About 10 minutes later, I started feeling tired and a little sick. I laid my head down on one of the decorative pillows that my mom keeps on the couch. After that, I only remember flashes of what happened. I was feeling incredibly woozy, almost like I was half asleep. But I distinctly remember seeing a tall man walk past me on the couch. He was way too tall to be my father, and my mother was not there at all. He leaned over to me on the couch and placed a hand on my head. That's all I remember before I came to. I got up and walked to the front of the house. I looked out the window, and my father's car was still missing. My parents weren't even home yet. I checked the rest of the house, but it was completely empty. You may think that I was hallucinating or dreaming, but I don't think that can be true. I wasn't that tired. It was only about 9:30 p.m. at the time. It's hard to think of a reasonable explanation for what happened, though. I thought about it for several minutes, then I threw away the rest of my candy. I called my 3 friends and told them to do the same. This is something that happened when I was 14 years old. Halloween was coming up, and I had recently learned that I was too old to go trick-or-treating. Although disappointed, I was excited to be growing up, and in a way, I was happy to leave the tradition behind. It was fun while it lasted, though. Even though we couldn't go trick-or-treating, my friends and I wanted to do something for Halloween. It had always been my favorite holiday, and it seemed like a shame not to go out and do something. I talked to my 2 best friends, Phil and Connor, to come up with some ideas. Phil was actually a year younger, and still wanted to go trick-or-treating, but Connor and I talked him out of it. We sat down together at lunch, and tried to think of something to do. Connor had been watching some of those ghost hunting shows on TV, and suggested that we go to the old cemetery and try to find a ghost. I never believed in that kind of stuff, and I'm pretty sure my friends didn't either, but we decided to give it a try anyway. Nobody came up with a better idea. We met at my house at around 6 p.m., then started walking down the street to the cemetery. The neighborhood was filled with kids dressed up for the occasion. I lived in a good suburban place. Almost every house around there had at least a few kids, so Halloween was huge. The bright streetlights shone down on the crowds of children with their parents. It brought back good memories from prior Halloweens. It was only about a 20-minute walk to the cemetery, and on the way, we cracked some jokes and reminisced about the past. None of us bothered to dress up. I never cared for the whole costume part of Halloween. To me, it was just something you had to do in order to get free candy. There was a huge wrought iron gate at the front of the cemetery. It was locked, so we walked around and found a spot where the fence was not as high. Then we climbed it, and we were in. The 3 of us looked at each other. There was a mutual feeling of excitement between us, probably more because we were trespassing than anything else. I don't think any of us took the whole ghost thing very seriously. We started walking past the old weathered tombstones. The cemetery was no longer active, meaning that no new graves were being dug. There was just a small crew that would come by once a week to cut the grass and stuff, so all the graves were pretty old. It was a very eerie place to be after dark. We continued walking and talking for several minutes when we started to hear a strange noise, like a constant hum off in the distance. My friends and I looked at each other. "Looks like we found our first ghost," I said sarcastically. Phil and Connor burst out laughing. We didn't think it was anything, but we decided to follow it anyway. As we got closer, the hum became more audible, and it started to sound like people chanting. There was someone there. We continued walking towards the noise, and then we saw it. There was a small group of people in the far corner of the cemetery, probably 10 of them. They were gathered in a small circle, all of them wearing dark clothes and masks. There was a single person lying on the ground in the middle of the circle, not moving. Although we couldn't make out the words to their chant, it was extremely unsettling. The 3 of us looked at each other. Phil and Connor were as terrified as I was. We turned around and quietly snuck out of there. I felt a tremendous relief when we were back on the lit street. We never told anybody about what we saw that night, but the 3 of us did discuss it amongst ourselves. Connor thought they may have just been another group of kids trying to have a fun, scary Halloween, but I don't think so. There was something chilling about that chant, And what were they doing with that one person laying on the ground in the middle of the circle? I don't know what they were up to that night, and I'm glad that we didn't stay to find out. Every Halloween, my friend Will would have a party on his property.
Will?
He was just outside the city where we lived. His family had a small farm. Most of my friends lived in the suburbs, but it was not a long way to get to Will's place out in the country. There was a lot of space there, so pretty much everyone in our grade was invited. His parents were okay with the party, but we all had to stay outside. Nobody was allowed in the house. That was especially important because his parents were away at their own Halloween party. It was fine with us because there was a ton of space there and a big fire pit on the property. It was always a good time. One year, however, something terrifying happened. It started like any other party at his place. I was one of the first to show up, so I helped get the fire going. As time went on, others trickled in. It was all people from our high school, so I recognized pretty much everyone, with very few exceptions, although some people would occasionally bring friends from other schools. Of course it was Halloween, so most people were dressed up, and I might not know who was who at first glance. The sun was starting to set, but the fire had grown large, and it was easy to see everyone's costume. I went with my typical low-effort outfit. I had a Scream-style mask that I wore almost every year, although I would keep it up over my forehead for most of the night, since it would get uncomfortable after a while. After around an hour, there were at least 20 or 30 people. We were all gathered in a large circle around the fire. Everyone was talking, laughing, and just having a good time. I was talking to my friend Chris when I noticed someone standing by himself across the circle. He was wearing a dark hoodie with some kind of scary-looking mask as a costume. The rest of his clothes were just normal. Another low-effort costume. I can't judge. I stared at him for several seconds, wondering who he was. I didn't think I knew him, but it was hard to tell with his face covered. I wasn't worried or anything, more curious at this point. After another few minutes, I walked over to the guy and tried to start a conversation. I just asked some basic questions, like how's it going, or something like that. When I heard his voice, I was surprised because he didn't sound like anyone who I knew from school, but I figured that he might be somebody's guest, so I didn't interrogate him or anything. It was strange, though, for a guest to be standing around by himself. Normally, if someone brings a guest, then they're with a group. After we talked for a few minutes, I excused myself and went to find Will. Will was hanging out in a group around the fire, too. I pulled him aside and said, "Hey man, I was just talking to some guy who I don't recognize. I'm not sure who he knows here." "Okay, cool. Thanks. Where is he?" Will replied. I turned to look to where I'd seen the guy, but I couldn't find him. It seemed that he'd disappeared into the crowd or something. Will and I walked around for a while, but we couldn't find the guy. After a quick search, Will and I decided that it was probably no big deal, and we went back to the party. At around midnight, the party was winding down. We made sure to put out the fire, then people started to take off. I went home and got to bed at around 1 a.m. The next morning, my phone woke me up at 6 a.m. It was Will. He told me that his house was robbed that night. Someone broke a window and stole a bunch of valuable stuff from his parents. Will told the police that he'd seen a strange guy at the party and that he may have been responsible. I went to the police station to give them a description, but unfortunately, it was Halloween and the guy was wearing a mask, so my description was not very useful. I tried to describe his voice, but that probably wasn't much help either. They did eventually catch the burglar, because he was caught trying to sell some of Will's mom's jewelry to a local pawn shop. I never found out for sure if it was the guy from the party, but my guess is that it probably was. Back when I was 14 years old, my brother Alex had a Halloween party at our house. He was a few years older, and he was really trying to be popular at school at the time. A lot of people go through that phase, and he saw this party as an opportunity to make a name for himself among the more popular kids. I was kind of seen as his nerdy little brother, a source for embarrassment. Therefore, Alex told me that I had to stay in my bedroom for the entire night. That was fine with me because at that age, I was a really shy and reserved person. The idea of a big rowdy Halloween party did not seem like fun to me. Our parents were out of town for the weekend, so it was just Alex and I until his guests started showing up. As soon as 2 or 3 people had trickled in, I headed up to my room. I spent the next several hours playing some Xbox. I had a pretty sweet gaming setup at the time. I could spend days in there without getting bored. The noise from the party was loud, but it didn't bother me much, especially since I used over-the-ear headphones for gaming. The sound of the loud pop music and people talking formed a constant, almost ambient background noise, heavily muffled by my headphones. I could almost feel it through the floor as much as I could hear it. That continued for a few hours without much change, but suddenly I heard a loud scream, probably from a female. Then the talking stopped and the music was turned off. It was silent. I was startled by the change. The abrupt end to the party had me worried, so I timidly got up from my gaming chair and tiptoed down the hall to the stairs. I slowly stepped halfway down until I could peek below to the main floor and see what was going on. As I poked my head down, I could see that there were only a few people left at the party. Alex was one of them, and he was holding the phone up to his ear. I stood there confused for several seconds. Then I took 2 more steps down the staircase. That was when I realized what had happened. There was a guy laying on the ground in a puddle of what looked like blood. Someone had been attacked. It turned out that Alex was on the phone with the police, and a minute later, an ambulance arrived and took the guy to the hospital. The police arrived not more than a minute later. I tried to sneak back up to my room, but one of the officers saw me on the stairs and called me down. It turned out that 2 of the party guests had gotten into a fight, and one of them had stabbed the other. When that happened, the party quickly dispersed, and most of the guests got out of there. The only people that were left were Alex, me, and a few of Alex's closest friends. Obviously, there were a ton of witnesses for what happened, so the perpetrator was quickly caught. I think he got a few years in prison for it. I think he avoided some of the more serious charges because the other guy actually threw a few punches before. Luckily, the victim survived and made a good recovery. A few years ago when I was 22, I went to a Halloween party at a bar downtown with a few of my friends. I had volunteered to be the designated driver that night because I was trying to cut back on alcohol. The night was actually pretty fun, even though I was stone cold sober around a bunch of drunk people. The bar had free non-alcoholic drinks for designated drivers, so I had a few Cokes, then I moved on to coffee. By the end of the night, I had 3 or 4 cups of coffee, so I was pretty wired. We left the party at around midnight. I dropped my friends off at their places, then I drove home. I had a ground floor apartment with my own entrance at the front. There was a small patio that I had to walk through to get there. I opened the door and stepped inside, still feeling the caffeine. My hand was shaking slightly when I flicked on the light switch. I looked over at my couch and TV, thinking that it looked like a good place to sit and wait for the caffeine to wear off. Since it was Halloween, I decided to watch some of the old horror movies that I'd not seen in a long time. I started with the first Friday the 13th film, then continued to the second. Partway through the second film, I heard a loud knock on my door. I was startled and confused. It was past 2 a.m., so trick-or-treating was long over. Maybe I should have just ignored it, but I was too curious not to take a look. I muted the TV and slowly tiptoed to my front door. Once there, I pressed my eye up to the peephole on the door. Standing in front of my apartment was a man in a full clown costume. He wore an orange wig with some pretty elaborate makeup. It looked super creepy. I took a step back and started shaking. My mind raced as I considered my options. Calling the police was a good option, but I decided not to bother with them since nothing really happened yet. After some consideration, I decided to just ignore it and see what he does. He continued knocking for a few more minutes, but never said a word. I stood there behind the door hoping he would just go away, and eventually, that's exactly what he did. I could see his shadow through my curtains as he slowly walked past my window and away from my door. I guess he got bored, I laughed to myself. By then, I had pretty much given up on getting any sleep, so I went back to the movie. I eventually passed out at around the 5th installment of the Friday the 13th franchise. I woke up on my couch to a knock at the door at around 11 a.m. Half expecting to see another creepy clown, I walked over to check it out. Looking through my peephole, what I saw might have been even more surprising than the clown. It was the police. I opened the door and stood there in front of the officers, a confused look on my face. The police explained to me that there had been a robbery in my building. My neighbor a few doors down had been woken up by a knock on her door in the middle of the night, and when she answered it, she was attacked, one of the officers told me. The other officer chimed in and added that the attacker was a man in a full clown costume. It must have been the same guy, I thought. I promptly told the officers what had happened to me the night before, that I saw a guy in a clown costume and that he tried knocking on my door too. They took a statement from me, but really, I was not able to tell them anything that they weren't already aware of. As far as I know, the clown was never caught. As a side note, I wanted to know why my neighbor decided to open the door for the guy, but I don't really know her that well, and I thought it might be rude to ask. Who opens the door for a strange clown in the middle of the night? Not me. I'm in my last year of high school now, and this happened on Halloween night of last year. Me and my friends were too old for trick-or-treating, and we were too young to drink and party. That's why we decided to go and explore an abandoned house that was near our school. Everyone knew about the place, because it was just off a pretty major road in our town. I don't really believe in ghosts, but if I did, then this place was a textbook example of a haunted house. It had wooden siding and window shutters that were painted white, but they were really old and dirty. The roof was brown shingles, and almost half of them were probably missing. After school, we all met at my friend Jay's house, because it was the closest. I brought my flashlight and a spare that I gave to my friend Ben. It was just the three of us, and we headed over there once it was kind of dark. When the house came into view, it was every bit as creepy as I remembered. The faint glow from the moon and the distant streetlights made the place look straight out of a horror movie. It was just what we were looking for. Even still, I was getting a little scared as we approached the back. We knew that the back door was open, because we looked around that place before, but we had never been inside. I'm sure it was supposed to be sealed, but someone else must have broken it down. I went in first, and then the others followed. Broken glass and other debris crunched under our feet as we walked in. The place was an absolute disaster. Everything was either broken or missing. The only furniture was a smashed coffee table in the middle of the room. The kitchen was almost completely gutted, with no appliances, and even the countertops were missing. I had no idea if it was picked over by looters, or if the owner salvaged what they could. We didn't care at the time. It was just interesting to see. Next, we heard a noise from the other side of the house. It was like a creak in the floorboard, or maybe a door. I was startled, but not that scared. We made our way down the hall. There was another room on the ground floor, and it seemed like that's where the noise came from. It might have been a bedroom or an office, and we thought we'd check it out. As we walked down the hallway, we took time to check out some of the graffiti. It was clear that we were not the first ones there. We knew it was a popular spot for other kids. When we got to the room, I poked my head around the corner. There was no door. As soon as I looked in, it seemed much like the rest of the house. Garbage everywhere, graffiti, and no furniture. There was no sign of anything that could have made the noise, so we walked in to look around some more. As soon as we were in, I heard the noise again. I turned around and saw a man standing in the corner facing the wall. We never saw his face, but he had long gray hair. We could also tell that he was wearing a mask, probably a cheap plastic clown mask. I jumped and yelled some curse words instinctively. My two friends saw him too, and did the same. As soon as we came to our senses, the three of us bolted out of there. We made it to the back door and out to the street. Once we were out, we went across the street to catch our breath. When we looked back to the house, I saw a man in a clown mask poke his head out from around the corner. He didn't chase us anymore, and we soon got out of there. We went back to Jay's house to play some video games and talk about the night. For the rest of the evening, we discussed what happened, but we still have no idea what that guy was doing in there alone, or if he was actually dangerous. This happened on Halloween night 5 years ago. I was 23 at the time, and I had just moved to my house. It was a single story with 2 bedrooms and an unfinished basement. I was renting the second room to my friend Joseph, who I knew from college. I was pretty excited to have my own place, and I wanted to be a good neighbor, so I thought it was important to stay in and give out candy to the neighborhood kids. Joseph went out to a Halloween party, and I was planning to join him after the trick-or-treaters were done. I waited around until 8:30 giving out candy. I still had a large amount left, which I was planning to share with Joseph. I took the candy bowl into the kitchen and put it on the counter, and I went to my room to get ready for the party. It was at our other friend's house, which was around a 20-minute bus ride away. As soon as I got out of the shower, I heard the doorbell ring. I thought it was too late for trick-or-treaters, but I was more than willing to give some kid their last for the night, so I walked over and opened it. Standing on my porch was what looked to be a grown man in some kind of costume. He seemed to be either a ghost or a mummy, or something in between. He had a sheet over most of him, with small pieces of cloth seemingly tied around his arms and legs. I wasn't sure exactly what he was going for, but that was what I saw. He was about 5'5", so he could have been 14 or 13, I guess. I couldn't tell for sure. He said trick or treat, but in a strange voice, like he was imitating a robot voice. It made it hard to tell if he was a grown-up or not. I was creeped out, but I didn't want to upset him, so I told him to wait, and then I went to go get the candy. I tried to shut the door, but when I did, the guy stuck his foot in, blocking me from closing it. I tried to look at his face to see if he was joking, but all I could see was the fabric of this strange costume. Not wanting to risk it, I kicked his foot out from the door and closed it, then locked it right away. The guy turned around and walked off after that. I watched out the window as he disappeared down the street. Thinking it was a bad joke, I went to my room to finish getting ready for the party. While I was in my room, I heard a loud crash from the front of my house. It was the sound of glass shattering. I burst out of my room into the living room to find that my front window was broken. Just then, the other window smashed and a large rock rolled up near my feet. I looked out and saw 2 guys standing in front of my place. One of them was the weird ghost mummy from before. The other guy was wearing a ninja mask and all black clothes. I called the police right away, and the next time I looked out, the 2 men were gone. The police came a few minutes later, but not soon enough to catch them. I told them everything I knew about what happened that night, and they told me they would investigate. That wouldn't help though, because I never found out who they were. It wouldn't have been hard for them to rip off their costumes and blend in with everyone else. What I still wonder about it is if they were really kids, or if they were adults doing things like that. I guess it's scarier if they were grown, because they could do more harm. I didn't know all my neighbors at the time, but now I do, and I don't think any of them matches the description of those guys. They must have come in from somewhere else. Me and my friends went trick-or-treating when we were younger. It was a long time ago, but I think we were in 7th grade, making us around 13 or 14. For the first time, we were allowed to go out without any parents, and we were all excited. Not that it would make such a big difference, it's just that it made us feel a little more grown up. We didn't have any desire to get into trouble or anything like that. The night was, as always, about candy, and we wanted to get as much of it as we could. It was like a competition in my neighborhood, and everyone would always exaggerate about how much they got. Since we were a little older, and we'd been many times before, we knew the neighborhood really well. It consisted of one main street, called Brock Street, with many cul-de-sacs splitting off of it. My house was on one of them, and my friends lived nearby. To get to any other area, you would have to go down a busier street with mostly businesses, and not very many houses. It was a waste of time, so we usually stayed in our area. I went with my 2 friends Chris and Phil, and we met at my house to start. After hitting all the houses on my street, we moved on to the next section. We were making really good time, and it wasn't long before we had hit all the houses in our small neighborhood. There was a lot of time left, so I suggested that we go down the busier street to find some more houses. As we walked down the narrow sidewalk, we noticed there were no other trick-or-treaters around. The houses out there were not decorated like the others in our neighborhood either. We tried a few doorbells, but we didn't get any answers. It was starting to look like a lost cause. We might have come all that way and wasted our last bit of time. The three of us kept walking, and eventually we noticed it was getting pretty dark. Chris mentioned that he had to be home pretty soon, so we decided to turn around. After taking 5 or 10 steps back towards our neighborhood, a car slowed beside us. It was a newer-looking sedan, and it was dark blue in color. A single man sat in the driver's seat, and there was nobody else in the car. We stopped, thinking it was just somebody asking for directions or something. Instead, the man said that my mom sent him to come pick us up. That made no sense, because I knew she would never do that. I told the guy thanks, but said that we could walk. Right as soon as I said that, the guy sped away. My friends and I looked at each other, and after a few awkward seconds, I said, "What was that?" They both shrugged and said they didn't know. We continued walking, and went to our separate houses. When I got home, I told my dad about the guy in the car. He completely freaked out. That was when I realized that it was serious. The cops interviewed me for a good half hour. After that, they went to talk to Chris and Phil as well. Because of what happened afterwards, we figured the guy was some kind of creep trying to pick up kids on Halloween. If I had to guess, I'd say that he thought we were younger than we were. That would explain why he bailed as soon as he heard my voice. I guess with our costumes, it would have been hard to tell if we were on the older side. His lie seemed really obvious to me, but I wonder if it would have worked on some younger kids. I guess we'll never know, because fortunately, our encounter with that guy was the only one that I'm aware of, and no missing kids were reported that night. I lived in a small house by myself when this happened. It was a few years ago on Halloween, and I've since moved out to a bigger place. This place had 2 bedrooms, and it was in a somewhat rough neighborhood. It was the kind of place where you keep your doors locked at all times, even when you're home. I never had a problem with muggings or anything like that, but there were some break-ins occasionally. Not the worst place in the world, but far from an ideal suburb. I didn't mind though, because it was close to downtown and several public transit routes. Like I said, this happened on Halloween, and when I lived there, I would usually stay home to give out candy to the 5 or 10 kids who would come to my door. It was hardly worth it, but Halloween was always my favorite holiday when I was younger, and I wanted the neighborhood kids to have that experience. I finished work at 5 as usual, and went home to get ready for the trick-or-treaters. After I had some dinner, I turned on the TV and put on a scary movie while I waited. Eventually, a few trick-or-treaters came. I knew most of them from around the neighborhood and from other years, so it was about what I was expecting. When it began to get late, I thought the night was over, so I went back to my living room. That was when the doorbell rang one last time. I turned around and grabbed my candy bowl to answer it. When I opened the door, there was a little boy standing on my porch, but he was alone. This kid must have been 8 years old at the most, judging by his size. He was wearing some kind of a monster costume with a full mask, so I wasn't sure about his age. He was young though. I put a handful of candy into his bag, and I looked around to see if he had a parent. That was when I saw a man standing on the other side of the street watching. He was standing next to a dark SUV, just peering at us. The SUV had a red ball on the antenna and fancy silver trim on the side doors. Before I had a chance to say anything, the boy turned around and ran to the man. I saw them get into the SUV, but then I turned away before I could see if they drove off or not. Most parents would come right up to the door with kids that age, but maybe he was trying to teach his son to be confident or something. I didn't know, so I let it go and went back to my movie. My eyelids became heavy as I stared at the TV screen, but I started to hear noises from the back of my house. It sounded like people talking. Judging by where it was coming from, the people would have had to be on my property, so I went to check it out. When I got there was nobody to be seen. Thinking it was my imagination, I was about to go to bed, but first I decided to check the front part of my street. When I looked out, I saw that dark SUV from before. It was sitting out there, but it was a little farther down the road than it was before. In any case, I went upstairs to brush my teeth and then go to bed. When I was in the bathroom, I heard a window smash. Knowing it was a break-in, I ran to my room to get my phone. When I was in there, I closed my door and held it shut with my body. I called 911 and told them to hurry, and then I focused on keeping the door closed. I could hear at least 2 men walking around downstairs. Minutes later, the police burst in. I was pretty sure from what I heard that the robbers were still there. It sounded like they were being arrested. After another few minutes, I felt like it was safe to come out, so I did. The officers were still there collecting evidence. It turned out that the guys broke a small window at the back of my house, and then used that to unlock a door. I found out later that it was in fact the man in the dark SUV that I saw before. It seemed that he had used his son on Halloween in order to scope out potential burglary victims. I was the unlucky one that time. The most disturbing part about that story is that while the break-in was happening, the young boy who I gave candy to earlier was sitting in the SUV alone, waiting for the robbery to finish. Someone's getting nominated for Father of the Year. It was Halloween night in 2010, and I was 12 years old. Ever since I was really young, I would go trick-or-treating with the same group of friends. My school was really small, so I didn't have a lot of choice anyway. Our neighborhood was very low on crime, so we were allowed to go trick-or-treating on our own. We did so since we were 9 or 10. Therefore, we were pretty comfortable with our area. Looking back, I could admit that we were naive. I definitely do things differently, with the power of hindsight. Once we all got our costumes on, me and my friends met at my place to start trick-or-treating. My mom gave me a cell phone to take with me. I didn't have my own yet, but my mom made me take it whenever I was out without my parents. There were 3 of us in total. It was me and my friends Jake and Jude. We all dressed up in different low-effort costumes. I was a ninja, but I don't remember exactly what the rest of them were. It was around 6 o'clock, and the sun was pretty much gone. It wasn't completely dark yet, but the streets were well lit anyway. The roads were organized in a grid format with rows of houses. There was a small woods and a river on the far end, and our school was right in front of that. We rang doorbells for a while, getting a decent amount of candy. At one point, a car passed us slowly. There was a single man, and he was dressed in a really extravagant clown costume. Looked like he might have been some kind of professional. We could see as he passed that his makeup was partially wiped off. It was a creepy sight, and we all noticed it. The man took a long stare at us, but never stopped. Within 10 or 15 seconds, he turned down a street and was out of our sight. I looked at Jake and saw that he was a little concerned too, but neither of us said anything. We kept going for another hour or two, but by around 8:30, most of the houses had their lights off. It usually means it's all over. We tried to go to one last house, but when we rang the doorbell, no one answered. After that, we accepted that there was no more trick-or-treating. By that time, we were right near the woods, and only a few houses down from the school. Since we were all having a good time, none of us wanted to go home yet. Knowing our parents, they wouldn't start to get worried until at least 9 or 9:30, so we decided to hang out and dig into our candy a bit. I suggested that we go over to the school and hang out in the playground. Although the streets were lined with lampposts, the school was quite dark. When we walked into the gate, we could barely see at all. After a few minutes, our eyes adjusted and we walked over to the basketball courts, where there was a long bench. The 3 of us sat down there and started talking. We were there for about 10 minutes when we saw a dark figure walking towards us. Jude noticed it first and pointed it out to the others. I was worried that we were going to get in trouble for being out there after hours. It kept getting closer, and when it did, you could tell that it was a man. He was large, at least 6'2", and wearing a clown costume. My mind immediately remembered that creepy-looking guy in the car earlier, and I was pretty sure it was him. Eventually, he was standing right in front of us. His face was smeared with white makeup. Other than that, he looked normal from the neck up. He wasn't wearing a wild wig or a funny hat like you might expect. From the neck down, though, he was in full clown attire, right down to the giant shoes. My friends and I stopped talking and stared up at the guy. The first thing he said to us was something like,
"Hey guys, how's it going?"
We were all silent. Just then, I felt my phone vibrating. The ringer was on silent, but I knew someone was calling. I didn't answer it though, because I was too focused on that creepy clown standing right in front of me. The man then said,
I have a lot of candy left over from the party I was just at. Come with me, and we'll get it.
He pointed out to the street, and I could see a car parked near the school. After a while, my phone was going crazy. I didn't know if it was calls, text messages, or both. We all looked at each other. None of us trusted that guy, but I didn't know what to do. Out of nowhere, Jude got up and sprinted in the opposite direction. In hindsight, it was the smartest thing you could do. There was no way that guy was going to be able to chase us with those giant clown shoes. Jake and I followed. When we got to the back fence of the playground, the gate was closed. We stopped for a second and then looked back. The clown man was standing around 150 feet away, not running, but walking towards us. We then climbed the fence and found ourselves outside the woods that backed onto the school. There was a pathway that went along the fence. We went the opposite direction to where the car was, and when we got out to the street, we felt a little safer. That was when I checked my phone. I had 5 missed calls, all from my mom. There were also a few text messages, also from my mom. I opened one of them, and all it said was "come home now," in all capitals. My friends and I ran to our respective houses, making it there in 5 or 10 minutes. When I got home, my mom was waiting at the front door, crying. She hugged me when I walked up to the porch. That was when I noticed at least 2 police cars circling our street. I still didn't understand what was happening, but I would soon find out. My mom asked me where I was, so I told her what happened at the school. As soon as I did, she called the police. They were there in less than a minute. The cops interviewed me on my porch, asking me for every detail about the man I saw and what his car looked like. After about 10 minutes, they were gone. Apparently what happened was that there was a kidnapping attempt that night. A kid a few years younger than us was almost abducted by a man in a clown costume, not far from where we were at the school. Luckily, the kid was out with his mom, and she was able to scare the guy away, and then she called the cops. My mom was blowing up my phone because she knew there was somebody out there, and I was out without parents. As far as I know, the man was never caught, but this was the first and only incident of its kind that ever happened in my neighborhood. I lived there until I graduated high school, and as far as I know, it was an isolated incident. Halloween is a time when everybody wants to be scared, but this was on another level. It was too much. We had a Halloween party at my house when I was in college. I was in my 3rd year, and I had a house with my 3 friends. We would have a few parties at our place every year. It would just be our extended friend group that would be invited. We never did the wild everyone-can-come type of party. It was just friends and friends of friends that we would let in. It was 8 o'clock on the 31st of October. Our neighborhood was mostly student houses, so we got very few trick-or-treaters. If my memory is right, it was just 2 families that came by. Our next-door neighbor had 2 kids, plus another family that was in the apartment building across the street. I decided to go to the store, pick up some drinks before everyone arrived. On my way back, I passed a guy on the sidewalk a few streets away from my house. He was wearing a strange costume. It looked like he was some kind of patient from an insane asylum, but he had his entire face covered with a white cloth. Also on the cloth were large black dots where the eyes would be. I also noticed that he was carrying a sack or a pillowcase that was full. It looked like he was trick-or-treating, but he was way too old. It was creepy, but I guess that's the point. By the time I got back home, a few of my friends had shown up. There were 8 or 10 people there in total. Being that it was Halloween, everybody was wearing costumes. I dressed as Don Draper from Mad Men, because I wanted everyone to think that I'm cool and handsome. I won't go over everybody else's costumes in detail, but it was everything from bedsheet ghosts to more elaborate ones. We poured a few drinks and turned on some music. As it got later into the night, more people showed up. By 10 o'clock, there were 20 or 25 people there. I knew everyone I had seen so far, although some people were covering their faces with their costumes. Even though I was drinking a little, I stayed pretty sober for the whole night, and my other roommates did the same, just to make sure everything stayed under control. We had a good group of friends though, so there were no real problems. By 11, things had reached their peak. There were about 30 people there. A little more than I was expecting, but it was still under control. Nobody was super drunk, no fights or anything. I was standing around in the kitchen talking with a friend when I looked into the living room. I saw somebody walk by who was out of place. It looked like that weird guy who I saw on the sidewalk before, the one who was dressed like a mental hospital patient. He walked by quickly and was out of my view in no time. I barely even noticed, and I wasn't sure if it was really him. Curious enough to check it out, I excused myself and walked off in the direction where he went. Past our living room was the upstairs and also the stairs to the basement. When I turned the corner, I realized that he must have gone in one of those two places. I saw both staircases, but the mysterious man was gone. The basement of the house was unfinished, and we just used it for storage and laundry. There wasn't really anything down there, so I decided to check the upstairs first. When I walked up the stairs, I could hear somebody rummaging around in my room. I peeked around the corner and got a glimpse of that creepy guy in the asylum costume. We were being robbed. Although I wanted to burst in there and confront him, it was smarter to get help. I called the police first and described the guy who I saw. He had a pretty distinct look, so it was easy. Next, I found one of my roommates to make sure he didn't get away. We walked to the bottom of the stairs. When I looked up, I was met with a terrifying sight. He was standing at the top of the stairs, looking down at us. He was holding a bag in one hand. "Hey man," I called the police. "Just put everything back and you can go," I said. The guy didn't hesitate. He briskly walked down the stairs. When he was halfway down, I saw him pull a knife out from somewhere. Holding the knife in one hand and the bag in the other, my roommate and I moved out of the way. There were two of us and one of him, but neither of us was armed, and we didn't want to get stabbed. We stood there and watched the guy disappear into the crowd, and then the door opened and slammed. Minutes later, the police arrived. I answered the door to two officers. Down on the sidewalk in front of my house, there were another two cops, and they had someone in handcuffs. It looked like the guy we had seen before, but now his face was showing. They must have taken his mask off. Our intruder looked just like a normal guy. He was clean cut and maybe 30 years old, if not even younger. The police told me that they arrested the man moments ago. I was positive that it was him. If I wasn't sure enough already, after going through the bag that he was carrying, they found my laptop, along with each of my roommates' laptops. He also had some other things that belonged to one of my roommates. During my conversation with the police, I mentioned that he also threatened me with a knife. I was hoping that would add additional charges, but there's no telling if it made a difference. It was around midnight by then, so we waited it out for people to go home. By 1, it was just me and my other roommates. We spent the next hour cleaning the house and talking about what just happened. All in all, this was by far the scariest Halloween of my life. Sometimes I wonder if the man was just bluffing with the knife. Would he have actually stabbed us if we didn't get out of the way? We never found out how dangerous he actually was, but I'm glad that we didn't take that chance.
Probably.
I've always loved Halloween, but last year something happened that almost changed that. I'm 25 years old, so I was 24 at the time. I lived alone in a ground floor apartment that was half of the main floor of an older house. The floor was divided up into two separate apartments with their own entrances that were right next to each other. My landlord was in the other one. He was away on vacation when this happened. There were some kids around there, so although I was way too old to be trick-or-treating, I would still join in by giving out candy. When Halloween night came, I was all ready with a good amount of candy. There were some families among my neighbors who I knew well, and I always tried to be one of the more generous to the kids who came to my door. On this Halloween night in particular, though, it was pouring rain. I wasn't sure how many of them would still go out. There was one year when I was a kid where we had a blizzard on the 31st, so the whole neighborhood agreed to delay Halloween by a week or so. It didn't happen this night, so I figured it was still on. Early in the night, I looked out my front window and saw a car parked on my street right in front of the house. Rain was pelting it, but I could still see that there were 3 grown men inside. They seemed to be wearing costumes of some kind, but I couldn't tell what they were. I figured they were going to some Halloween party, so I didn't worry. Shortly after, a few trick-or-treaters showed up. My doorbell rang for the first time at around 6 p.m. The rain was still pouring. I went to answer it, and there were a group of boys who were around 10 to 12 years old. I knew one of them from around the neighborhood. They were laughing and having a good time, clearly enjoying the ridiculousness of the night. I gave them some candy, and they ran off to the next house. That was when I noticed that the car from before was still there. It was a little further down the street, but it was definitely still the same one. The lights were on, and 3 guys were just sitting there. Again, I didn't worry, because there are a million reasonable explanations, but it did seem strange to me. Several more came to my door, and each time I went out, I saw that car was still there, still in the same spot, and the rain was still falling. It was even harder than before. By 7:30, I was pretty sure nobody else was coming, so I sat down in my living room and started watching a movie. I would usually watch at least a few classic horror movies on Halloween and dig into whatever candy was left. By 10 p.m., I was on my second movie, which was one of the Nightmare on Elm Street films. Then I heard a knock at my door. I wasn't expecting anybody, and it was too late for trick-or-treaters. As I sat in my living room, I looked out the window. The rain had eased up considerably, but it was still coming down somewhat. I got up from the couch and walked to the front door. My door had a small window that I could see through, and there were at least 2 guys standing on my porch. When I got closer, I looked out the larger window beside the door, and I could see there were 3 of them. They were around my age, if not a little older, and they were wearing Halloween costumes. One of them was an elf, or something like that. Another had some kind of superhero costume, and I had no idea what the third was wearing. My eyes then went to the street, and I could see that car from before was still there, and now it was empty. I was pretty sure the guys on my porch were the ones who were in the car. As I was looking out the window, one of them saw me.
Hey man, does Andrew live here?
He asked. No, I think you've got the wrong place, I said. He then said okay, and the 3 men walked away towards the car. It seemed like an honest mistake, but I was still curious why they were sitting out there that whole time. It was hours that they had been out there. Maybe they left and came back, but that would be just as suspicious. Whatever the case may be, I finished the movie and then watched part of another before it got late. At around midnight, I went to bed. By around 12:30, I was still awake, and I heard some noises on my porch. I thought I heard my next-door neighbor's door open. That couldn't be, because he wasn't due back for another 2 days. Too curious to let it go, I tiptoed to my front door and looked out. There was nobody there, and when I turned my attention to the road, I could see that same car from before. There was a single man sitting in the driver's seat. Although it was dark, I was pretty sure he was one of the men that came to my door earlier. All of a sudden, I started to hear footsteps in my landlord's place. The walls were pretty thin, so I could clearly tell that somebody was there. At least one person, maybe 2. Once I knew that my landlord was away, it must have been a break-in. I got the police on the line and whispered that somebody was robbing my next-door neighbor. I gave them the address and told them to hurry. As I waited for the police, the noises continued. There were definitely 2 people in my neighbor's place. Not long later, the police showed up. I heard the whole thing from my apartment. As I listened, my biggest fear was that I would hear a gunshot, but luckily that never happened. I looked out my window and saw 2 men being led away in handcuffs. As you may have already guessed, they were the 2 guys who showed up on my doorstep earlier in the night. I have no doubt that they came to my door to check if I was home. If I wasn't, then maybe I would have been targeted as well. The one thing they didn't count on was the fact that I could hear through my neighbor's walls. If not for that, then they probably would have gotten away with it.
Gotten away with it. They're mentally.
It was Halloween of 2020, and I was in the 12th grade. My friends and I had grown out of trick-or-treating a long time ago, but we still liked to celebrate the occasion. My friend Dan lived in a different neighborhood, and his parents were okay with us having people over, so it was our go-to spot whenever we wanted to have a party, or a gathering of any kind. I lived in a different neighborhood, which was about an hour away on foot, so I took the bus there. There was one other guy in my friend group who lived in my neighborhood, so we actually took the bus together. Tom lived a few doors down from me, and we had been good friends since about the 3rd grade. Neither of us bothered to get dressed up or anything. I was never really into that. Nothing much happened at the party. It was a pretty typical night. We mostly just talked about whatever and played Super Smash Bros. In Dan's basement. I don't even know if party is the right word. There were only 7 or 8 of us. By the time we decided to head home, it was past 11, and the bus that we needed was not running anymore. Since it was only an hour on foot, Tom and I decided to walk instead of bothering our parents. Our route home was all on well-lit streets, and our neighborhood is pretty safe, so we were not that worried. It was actually a pretty nice night. Tom and I were really good friends, and we were happy to have the time to talk. And if I'm being completely honest, we did a bit of gossiping as well. Even though it was a Saturday evening, the streets were pretty much deserted. We only saw 5 or 6 cars the last half hour of walking. We were about halfway home when a brown van passed us on the street. It slowed down when it was about 20 feet ahead of us. Tom and I looked at each other with concern. The van stopped, and we continued walking. I was hoping that it was nothing, and that it stopped for some other reason. Tom and I stopped talking and looked forward as we walked past the van. When we were in front of it, it started moving again, but slowly. It was driving at our walking pace. We tried to ignore it, but suddenly we heard a voice from the front seat. "Hey guys, what are you doing out so late? Need a ride?" a man said. We continued walking, but I turned my head and said, "No thanks, we're good." He kept driving slowly beside us, trying to convince us to take the ride. The guy gave a few reasons why we should accept the offer. It's cold outside, it's dangerous to be walking alone. He even said that we could get in trouble for being out so late. We were in 12th grade, so we weren't stupid. So the more we talked, the more we were sure that we were not getting into this guy's van. Tom and I were genuinely creeped out at this point. We knew that we needed to get away from this guy, but we didn't know how to do it. If we really needed to, we could have knocked on some doors of the houses in the area. It was all residential around there, and I'm sure that would have scared him off. However, after another few minutes, a police car turned down the street and approached us from behind. This was strange because the police did not come to this neighborhood often. If we saw a police car, it usually meant that someone had called for it. The black and white car slowly cruised towards us, and as soon as it got close, the van took off. The officer stopped next to us and called us over. "Hey guys, do you know who that was in the van?" the officer said to us. We said that we didn't, and then told him the whole story. After that, the officer told us that several people had called complaining about a guy in a van bothering kids while they were trick-or-treating earlier. It turned out that he'd been looking for this guy for a few hours. The police officer gave Tom and I a ride home and assured us that another officer was going to be dealing with the van. This was a pretty scary incident, but I realize it could have been a lot worse. I can only imagine what he would have done if we'd gotten in. If we were younger or more naive, then maybe we would have. But luckily, that didn't happen. Not this time. Where I come from, the night before Halloween is a special occasion of its own. It's a night meant for mischief and trouble. This is the night where some of the more rebellious kids go around in egg houses, throw toilet paper over trees, and just cause general mischief. I'm not proud to say it, but when I was younger, I was one of those more rebellious kids, and I got into my share of trouble for things that me and my friends did on October 30th. By trouble, I mean getting grounded mostly. I even had my Xbox taken away one year. But this story is about a completely different kind of trouble. In fact, it was one of the most horrifying things that's ever happened to me. I was in the 10th grade, and I'd recently started hanging out with a different group of friends. My group from elementary school had lost touch when we started high school. We went to a pretty large school, the largest in the city, I think. It was at least a few thousand students, so everyone seemed to gravitate toward whichever group they wanted. My new friends were seen somewhat as troublemakers, but I thought and still think that they were actually good guys deep down. We would do little things like sneaking into the movies or doing prank calls to the teachers' houses. Nothing serious, but we did get into some trouble. So when Halloween was approaching, it went without saying that we would go out and do something. We met at my friend Justin's house. He lived just down the street from me, so I just walked over. Our other friend Travis lived farther away, so he had his dad drop him off. I brought my black school bag, but I emptied out all the books and filled it with 8 to 10 rolls of toilet paper. I bet you can guess what that was for. Travis did the same, but he brought a few cartons of eggs instead. It was still bright out. The streetlights hadn't even come on yet, so we hung out in Justin's basement and played some video games while we waited for the night to fall. At around 10 or 11 p.m., we started walking around the neighborhood, The streets were not quite as empty as we were hoping. There were still cars driving around, and most of the houses had lights on. It would be difficult to do anything without getting caught, so we continued walking for several blocks. Eventually, we found a section of the street that looked a little quieter. We chose a house there, and threw a few eggs. Then we tossed a roll of toilet paper over the bushes in the front of the house. It was all decorated for Halloween with a few large pumpkins on the front porch. It seemed like nobody was home, so Travis walked up and grabbed one of the pumpkins, lifted it over his head, and smashed it on the walkway. Just then, the lights turned on and the door opened. A large man stood in front of us. He was probably 6'4", but at the moment, he looked even bigger. He had short hair and a beard. His eyes were shooting daggers at us, but he didn't say a word. Justin and I bolted, but Travis must have frozen in fear, and the man grabbed him. We looked back when we realized that our friend was missing. The man had his arms wrapped around Travis. I couldn't tell for sure what he was trying to do, but thankfully, he didn't seem to be throwing any punches. As we got closer, it became clear that the guy was trying to drag Travis into his house. Travis screamed, but the man didn't let go. The anger on his face was spilling out. Small drops of saliva spouted from his open mouth as he breathed with the intensity of a gorilla. His bloodshot eyes turned to me as I approached them. We grabbed Travis's arm and pulled with all our might. He screamed out in pain as we stretched his body. Eventually, the man let go, and the three of us sprinted out of there. We ran as fast as we could past the rows of houses until we felt safe enough to stop and catch our breath. I realized that what we did was wrong, and I wouldn't recommend anyone try it. Fun is fun, but vandalizing a stranger's house is not in the spirit of Halloween. However, I don't think we deserved what happened to us, and it still terrifies me to think of what would have happened if that guy managed to get Travis into his house. This happened several years ago on Halloween, when my kids were still young. I had taken them trick-or-treating that evening, and had my parents come over to hand out candy at our house. My parents lived in a high-rise building that was all senior citizens, so they didn't have to hand out candy at their place. My neighborhood, however, was much younger. At least half of my neighbors had kids that were trick-or-treating age, so we always went through a lot of candy. I didn't mind though, because I've always loved Halloween. One of the joys of being a parent is that you get to relive a lot of your favorite things from your youth, so I always enjoyed trick-or-treating with my son and daughter. We know most of the people in our immediate neighborhood, so I don't think we talked to a single stranger the whole night. Also, my kids were young, so we were pretty slow and only managed to hit 10 or 15 houses total. We called it a night around 8 p.m. and then headed home. After I put my kids to bed, my wife and I saw my parents out. By this time it was around 10 p.m. My wife and I sat on the couch and watched some TV. I was eating a few pieces of leftover Halloween candy when the doorbell rang.
Right.
I stood up and walked to the front, then looked out the window beside the door. There was a man standing there alone. He was about 6 feet tall, wearing black pants and a black sweatshirt. He had some kind of Halloween mask on, but it was pulled up over his forehead. He saw my face when I looked out the window and smiled at me. Against my better judgment, I opened the door and stood there blocking the entrance to my house with my body. The man introduced himself and said that he was just taking his son trick-or-treating in the neighborhood. Then he asked if he could use my washroom. I looked at him confused for a few seconds, then finally asked, "Well, where's your son?" "Oh, he's just waiting in the car," the man replied. That didn't make any sense. First, it was very unusual for anyone to drive into our neighborhood to trick-or-treat. I get that some people live out in the country and can't do it in their own neighborhood, but it is very uncommon. Second, it was past 10 p.m., and trick-or-treating had been over for at least an hour by then, so what was he doing during that time? All that considered, I politely declined and firmly closed my door and made sure to lock it. I stood there for 30 seconds or so, waiting for the man to leave. When he did leave, I poked my head out the window and watched as he walked to the street and got into his car. I had to squint my eyes to make sure, but I'm absolutely certain that there was nobody waiting in the car. He didn't have a son with him at all. I was suspicious of this man from the start, but I still have no idea what that guy wanted to do in my house. Maybe he was some kind of burglar trying to scope us out as a target. We didn't really have anything valuable though, so I'm not really sure why all the effort would be worth it. I'd understand if we had a secret vault filled with gold bars that he was trying to pull off some kind of epic heist, but that's not the case. Perhaps his motives were even more sinister, but that's something that I'd prefer not to even consider.
I squinted against the harsh summer sun as the rusty doors of the old school bus creaked open. The sight before me made my heart sink. A large wooden sign that read, Camp Pinefall. Around me, a symphony of excited chatter, laughter, and the rustling of bags filled the air. Everyone seemed ready to dive headfirst into the world of adventure that lay beyond the sign. Everyone except me, Liam. My parents thought that summer camp would be good for me, that it would bring me out of my shell. I'd have preferred staying home, immersed in the new series of fantasy novels I'd just started, but my preference hadn't factored into their decision. So there I was, standing in the sun-kissed dust, surrounded by energetic teenagers whose enthusiasm felt as foreign to me as the expansive woods encircling the camp. Welcome to Camp Pinefall, an overly energetic counselor bounded towards us. I think his name was Jake. His grin was infectious, but it didn't lessen my dread. I picked up my bag and followed the other campers. Our cabins were nestled at the edge of the woods, tiny log constructions that looked like they had been built decades ago. My cabin was at the farthest end, the woods encroaching a little too close for comfort. Inside, the air smelled of pine and old wood. My bunkmate was already there, a lanky kid with wild, curly hair and a grin that matched Jake's. He jumped down from his bunk and extended a hand. Noah, he introduced himself, his eyes bright with a spark I immediately envied. I shook his hand, introducing myself in return. Noah seemed to fill the room with his vibrant energy, a stark contrast to my reserved persona. I wondered how we'd get along. The rest of the day was a blur of activities, swimming, canoeing, a never-ending series of team-building exercises, each more draining than the last. My muscles ached in protest, but there was something oddly satisfying about the physical exertion. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of red and orange, we sat around a crackling bonfire. The warmth of the fire seeped into me, the flickering light reflecting in Noah's animated expressions as he shared stories about his life. Listening to him, I felt my defenses ebb away. Maybe, I thought, this wouldn't be as bad as I had imagined. That night, as I lay in the narrow bunk, staring at the rustic wood ceiling, the chorus of the nocturnal creatures felt almost soothing. I could hear Noah's steady breathing from the bunk below. Despite my earlier apprehension, a strange sense of contentment washed over me. But as sleep began to claim me, a faint whispering wind swept through the nearby trees, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. In the eerie silence of the night, the woods seemed too close, the darkness too deep. Little did I know this was just the beginning of the story, the calm before the storm. Looking back, that first day was a paradox. It marked the beginning of my adventure and the end of my peace. It was my entry into a summer of friendship, fear, and the inexplicable. It was my arrival at Camp Pinefall. The days began to blend into each other, each morning marked by a cool breeze and the sweet song of birds. I slowly fell into a routine, hiking in the morning, swimming in the cool lake in the afternoon, and evenings around the bonfire, a group of teenagers sharing ghost stories as the embers glowed against the night sky. Noah was a constant in all this. His endless energy, curiosity, and innate charm made him popular at camp. His laughter was contagious, his ideas crazy and entertaining. But amidst all the fun, he had a maturity that belied his age. He listened when I spoke about my love for books, even when I knew it bored him. He stood up for a camper who was bullied, and when I slipped during a hike and hurt my ankle, he was the one to help me back, disregarding his own scraped knees. Despite our contrasting personalities, Noah and I grew close. We found ourselves paired for most activities, and our conversation stretched into the night, long after the other campers were asleep. In him, I found a friend, and through him, I found myself actually enjoying the camp. One afternoon, we sat on a high cliff overlooking the camp, the dense green forest stretching as far as the eye could see. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the distant echo of our fellow campers. Noah was unusually quiet, his usually vibrant eyes pensive as they stared out into the wilderness. "Do you ever wonder what secrets the woods might hold?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. I looked at him, startled by the sudden shift in his mood. "Like what?" I asked, not entirely sure where he was going. "Legends, mysteries, creatures we don't know about," he replied, turning to look at me, a glimmer of the old Noah back in his eyes. In that moment, his question didn't scare me. Instead, it filled me with a thrill of excitement. I was still wary of the wilderness, but the fear was slowly giving way to a sense of adventure. The unknown wasn't as intimidating when I had a friend by my side. We spent the rest of the day exploring, delving into parts of the forest we hadn't seen before. The woods seemed almost welcoming in the daylight, the eerie whispers of the night forgotten. We returned to the camp as the sun set, both exhausted and exhilarated. That night, as the campfire cast dancing shadows around us, I realized that my initial dread had been replaced by a sense of belonging. The chirping crickets, the rustling leaves, and even the whispering woods had all become a part of my reality. This was my life now, filled with laughter, adventure, and the joy of the unknown. I watched Noah across the fire, his face illuminated by the flickering light, his laughter blending with the night's chorus. I felt a twinge of gratitude towards him. He was my beacon in this strange new world. As the fire died down and the campers retreated to their cabins, I had no idea how drastically our world was about to change. Our joy of the unknown was about to turn into a haunting echo of regret. The sun was sinking below the treetops as we began our evening hike. The warmth of the day gave way to a crisp coolness that seeped into the woods, the descending darkness painting the scenery with a different palette. Noah was at the front, leading the group with a confidence that was both reassuring and contagious. I trailed behind, entranced by the nocturnal symphony of rustling leaves and hooting owls. We ventured farther than we ever had, the path less defined and the trees growing denser. Our flashlights bobbed through the darkness, casting eerie shadows on the forest floor. Despite the foreboding environment, Noah's excitement was palpable. He reveled in the adventure, his spirit unbroken by the surrounding darkness. A sudden shout from the front of the group cut through the air, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. One of the campers had tripped over a root. Amidst the chaos and confusion, Noah went off the path to find a branch for support. Minutes turned into an eternity as we waited in the diminishing light. The whispers of the night seemed to grow louder, the forest more intimidating. Noah's absence loomed over us like a cloud, growing heavier with each passing moment. After what felt like hours, Jake decided to go look for Noah. He handed me his flashlight, his face a mask of concern. The light trembled in my hand, mirroring the unease spreading through the group. The woods around us came alive with unfamiliar sounds. The rustle of leaves, the snap of a twig, the hoot of an owl. Each sound seemed to mimic the rapid beating of my heart, escalating the fear coursing through my veins. When Jake returned, alone and breathless, a veil of silence descended on the group. The news hit us like a punch to the gut. Noah was missing. Panic swept through us, the word missing echoing ominously in the dense forest. We stumbled back to the camp, the path seeming longer and more treacherous than before. Noah's absence was a tangible entity amongst us, choking and oppressive. The camp, usually filled with laughter and chatter, was eerily silent. All activities were halted. A search party was quickly formed, flashlights cutting through the inky darkness, voices calling out for Noah. As the night wore on, hope waned. The search party returned, their faces etched with a hopeless despair. Noah was nowhere to be found. Retreating to our cabin, his empty bunk seemed to mock me, a harsh reminder of the friend who had been there just the day before. As I sat there, enveloped in darkness, I could hear the forest whispering, the wind carrying an invisible shroud of dread. I thought about Noah's question from a few days before, about the secrets the woods might hold. It seemed now that the forest had given us a taste of its mystery, a haunting enigma we weren't prepared for. The joy of the unknown had morphed into a nightmare. That night, as the camp fell into a restless sleep, I lay wide awake. The chirping crickets and rustling leaves, once a comforting lullaby, now seemed sinister. A sense of dread settled deep within me, a dark premonition of the terror that was yet to come. We were lost, just like Noah, lost in the face of the unknown terror the woods held. Days turned into a week. The search for Noah continued, the surrounding woods combed through by professionals and volunteers alike. But all their efforts returned empty, Noah's presence erased as if he had never been part of Camp Pinefall. His absence hung heavily over us. The once lively camp was shrouded in gloom, laughter replaced by whispered conversations, excitement by anxious anticipation. Noah's empty bunk served as a constant reminder of our loss, of the friend who had mysteriously vanished into the woods. And then, something strange started happening. It began one night as I lay on my bunk, the cabin filled with a suffocating silence. The nocturnal symphony of the forest was in full swing, each note playing on my heightened senses. A soft whisper cut through the night, my name carried on the wind. It was so faint that I thought I was imagining it. The next night, it happened again. My name whispered through the rustling leaves, unmistakably Noah's voice. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding against my chest. I knew Noah's voice, its warmth, its cadence, its familiarity. And even in the whisper that floated through the night, I recognized it. Terrified and confused, I confided in Jake. He listened, his face an unreadable mask, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. Was it the wind, my mind playing tricks on me? But I was certain of what I heard. I knew Noah's voice, just as I knew the deep, gnawing fear growing within me. And then, other campers started reporting the same. The voice in the woods, a mother's soothing tones, a brother's laughter, a best friend's secret code, each one personal, each one familiar. Panic spread through the camp, the whispers of the night now a source of fear and terror. Every night we would huddle in our cabins, flashlights at our sides, hearts pounding as the sun set. The woods were no longer a source of adventure or mystery, but of a chilling dread. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, playing on our fears and heightening our paranoia. One night, I heard Noah's voice again, louder this time, a frantic plea for help that sent a jolt of fear through me. I rushed out, a foolish hope propelling me towards the voice, but all I found was the dark, silent woods, the trees standing like silent sentinels. Every echo, every whisper seemed to hold a promise, a hint of Noah's presence, and each time it led to nothing. The forest seemed to mock us, its secrets held close, impenetrable. The woods had turned into a living nightmare, its whispers an echo of the fear that had gripped us all. As the echoes in the dark grew, so did our desperation. Each whisper was a chilling reminder of our loss, a haunting memory of Noah. The once joyous camp was now a place of fear, the unknown not an adventure but a threat. And as each day passed, the reality of the situation weighed heavily on us. We were at the mercy of the woods, its secrets beyond our understanding. Lost and fearful, we could only listen to the echoes in the dark, a cruel mimicry of the past we yearned for, and a future we feared. The days turned into a never-ending cycle of dread. The whispers continued, echoing through the dark woods and haunting our dreams. Each voice, mimicking someone we loved, added a layer of fear to the oppressive atmosphere of Camp Pinefall. And yet, there was no sign of Noah. One morning, I decided to venture into the forest. The voice had driven me to the brink of madness, the tantalizing hint of Noah's presence pulling me towards the wilderness. With each step, I could feel the fear hanging in the air, the forest a silent testament to the terror it held. I walked aimlessly, my eyes scanning the undergrowth, my ears straining for any sound out of the ordinary. Every crackle of leaves, every rustle in the bushes, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My heart pounded against my chest, the silence of the forest interrupted only by my ragged breathing. That's when I saw it. Nestled between two roots of a massive pine tree, almost hidden under a layer of fallen leaves, was Noah's hat. It was unmistakable, the faded red color, the frayed edges, the camp logo slightly smudged from use. It was a token of a life that now felt like a distant memory. I picked it up, the fabric feeling oddly cold against my skin. An image flashed through my mind. Noah, his face lit up by the bonfire, the hat perched atop his curls. A sharp pang of loss hit me, tears welling up in my eyes. I clung to the hat, my mind racing. This was a clue, a sign of Noah's presence, but it also raised a myriad of questions. How did it end up here? Why hadn't the search parties found it? Was Noah nearby, watching me? The silence of the forest seemed to press on me, every shadow a potential danger. I rushed back to the camp, the hat clutched in my trembling hands. As I showed it to Jake and the others, I saw a flicker of hope in their eyes. The hat represented Noah, our missing friend, a tangible proof that he had been real, that he was still out there, somewhere. But the hat was all we had. There were no footprints, no signs of struggle, no indications of where Noah might have gone. It was as if the forest had swallowed him whole, leaving behind only a haunting echo of his voice and a forgotten hat. The discovery of the hat sent a wave of despair through the camp. We clung to each other, sharing our fears and hopes, our stories of Noah. The hat became a symbol of our loss, a haunting reminder of our friend who had vanished without a trace. As I lay on my bunk that night, Noah's hat by my side, the whispers began again. But this time they sounded different. They were softer, sadder, almost as if the forest was mourning with us. I clutched the hat tighter, my mind filled with images of Noah, his laughter, his spirit, his voice. The hat was all I had left of my friend, a haunting memento of a joyous past and a terrifying present. As the night deepened, so did the mystery of the woods, its whispers a chilling serenade to the friend we had lost. The discovery of Noah's hat did little to ease our fears. Instead, it only served to deepen the mystery. The nights were long and filled with terror as the phantom voices continued to call out to us. Days turned into a haze of worry and trepidation, each sunrise a cruel reminder of Noah's absence. I found myself drawn to the woods, the place that had stolen Noah from us. I wandered through the trees, Noah's hat clutched tightly in my hands. Each whisper of the wind, each rustle of the leaves felt like a mockery. One day I ventured deeper into the woods than I ever had before. The trees stood tall around me, their canopies a jigsaw puzzle against the sky. The shadows lengthened, the light playing tricks on my senses. The forest seemed to close in around me, its silence deafening. And then I heard it. Noah's voice, clear, urgent. It echoed around me, bouncing off the trees. Help! It sent shivers down my spine. My heart pounded in my chest, the plea resonating in my ears. I spun around, trying to locate the source, but the voice seemed to come from all directions, disorienting me. Frantic, I started to run, following the echoes of Noah's voice. The ground was uneven, littered with fallen leaves and branches. My breaths came out ragged, my pulse hammering in my ears. Suddenly, the ground beneath me gave way. I tumbled down, a scream ripping from my throat. I crashed onto a hard surface, pain radiating through my body. As I lay there, gasping for breath, I realized I had fallen into a concealed pit, the walls steep and impossible to climb. I was trapped. Fear gripped me, curling around my heart like a cold, relentless vice. I shouted for help, my voice bouncing off the pit's walls, disappearing into the empty forest above. My calls echoed unanswered, the forest indifferent to my plight. I felt a despair I had never known, a helplessness that chilled me to the bone. The day slowly faded into night, the pit turning into an abyss of darkness. Every sound was amplified, the scurrying of unseen creatures, the soft thud of falling leaves, the ghostly whispers of the wind. I was alone, trapped in the heart of the forest, my only companion the echoes of Noah's voice. In the stifling darkness, I clung to Noah's hat, my mind oscillating between panic and a grim determination. If Noah was out there, I had to survive. I had to find him. I promised myself that I wouldn't let the forest win. I wouldn't let it steal another friend. As I stared up at the sliver of night sky visible from the pit, my mind wandered back to the carefree days at camp, to the laughter and adventures, to the friend who was now a haunting echo in the woods. I missed Noah. I missed the life we had before this nightmare began. That night, the forest felt more alive than ever, its whispers a chilling lullaby as I slipped into an uneasy sleep. The pit was a prison, the woods my jailer. I was trapped in the belly of the beast, thrown into the abyss that had swallowed Noah. And as the reality of my situation sunk in, the whispers of the forest morphed into a terrifying symphony of our shared fate. I awoke to the cold dawn, my body stiff and sore. The pit seemed even more ominous in the gray light, a stark reminder of my predicament. The hours stretched on, each passing moment feeding my desperation. My throat was parched, my stomach grumbled, and my mind was plagued by fear. Despite it all, I couldn't let myself give in to despair. I needed to survive. I needed to find Noah. As I sat there, trapped in the pit, my mind wandered back to the stories Noah used to share, of the Native American tribes who had once called these woods home, of the spirits they believed inhabited the land. Noah had always been fascinated by the history and myths of the area. I wished now that I had paid more attention. Noah's voice echoed again, piercing the silence of the pit. "Help!" It was as desperate as before, but this time I noticed a strange echo to it, a slight distortion. It dawned on me then. The voice wasn't coming from Noah. It was a mimic, a chilling imitation of my missing friend. Just as I was losing hope, a familiar face appeared at the top of the pit. Jake. Relief washed over me. He looked terrified, but relief replaced the fear when he saw me. He had found me, just as we had to find Noah. With the help of other campers, they managed to pull me out of the pit. I was finally free from the confines of the pit, but I knew then that none of us were truly free. We were all prisoners of the forest, entrapped in a nightmare we didn't understand. Back at camp, the discovery of the pit, my rescue, and the chilling mimicry of Noah's voice sent a fresh wave of fear through the group. The forest had shown us its teeth, and we were all terrified. The camp counselors decided to end the camp early. Parents were informed, police were called in, but none of that mattered to me. I couldn't leave, not without Noah. Under the guise of the night, I slipped away from the main camp. I ventured back into the heart of the forest, drawn towards the pit that had been my prison. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. Perhaps I hoped that by understanding the forest, I could understand what had happened to Noah. As I stood at the edge of the pit, Noah's hat in my hands, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. The pit wasn't just a physical trap. It was a metaphor for our situation. We were all in the dark, all clueless about the true nature of our circumstances. As the moon bathed the forest in an eerie light, I thought of the ancient tribes who had once revered these woods. Had they known of the voice mimic? Had they understood it? I didn't have any answers, just a growing sense of dread and a haunting echo of Noah's voice, a constant reminder of our shared fate in these treacherous woods. Under the cold moonlight, the pit seemed like a gateway to another world, a world where voices echoed from the unseen depths and friends vanished without a trace. As I gazed into its dark, gaping maw, I felt an inexplicable pull. The pit, I realized, held more secrets than I had initially thought. Driven by a desperate need to understand, I ventured once again into the forest. I needed to find the root of these eerie phenomena, the echoing voices, Noah's disappearance, the hidden pit. Every crackle underfoot, every rustle in the undergrowth echoed Noah's absence and my fear. One day, while scouring the woods, I stumbled upon a secluded glade. In its midst stood a solitary stone covered with strange markings, etchings of animals, trees, and what appeared to be figures of men. I realized with a jolt that they were petroglyphs, ancient symbols left by the native tribes. As I traced the symbols, I remembered Noah's fascination with the local tribes. His stories of their reverence for the land and their belief in the spirits of nature echoed in my mind. Could the legends be true? Could the forest be haunted by a mimic spirit, as the stories suggested? Was this the explanation for the voice we heard, for Noah's disappearance? I spent days studying the petroglyphs, the whispers of the forest serving as a haunting backdrop. The forest seemed to watch me, its silence heavy with unspoken secrets. The echoes of the past lay etched on the stone, silently testifying to the age-old mysteries of these woods. One night, as I lay awake in my cabin, Noah's hat beside me, the whispers returned. But this time they were not pleas for help. They were stories, echoes of the past recounted in familiar voices. I heard the laughter of my mother, the lullabies of my grandmother, and most chillingly, the tales of the tribes in Noah's voice. The forest was not just mimicking our voices, it was mimicking our memories, our stories. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. The forest was alive, in a way we didn't understand, in a way that was beyond our comprehension. As the voices faded into the night, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I had to solve this mystery, not just for Noah, but for all of us. The forest held our friend, it held our fears, and it held the answers, and I was determined to unearth them. As the dawn broke, casting long shadows across the camp, I found myself looking at the forest with new eyes. It was not just a collection of trees and wildlife, but a sentient entity, a living, breathing mystery. And as the whispers resumed, echoing our past and mimicking our present, I realized the scale of the challenge before us. We were not just fighting against the unknown. We were up against the echoes of time, the echoes of the past, the echoes of the forest. I spent my days at the stone in the secluded glade, absorbed in the cryptic petroglyphs. I began to sketch them, hoping that decoding their meaning would bring me closer to understanding the entity that inhabited the forest. I felt a kinship with the ancient people who had crafted these symbols, their knowledge and beliefs etched onto the unyielding stone, speaking across the centuries. As I immersed myself in this pursuit, I felt the forest watching me. The voices became more frequent, the whispers more distinct. I realized that the entity was not malicious, but curious. It echoed our voices, our memories, as a means to understand us. It was a sentient presence, woven into the fabric of the forest, seeking connection. The realization brought a strange sense of calm. I was not alone in my search for answers. The forest, in its own alien way, was trying to communicate, to bridge the chasm between our worlds. One evening, as I traced the final symbol on the stone, I heard Noah's voice again. But instead of a desperate plea for help, it was calm, reciting a story we had loved as kids. I closed my eyes, Noah's voice washing over me, carrying me back to simpler times. The entity was speaking through Noah, sharing our past, our stories, our bond. Overwhelmed, I found myself speaking to the entity, sharing my fears, my guilt over Noah's disappearance, my longing for my lost friend. The forest listened, its silence a soothing balm. The whispers echoed my words, my feelings, giving voice to my inner turmoil. It was then I realized that Noah was not lost. He was a part of the forest now, a part of the entity. He had not left us. He had simply changed, transformed into something beyond our comprehension. The thought was comforting and terrifying in equal measure. The nights at camp were no longer oppressive with dread, but filled with anticipation. I listened to the whispers, to the stories, to the echoes of our shared past. Each voice, each memory, was a thread connecting me to Noah, to the entity, to the forest. The entity spoke to us in the language it knew, echoes and memories. It did not understand our grief, our fear, our concept of loss, but it understood connection, stories, emotions, and it shared them with us, painting a picture of a world far removed from our own. As I listened to the whispers from the shadows, I began to understand the true nature of our predicament. We were not victims of a sinister force. We were witnesses to a phenomenon beyond our understanding. We were participants in a cosmic dialogue, an exchange of stories and memories between the human and the non-human. The entity was not a foe to be feared, but a mystery to be understood. And as I delved deeper into the petroglyphs, into the whispers from the shadows, I was no longer alone. I had the forest, the entity, and the echo of my friend to keep me company. The darkness was no longer an enemy, but a canvas on which our shared stories came to life. Days melted into weeks, the whispers of the forest becoming my constant companion. The voices echoed tales of the past, painted pictures of the present, and stirred emotions deep within me. I felt myself changing, evolving, as the understanding of the entity and its nature deepened. The camp was now a ghost town. The laughter and camaraderie were replaced with an eerie silence, the empty cabins a stark reminder of the friends who had once lived there. But I wasn't alone. I had the forest, the entity, the echo of Noah. I missed Noah. I missed his laughter, his infectious enthusiasm, his insatiable curiosity. But every time I heard his voice echoing through the forest, I felt a strange comfort. He was here, with me, in the rustle of the leaves, in the whispers of the forest. With every passing day, I found myself less afraid, less anxious. I no longer saw the forest as a malevolent force, but an entity beyond our understanding, beyond our narrow definitions of life and consciousness. It was an entity that sought to communicate, to connect, to understand. I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced since Noah's disappearance. The guilt that had once consumed me now faded, replaced with acceptance. Noah wasn't lost. He had found a new existence, one that we couldn't understand, one that transcended our mortal comprehension. The petroglyphs on the stone were no longer a mystery but a bridge, a link between us and the entity. The symbols etched onto the stone held a wisdom, a knowledge that spanned centuries. The entity had been here long before us, witnessing the rise and fall of civilizations, the ebb and flow of life. As I spent my days deciphering the symbols, listening to the whispers, I realized that I was part of something much larger, much grander than my own existence. We were all part of this cosmic dialogue, part of a story that the forest was telling, a story that Noah was now a part of. The acceptance came with a newfound courage. I knew I had to share this with others, with the world. We had to understand, to listen, to learn. The entity was not a monster lurking in the shadows. It was a mirror reflecting our fears, our stories, our voices. As the days turned into nights, I penned down my experiences, my understanding, my journey. I wrote about Noah, about the whispers, about the entity. I wrote about the fear, the dread, and the eventual acceptance. It was not a story of a summer camp gone wrong. It was a story of understanding, of acceptance, of connection. It was a story that needed to be told, that deserved to be heard. As I penned down the last words, I felt a sense of accomplishment, a sense of closure. I was ready to leave the camp, to return to the world I had left behind. But I wasn't the same person anymore. I had changed, grown, evolved. I carried with me the echoes of the forest, the echo of Noah. And as I prepared to leave, the whispers of the forest bid me farewell, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, a soft echo resonating in the air, a goodbye from Noah, from the forest, from the entity. My journey back to the town was filled with mixed emotions. I was leaving behind the forest that had been my home, my sanctuary, my prison, and my teacher. I carried with me the stories, the whispers, the echo of my friend, and the wisdom of the ancient tribes. When I reached the town, I was met with a mixture of relief and disbelief. The news of my survival spread quickly, bringing a wave of shock and joy to the townsfolk. But when I shared my experiences, my understanding of the forest and the entity, I was met with skepticism and fear. The police, the townsfolk, my family, they all wanted answers, a rational explanation, a villain to blame. But how could I explain something so alien, so outside our realm of understanding? How could I convince them that the forest wasn't haunted but inhabited by an entity beyond our comprehension? Every attempt to explain was met with resistance, every mention of the entity dismissed as hallucinations or trauma-induced delusions. But I stood my ground. I knew what I had experienced, what I had understood. The night after my return, I found myself standing on the edge of the forest, looking at the familiar landscape under the moonlight. It was then that I heard it, the echo of the forest, the whisper in the wind, the voice of my friend. It filled me with a profound sense of calm, of connection. I knew then that Noah was still with us, in the rustle of the leaves, in the whispers of the forest, in the echoes of our shared past. And with that understanding came a newfound resolve. I spent the following days in the town, tirelessly advocating for the forest, sharing my experiences, fighting against the fear and skepticism. I faced opposition, ridicule, even threats, but I remained undeterred. This was bigger than me, bigger than all of us. This was about understanding, about coexisting, about listening to the echoes of the forest. But the more I pushed, the more resistance I faced. I was labeled an outcast, a madman, a traitor. I was ostracized, alienated, shunned. But I wasn't alone. I had the forest. I had the entity. I had the echo of Noah. As the days passed, I found solace in the whispers of the forest. Every visit to the edge of the woods brought me closer to the entity, closer to Noah. It was a bond that transcended our mortal understanding, a connection that was born in the heart of the forest and echoed in the winds of time. I realized then that my fight wasn't against the townsfolk or the police. My fight was against fear, against ignorance, against the unwillingness to understand. And I knew I had to keep fighting, for Noah, for the forest, for the entity. As I walked away from the edge of the forest that night, the echo of Noah's voice lingered in the air, a gentle whisper carried on the winds of time. I carried that echo with me, a reminder of our bond, our shared stories, our shared journey. It was a constant companion, a source of strength, a beacon of hope in the face of adversity. Months turned into years, and the echoes of the forest became a part of my existence, my identity. I had become the voice of the entity, the voice of the forest. I stood alone against the tide of fear and ignorance, armed with the echoes of Noah, the wisdom of the ancient tribes, and the memories of a summer camp that had changed my life. My relentless advocacy for understanding and coexisting with the entity earned me many names: the Echo Man, the Forest Whisperer, the Madman of Utah. But it didn't deter me. If anything, it fueled my determination. Every whisper from the forest, every echo of Noah, every memory of our shared past was a reminder of my purpose, my journey. I wrote about my experiences, about the entity, about the forest, about Noah. I documented everything: the petroglyphs, the voices, the mimicry, the disappearance. I put my experiences, my understanding, my journey into words, into stories, into echoes of time. But the world wasn't ready for my story, for our story. It was dismissed as a figment of my imagination, a byproduct of trauma and isolation. My manuscript was rejected, ridiculed, forgotten. But I didn't lose hope. I continued to write, to document, to understand. Years later, on a quiet evening, as I sat on the edge of the forest, I heard it again. The echo of Noah, the whisper of the forest. It was as clear, as familiar, as haunting as the first time. It filled me with a sense of peace, of connection, of acceptance. In the echo I heard our shared past, our shared stories. I heard the wisdom of the ancient tribes, the curiosity of my friend, the stories of the forest. I heard the voice of the entity, the voice of understanding, of coexisting, of accepting. I realized then that the success of my journey, my advocacy, didn't lie in the acceptance of the world, but in the echoes of the forest, in the whispers of the entity, in the voice of my friend. I had understood, accepted, and coexisted with a consciousness beyond our mortal comprehension, and that was a victory, a triumph, an accomplishment. I spent the rest of my days living on the edge of the forest, listening to the whispers, understanding the echoes, writing about the entity. The world moved on, forgetting about the summer camp, about the disappearance, about me. But I wasn't forgotten. I was remembered in the heart of the forest, in the echoes of time. As I write these last words, I can hear it, the echo of the forest, the whisper of the wind, the voice of my friend. I am an echo of the past, an echo of the future, an echo of time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In today's episode, we will be who knows, it might even be featured in one of our future episodes. It was October 31st, Halloween. At this time, my parents were still together and hadn't divorced yet. so my siblings and I stayed together. But my family had a rule where half of us went with my mother, and the other half went with my father. I have 5 siblings, but my little sister wasn't born yet, so it was just the 4 of us. My sister, who was around 3 years younger than me, and I went with my dad, while my little brother and sister went with my mom. My dad planned to take us trick-or-treating in a different area that had bigger houses. I called a few friends to see if anyone wanted to join us. Now, most of them couldn't come, but one friend, Aubrey, said she could make it. So my dad picked up Aubrey from her house, and we drove to a big neighborhood full of beautiful houses. The streets were lined with decorated homes. Aubrey and I wandered off while my dad stayed with my sister. I was full of energy and sometimes ran ahead, leaving my friend behind because I wanted to get more candy and visit every house before Halloween ended. Halfway through trick-or-treating, Aubrey and I walked so far that there were no more kids around us. We were chatting about school, some drama with friends, and what we planned to do with all the candy we'd collected. Just random stuff like that. About 7 minutes later, we heard this strange scraping sound, like something being dragged on the ground. It was loud enough to catch our attention. We turned around and saw a person in a creepy clown costume, holding a bat, slowly walking towards us. We were in the middle of the street, and even though we weren't sure what was going on, we started to feel uneasy. I've always been afraid of clowns, so I quickly picked up my pace, and Aubrey followed right behind me. The street was really quiet, and we realized we were pretty far from other kids, which made it even more unsettling. We kept looking back to see the clown. After about 30 seconds, the clown stopped walking and just stood there facing us. We told each other we should go find my dad. And then we glanced back at the clown one more time, and suddenly, he started running towards us at full speed. We took off running, screaming, and not even paying attention to where we were going. It was a steep and quiet road, similar to the back roads near my old apartments, with hardly anyone around. The clown was screaming as he chased us. I didn't dare look back, but later, Aubrey told me the clown had his bat raised like he was going to hit us. Our hearts were racing as we turned a corner that led to a street we recognized. We ran across the street, barely paying attention to the traffic. When we reached the other side, it suddenly became silent. The screaming stopped, and we realized we couldn't hear the clown anymore. He was gone. The clown was no longer behind us. After running for a while, we finally found my dad and told him everything. He believed us because we were crying and screaming, and also because we were just 13 years old. The look of fear on our faces made it clear that something was wrong. Now my worst fear is clowns, and it will always be that way. Aubrey and I will never forget that moment, and we still talk about it from time to time. It really traumatized me. Looking back, the clown might have just been a silly teenager in a costume trying to scare little kids. What a creep. I've had strange paranormal experiences throughout my life. I would often see shadows, ghosts, and hear voices that had no bodies. These things were a regular part of my life, so I didn't think much about them. To me, they were just interesting stories to share and fun facts about myself. But in the fall of 2009, when I was 15, something changed. I was invited to my first and only Halloween party, and what happened there left a lasting impression on me. My friend invited me and 6 other girls to her Halloween party, and her younger sister invited some of her own friends too. We went trick-or-treating, but nothing exciting happened. We did run into a few boys from school, but it was just a quick hello. After we got back to the house, the older girls, including me, went to my friend's room to relax, while the younger ones went to her sister's room. They traded candy and took off their costumes. Once everyone was ready, we all met outside in the yard to hang out. The younger girls were playing on a swing set in my friend's backyard, while the older girls stood near the deck, talking. I started to feel cold and a bit uneasy being outside in the dark, so I decided to go inside with another girl. We had just stepped into the doorway when we suddenly heard a loud scream. One of the younger girls ran inside, rushing past us. My friend's sister came running in right after the girl who screamed, and the other girls followed. We all went down to my friend's room, sitting together, unsure of what to do next. Then someone asked my friend to go upstairs and talk to the younger girl who had screamed. We waited for her to come back, but when she finally did, she was frantic. She hurried over to me, looking scared, and said I needed to come with her right away. Before I could even ask what was going on, she practically pulled me out of the room. When we reached the top of the stairs, my friend explained that since I had experience with witchcraft and paranormal things, and because I was the oldest, I was the best person to help. The younger girl was sitting on the floor with her knees pulled up to her chest, crying into her arms. Her whole body was shaking, and I could hear her soft sobs. I sat down across from her and gently touched her arm. She looked up at me and seemed relieved to see me. She explained that while she was on the swing facing the woods, she started to feel strange and uneasy. She jumped off the swing and stood at the edge of the woods. The younger sister was next to her and asked if she was okay, but she just told her to be quiet. She said she could hear a low growling sound. She asked if her sister heard it too, but the sister didn't hear anything. Feeling both curious and scared, she decided to take a closer look. As she peered into the darkness of the woods, she saw two bright red eyes staring back at her. Then the growling got louder, and it sent chills down her spine. That's when she screamed and ran away as fast as she could. I told her I had felt the same uneasy feeling when I was near the woods, which is why I had come inside. I explained what I could do to help her, and assured her that everything would be okay. We decided it would be best to call her grandmother to pick her up. While she waited alone, the rest of the girls and I chose to watch some TV shows. However, I started to feel like something was wrong. When I walked into the room, I found her sitting under the window that faced the front yard. Her head was resting in her arms again, and she looked very sad. I asked her if she was okay, and she replied that she had seen a figure standing on the street while she was waiting for her grandmother. She said the figure had the same bright red eyes she saw in the woods, and her voice trembled as she spoke. I quickly glanced outside, hoping to see something, but I only noticed a car pulling into the driveway. My friend's dad came to walk her out to her grandmother, offering kind words and apologizing for what had happened. After they left, I returned to the movie, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. I still felt worried about her, but being with my friends made me feel a little better. At around 2 a.m., I woke up with a full bladder and needed to use the bathroom. Unfortunately, another girl was also awake and needed to go. Since I knew the house better, I decided to use the upstairs bathroom while she headed downstairs. I felt an odd pull to the living room, like something was calling me. The living room had a sliding door that led to a Four Seasons room, which was filled with windows, and from there I could see the entire backyard. As soon as I stepped into the room, a wave of fear washed over me. Looking out the window, I saw a shadowy figure standing at the edge of the woods, with bright red eyes staring back at me. I could also see what looked like ram-like horns on its head. Terrified, I ran down the stairs so fast that I thought I might fall. Once I reached my friend's room, I sat on the floor at the end of her bed, trying to understand what I had just seen. I fell asleep sitting up, feeling exhausted from the night before. By morning, we all decided it was best not to talk about the younger girl and what had happened. However, I couldn't shake the image of the figure, and it kept replaying in my thoughts. Later on, the group made plans to go into the woods to see if they could find anything unusual. I didn't want to go, so I stayed behind with another girl. She was a family friend I had grown up with, and being with her made me feel a little safer. I decided to tell her what had happened, and we agreed to talk to the younger girl at school the following week. In the weeks after the party, I grew closer to her, sharing our thoughts and feelings about that night. We both felt curious, so we tried to find out what we had seen. We looked for answers, researching online and asking friends if they had heard anything strange. However, after a while, we started to feel overwhelmed and confused by all the theories. Then one day, while we were searching for answers at our local library, one of the boys we had seen on Halloween night happened to walk by. He stopped and apologized for eavesdropping, but said he had seen the same thing on that same night. We all sat down to talk about it, and figured out that the younger girl had seen the full figure at 10 p.m. The boy saw it at midnight, and I saw it at 2 a.m. It seemed like the figure showed itself to us 2 hours apart, starting with the youngest, then the middle, and finally the oldest. I had just met the younger girl that night, and so had the boy. The boy and I had been in the same class for about 2 years before we met her, but we had never talked to each other until that night. In high school, I lost touch with the boy after a big fight, and I've only spoken to him once or twice since then. However, I still talk to the girl from time to time, and we've stayed fairly close, even though we can't see each other as much anymore. But I have always wondered what we really saw and why we all saw it that night. This took place on Halloween 2015, when I was around 13. I was a bit too old to go trick-or-treating, but my friends and I decided to do it anyway. We didn't need our parents with us, since it was a safe neighborhood. There was a row of houses that went all out with decorations every year. And usually they made their homes look like they were from a Pirates of the Caribbean movie. But this year, they all had themes from different horror movies. However, one house looked a bit different. It didn't have as many decorations, and the lights were off. This was the house that was supposed to be themed after the Jason movies, the guy with the mask. But all they had was a man outside pretending to trim the bushes with a fake chainsaw. I knew the girl who lived there, and the man wasn't her father, so I assumed he was her older brother. I had heard about him before. He was a senior in college, but I had never met him. It was really creepy, but it was Halloween, so that was expected. He would turn on the chainsaw and hold it near the bushes, laughing a little as he walked around. I was leaving the house across from him with my friends when he suddenly stopped and stared at us from across the street. It wasn't anything too crazy. He was just trying to scare us, and it really worked. But it wasn't the fun kind of scare. Then, suddenly, a huge group of people walked out of the house behind us, and I lost sight of him. About 10 minutes later, I saw him again on a different street. It was around 10:45, and my friends and I decided it was time to go home. So we all split up, and I started walking home. As I walked, I suddenly got a strange feeling and turned around. I saw the man with the chainsaw next to some people, about 6 houses back on the other side of the street. I tried not to think much of it. I passed a few more houses, but I still felt uneasy. It was like something was off, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I turned around, and now he was 3 houses behind me, on my side of the street. I picked up the pace a little, and like the clueless 13-year-old I was, I decided to cut through a few backyards to get away from this creep. Panic started to set in, and I broke into a run. I didn't even have to look back to know he was behind me. I could hear him. So I jumped back onto the sidewalk, hoping to find some people so I wouldn't be alone. But no luck. I started to feel really scared, and since a grown man was chasing me and I couldn't outrun him, I decided to stop and face him. I stood still, and he did the same. Now we were standing facing each other, with about 2 houses between us. He then started his chainsaw and held it near a bush in front of the house he was next to. He pretended to trim it, making it clear that it wasn't a toy, it was real, and it had a chain on it. I screamed at the top of my lungs, and luckily the lights in the nearby houses turned on. When he saw the lights, he turned and ran away. I sprinted home, and I have never gone trick-or-treating since. Later I talked to my friend who lived at that house. I wanted to tell her what a creep her brother was for chasing me and how scared I was. I told her he took it too far, but she looked at me confused and said her brother was still in Oregon at OSU. About 12 years ago, when I was around 16, I was living in a small town. One Saturday night around midnight, I was driving my friend home after we spent the evening together. My friend lived far out in the country, and to get there, I had to drive through long, winding roads. There were no streetlights or houses along the way, just trees and empty fields on both sides. Now I always hated dropping her off at night, because driving back made me feel nervous and uneasy. It was so dark, and the roads seemed lonely. Maybe it was because I had watched too many horror movies, and I couldn't stop thinking about all the bad things that could happen out in the middle of nowhere. But that night it was my turn to drive, so I had no choice. After dropping her off, I was being extra careful, not just because of my fear, but also because there might be drunk drivers who wouldn't handle the curves well. I turned left onto the last small street before reaching the main road. This street had 2 big curves that you had to take slowly because they were wide and came one after the other. As I was getting closer to the first curve, I slowed down and noticed 3 people all dressed in black walking in the middle of the road, taking up the entire lane. It was hard to see them at first because of their dark clothes, and it frustrated me. I thought they were just some careless teenagers who weren't thinking about how dangerous it was to walk in the road like that, especially at night. I didn't want to stay behind them for long, so I sped up to pass them by, switching to the other lane, hoping no car would come from the opposite direction. As I drove by them, I glanced out my side window to see the faces of the teenagers. That's when I noticed all 3 of them were wearing the same creepy, gray skull masks. They all stared at me as I went by. If it had been close to Halloween, I would have thought they were just getting into the Halloween spirit. But this happened in May. The strange thing about the situation was that it didn't seem like the teenagers were trying to force me off the road. They didn't even look back when I first drove up to them, which felt really unusual. It was all too weird, so I decided to call the police to report what I had seen. They called me back not long after, and said they sent someone to the exact spot I described. However, when the officer arrived, they found no one walking on the road, or even on the side of it. What really creeped me out, that there was nowhere for the three people to hide, because this street had open land on both sides. The fields were empty, and there were no trees or bushes nearby. There were also no side streets they could have turned onto to escape the police. It made me wonder how they could just vanish like that. They must have been picked up by someone. Either way, I know what I saw were real people, and not something I made up. To this day, I have no idea what those three people were doing, but I told my friend that if she wanted me to drop her off again, it had to be before dark.
Nosy little sheep. Inside the well. Ah, let's see. Caged it. Oh, you're fucked now, sheep.
At the time this took place, I was 16 years old. I'm 25 now. I'll do my best to get the whole story down for you guys. It was Halloween in my small South Louisiana town. It was a crisp night. The temperature was in the mid-80s, and the heat showed no signs of slacking off. I was walking around with my older sister and our friend Brooke. My sister had gone as a cat, and Brooke as a witch. I had made the awful decision of wearing a formal gown, since I decided I was going to go as a zombie prom queen. I had a crown and everything. I was drowning in that dress, though. It was so hot. The corset back was restricting my breathing. It was about 8:40. All the kids were pretty much cleared out of the street. We were making our way to the park next to City Hall, where my mother was supposed to pick us up. We were supposed to be there at 9. All three of us were about 6 blocks away at this point. My sister had stopped to talk to a friend of hers. I was not stopping, though. It was close to time for my mom to pick us up, and I was not going to be late. I was also miserable in that stupid dress, and I just wanted to go home. I carried on for about 2 blocks down before I noticed that my sister and my friend had stayed behind. I was annoyed to say the least, but only had 4 blocks to go before I could lay down in my mother's minivan. Being alone in that dark started to give me the creeps. The yellow street lights didn't do the ambience any favors. I kept my pace and kept walking until I heard the rumble of a muffler coming up behind me. I moved all the way off the road. The large black truck came past very quickly and then turned left in front of me. I passed the intersection. I only had 3 blocks left. Then I heard the truck again. I'd never moved back onto the road, so I didn't bother looking back this time. It wasn't too strange that the same truck had passed again. The third time they passed, so they slowed down for a good 30 seconds or so. That is what scared me. I didn't recognize the truck, and the windows were tinted heavily. As soon as I thought I could see a bit of a face, they peeled out and disappeared around a corner. I made another block before I heard that truck again. I was 2 blocks away from my ride now. I was scared and starting to run. I already couldn't breathe because of that dress, and I was terrified I would pass out. As soon as I heard that truck, my stomach retched. I still kept walking, only a good bit faster than I had been. I kept my eyes down and watched my shadow. The headlights came closer. When I heard the brakes, I made the decision to run. But I was too late. I now realized how close they were to me. I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. I looked up to see the arm sticking out of the window. An eagle clutching a sword was tattooed on his upper forearm. He had my hair wrapped around his fist. But before I could really comprehend the situation, he pumped the gas, was dragging me along the side of his truck. I was running as best as I could, clawing at his arm. I was crying and screaming. The only thing that kept running through my mind was that if I tripped, I was going to be run over. This man was laughing, and I was completely helpless. As soon as it started, he let me go. I fell to my knees on my asphalt, tore my dress, skinned my palms, and my scalp was on fire. I was inconsolable. I was hyperventilating. I stood up and wiped my face. Then I looked around. I felt absolutely violated. I looked back the way I just come from, realized that this man had dragged me by my hair for a whole block and a half. Once I caught my head, I ran across the street to the park. My mother was nowhere to be seen. I climbed into the enclosed slide and just curled up and cried. I don't know how long I was laying there before I heard my mother calling my name. I came out and she was walking up the street calling for me. I walked over to her. She looked me up and down and started freaking out. Apparently, I had blood on my face and dress from my hands. She ran to me and asking me what had happened. Kept looking me up and down for a gash or something, or maybe something worse. I couldn't find my voice. I just held on to her and cried. We spent the next few hours at the police station, filling out a report. Long story short, nothing really ever came of it. My sister got into trouble with my parents for not being at the city hall on time. She was grounded. My mother had actually left City Hall to go and look for us. She found my sister where I left her, and my sister hadn't even realized that I hadn't stayed. I got into trouble for not staying with my sister, but I didn't get grounded. Still pretty mad that that dress got ruined, and I lost the crown, and I'm even angrier that that man was never caught. This Halloween, I will be out with my godchild trick-or-treating. It'll be the first one I've gone out for in 9 years since that event happened. So first off, I should say, I've been a lurker here for a while, and only got an account a little while ago so I could keep up with the stories if they got my attention. Never did I think I would have something to post here. Honestly, I wish I didn't. I would have been perfectly content to just be a lurker. Let's start off with some background on me. I'm working one of those haunted mazes for the month of October. It pays minimum wage, so I get a little spending money to get me through college. Our maze is a corn maze / haunted house. I'm not one of those people who get to jump out with a bloody mask and scare the visitors. I'm the girl who works the picture counter. You see, the maze I work at takes pictures of you when you go through a certain part of it. And then at the end of the maze, you can see the picture of you and your friends looking ridiculous and scared, and then buy it for $5. It's actually pretty fun to see people's faces. There's some actual pretty hilarious ones. I've been working here for a few weeks, just a couple of nights a week. A lot of people have come through, hundreds. Every single one of them has been caught screaming, jumping, staring in horror, etc., at the point where the picture is taken. But this Friday night, that changed. At about 8:30 p.m., a picture loaded onto my computer and I set it to print. I was told through text that it was a party of one, so I should just print only one copy. I got ready to do so and glanced at the picture. It was a single man, completely dressed in black, head adorned with a jet black bowler hat. He wasn't screaming, wasn't cringing away. He was looking right at the camera, his face shrouded in shadow. It unnerved me. I've never seen someone not react. Never. Whatever, maybe he was just used to it. Maybe someone told him what to expect. I got over it all, finished my night telling people their funny memories. Just as we were shutting down around 11 p.m., I was packing up the unsold pictures when I saw that man's picture again. I realized I'd never seen him to ask if he wanted to buy it. That was odd, as they had to pass my kiosk to get out of the maze. Again, I decided to not let it worry me and just drove home. Here's where it gets scary and weird. I went back to work yesterday, on Saturday, and did my job until around 8:30, and then the picture came through. Party of one. Man completely in black, not scared, staring at the camera. But this time, I could sort of see his face. He was smiling, in the most frightening way possible. Practically all his teeth were now showing. I felt sick to my stomach and wanted to leave, but I couldn't obviously. Saturdays are our busiest nights. Finally, the end of the night rolled around. He never came to get his photo, again. I told my boss to come check it out this time, showed him both photos, and told him how the guy never showed up to see me. I was visibly shaken, but he told me not to worry about it. It was probably some practical joker who was trying to freak us all out or something. But I am worried. What should I do? I work again tonight, so I'll update you tomorrow, but I'm freaked out. What if he comes back? What if he knows I'm working at this kiosk and knows I see his pictures? Update. So I'm convinced the man or whatever he is knows who I am and knows that I'm here. I think he's purposely here for me. Last night, on Sunday, I asked my boss if I could have someone work with me because of how nervous I was. He denied my request because he didn't have an extra people working, which I guess I get. Sundays aren't that busy though, even this early before Halloween. But this one was actually turning out to be, so he didn't prepare me for needing a bodyguard. He said he would come over every hour or so to check up on me if I wanted him to. I felt kind of childish and stupid, but whatever, I'll take it. It was early in the night, so it was still light out. Everything felt fine and was going okay. I was almost lured into a false sense of security, I suppose. I told him again it was fine, and I would just keep in contact with him in case things got weird. Well, they did get weird. At around 7:45 or so, I realized I had to pee. I texted my boss and asked if he would send somebody over to cover for me. He didn't reply, which is really odd. He's normally texting me back super fast in order to maintain if something's going awry. When he finally replied to me, it was 8:21. I know because I was glancing at my phone every 30 seconds. He said he would send the girl working the ticket counter, which I'm going to call her Alex even though that's not her real name, to switch with me for a bit because he would work the tickets. As soon as she got to the photo kiosk, I practically ran to the bathroom because I had to pee really bad. There was a line, of course. I stood there waiting impatiently. Just as I was about to go in, movement to the left of my eye caught my attention. I look over. There's just some empty cornfield that isn't really part of the maze. It stretches on and on for miles. I saw him. I freaking saw that guy standing there, in the corner. That same sinister smile on his face. I looked around and noticed there was no line. No people were now around me. My blood ran cold and my heart was beating faster than it's ever has. I jumped into the porta potty, locked myself in, and threw up. I cried like a little baby, shaking and heaving. I literally stayed in there for almost 15 minutes. As I walked back, I kept my eyes straight ahead, ignoring the cornfields beside me. As soon as I got back to the photo kiosk, Alex noticed I was messed up and texted our boss. He said he couldn't leave the ticket counter, so he told Alex to just stay with me until I was okay. I have this irrational fear of letting people down, so stupidly, I reassured her that I was fine and that she should get back to working tickets. I'll be fine. It's stupid, I know, but it's just a thing I have. I hate letting people down. So much so that I was willing to be terrified alone at that damn kiosk for another 2 hours. Dumb, I know. So Alex left, rather reluctantly I think, and I was alone again. By this time it was almost 9 p.m. I decided to look at the pictures from around 8:30 to see if he'd gone through. He hadn't. I think he knew I wasn't at the kiosk, and that's why he was in the corn by the bathrooms and not in the maze. I don't understand what I possibly did to make him come after me. Maybe he's not evil. Maybe he just has a message for me or something. I don't know. I know I should just quit this job, but I can't stomach the thought of leaving them all with no one. It's hard to get someone to train them, and everything else this close to Halloween because of how busy it is. I also just don't want to leave because I have this feeling in the pit of my stomach. Almost a primal feeling that no matter where I go, he's going to try and follow me. The hustle and bustle of a popular amusement park in Long Beach, California, grinds to a halt when a gruesome discovery was uncovered in one of its most popular attractions, the Funhouse. The cast and crew of the television show The $6 Million Man was shooting an episode in the Funhouse when one of its crew members accidentally knocked into a mannequin from its nesting roost, his arm falling off in the process. As the crew examined the arm that had fallen down, they were shocked to discover that inside the man was an actual human bone. And these were the mummified remains of an unknown man. Thanks in part to forensic evidence, the mannequin has been identified as an unsuccessful train robber named Elmer McCurdy. Elmer was born to a single mother in Maine back in 1880 and never knew who his father was. During his adolescence, he was known as being the town drunkard and quite the wild child. When he was 20 years old, his mother unexpectedly passed away and decided it was time for him to make his way out west in search of riches and a job. In 1907, he was recruited for the Army during World War I, where he learned about explosives and the main ingredient in said explosives, nitroglycerine. After the war ended, Elmer fell into hard times, and that meant he needed to find a way to make cash and make it fast, thus starting his downward spiral into the seedy underbelly of committing crimes. During this time, he started traveling from town to town, robbing trains and banks along the way. With the knowledge of the power of nitroglycerine in his wake, he knew he could use this corrosive material to break into safes a lot easier, grab the money, and take off to his next stop. However, there was one problem that kept popping up wherever he tried to use this tactic. It never really worked out in his favor. This theory proved to be correct when Elmer attempted to rob a train in 1911 in Oklahoma. He attached the explosives to the safe, It ended up melting the silver inside the safe and rendering it completely useless. Another similar instance of a failed robbery attempt was in Kansas, when his position was given away while breaking into the outer layer of a bank safe, alerting the authorities across town. Finally, in October of 1911, Elmer thought he would make his big break robbing trains. He and several accomplices planned to rob a train in Oklahoma that was carrying payments that belonged to the Osage National Tribe. With their plan in motion, they thought this would be the biggest success yet. However, their assumptions were once again proven wrong, and they caught up to the train in question. Except this wasn't a cargo train they were robbing. It turned out to be a passenger train. At the end of the robbery, the crooks only ran off with $46 and 2 jugs of corn whiskey. Absolutely discouraged and tired of being a failure that he knew he was, he took a bottle of the corn whiskey and took refuge in a barn between Oklahoma and Kansas to drink his sorrows away. Little did he know that the police were hot on his trail, and eventually caught up to Elmer and were ready to put up a fight. After the gunfire blazed across the barn, Elmer met his demise and was pronounced dead on October 7th, 1911. Elmer's corpse was taken to a funeral home in Pawhuska, Oklahoma, and was embalmed while awaiting for his body to be claimed. Unfortunately, this day would never come until the funeral director decided that he was going to make a little money off of this poor soul's remains. Propped up in the funeral home, Elmer's body was used as a morbid attraction and somewhat of a physical form of advertising for the funeral home's care packages. 5 years passed and Elmer's corpse was still being used, once again, as a popular attraction, when a couple of carnival owners wanted to take him off the funeral home's hands. The funeral director refused at first, until the carnival owner convinced him that they were distant relatives of the departed Elmer and wanted to bring him home for a proper burial. The funeral director agreed, as the carnival owners whisked Elmer away and would become one of the most popular attractions their carnival had ever seen, simply known as the Bandit Who Wouldn't Give Up. For over 65 years, poor Elmer's body had been passed around from carnival to carnival for years and years, and no one knew that Elmer wasn't a dummy in a pine wood box, but an actual human corpse, posed as a trinket for morbid curiosity. Finally, Elmer ended up in Long Beach, California, at the New Pike Amusement Park, and strung up in the funhouse until that fateful day when the aforementioned television crew stumbled upon a gruesome discovery. Elmer McCurdy got to travel one final time to his resting place at Summit View Cemetery in Guthrie, Oklahoma, where he can rest peacefully once and for all. This story takes place the night before Halloween, October 30th. I don't remember my exact age, but I'm sure I was in middle school, either 6th or 7th grade, so I couldn't have been older than 12. To provide some detail to this story, I didn't weigh more than 100 pounds until I reached high school. I was always very skinny, flat from just about every angle, and wasn't particularly tall or short for a girl. I was overall pretty low energy, but the one holiday that always had my excitement through the roof was Halloween. I was, and still am, a huge into costumes. That night, my mother drove my sister and I to this mini strip mall, where a discount clothing store had just opened maybe 3 months prior. The reason I call it a mini strip mall is because the only other open business on the strip was a Sally's beauty store and a Marshall's. It was a last-minute trip. It was going on 8:30, 9 p.m. or later, so the Sally's was closed, and both the Marshall's and the clothing store we were going to was going to close within the hour. That being said, the store was surprisingly massive once you got inside, and for Halloween, they decorated the place from wall to wall with really cool decorations and costumes. It was very easy to get separated from your group in a place this big. It had many tall rows that were nearly impossible to see over. Shortly after my family and I enter the store, one of the workers in the dressing room section puts on a skeleton mask and jumps out from behind one of the racks, scaring the shit out of me and me only. My mom and sister, of course, have a great laugh, and then separated from me to go shopping on their own. I knew it was in good humor, so I went looking for a costume of my own. I had a serious addiction to my MP3 player at this time and had my headphones in while browsing. But I kept getting this chill on the back of my neck because I felt like I was being watched or followed. At some point, I took one of my earbuds out, turned the volume down, and noticed whenever I got that feeling, the person watching me was coming closer. I'd hear the creepiest whistling noise. There were a few other families in the store shopping, so I just told myself I was being paranoid and went to find my family. They told me they're going to go a few doors down to Marshall's and shop there before they close, and that I was welcome to keep searching the store and then come find them when I was done. My mom gave me like $20, and she and my sister left while I continued shopping. That feeling that I was still being watched or followed never left. I eventually looked under the clothing racks as I walked. I saw a dirty pair of black sneakers on the other side of me. However, I never saw this person's face. At this point, I knew I wasn't going to find a costume there. I was starting to leave the store to walk to Marshall's and find my family. I distinctly remember hearing footsteps not far behind me at all as I was leaving, even weaving between different aisles like I was. My heart starts beating fast at this point because now I know I'm not imagining it anymore. I ran track in middle school, so I was able to pick up my pace pretty smoothly without losing my breath. The footsteps behind me did not falter. It wasn't until I was out of the store that I finally turned around and looked at who was following me. I remember freezing when I saw him. It was a white male, probably no more than 35, dressed in all black with his hoodie up, just staring at me. He didn't have any bags, so he clearly wasn't shopping. While I'm staring at him, making eye contact, he never stopped following me. In fact, it looked as if he was smirking. Looking back on this, I want to hit myself for not screaming for help then and there, but the sheer terror just locked up my vocal cords. I immediately turned around and broke out into a sprint. The Marshall's was several doors down and a good distance from the original clothing store, but I'm not slowing down at all, because I can hear that guy running behind me, and how hard he's breathing to keep up with me. He was determined. I remember making literally whimper sounds when I realized he was gaining on me a lot faster than I was expecting. I was terrified that he'd snatch me up in this dark, mostly empty strip mall, and that I'd never be able to reach my family in time. No one would question it, probably write it off as a Halloween prank they'd seen. A last-minute burst of strength got me through the Marshall's automatic door. But to my horror, the guy ran in after me. We were both still going full speed. My brain hasn't stopped to think of anything beyond running at this point, to actually scream or notify any other people in the store that they're witnessing this was not a prank. I was in serious danger. Luckily, as tiny as I was, and quick on my feet, because I jumped between two revolving stands with phone cases and headphones that I knew he wouldn't be able to jump through because of his size. He literally shoves one of his arms through the gap and lunges at me, trying to grab the back of my shirt. Lucky for me, he makes a lot of noise doing so, and more people in the store start to look over. I haven't stopped running at this point. I have no plans to, and by the time I find my mom, I'm babbling, sweating, and crying. And the last thing I see of the man is him taking a quick retreat from the store. To this day, my mom and sister still think I over-exaggerated this whole story. They both still firmly think it was a prank played by the man working at the store with that skeleton mask. And I hate that it even happened because it really discredited my story and scared them. The man working at the store with the skeleton mask was a teenage boy with a bright red uniform on. The man that stalked and almost successfully kidnapped me was a grown man who had the most terrifying atmosphere I'd ever been around. There's many things I wish I'd done differently, but to this day I thank my lucky stars that I was small and quick enough to evade him. I didn't have my cell phone that day either because I'd gotten in some kind of trouble, so if I had been taken, there would be virtually no way to find me. Just writing this gives me chills, and still to this day, I'm extremely protective around my young girl cousins, especially out in public. This happened when I was in high school. At the time, I worked part-time at a grocery store. and it had become a tradition
Hey,
for all of
dirtbag.
us to go on some sort of haunt for Halloween. The first year we went to a haunted forest, then a haunted corn maze that began with me falling face first into a mud puddle.
All right.
Then included things
Hope
like
you
getting
had
stuck
a
in a shed type
wonderful
building with a slew of
Halloween.
Jason Voorhees characters, being chased by Leatherface, and other such things. It was fun. If I find the right subreddit, I might tell those stories some other time. Anyway, I want to say this was our third year doing this. We're headed to a haunted factory in a nearby city. This was before smartphones, so we relied heavily on printed directions. Because of the size of our group, we had to travel in 3 cars, and I was in the last car of the caravan with my coworkers Noel and Janie. Alas, we got lost because of the people, the head of the group, were terrible at navigation, and we ended up in a rougher part of the city. At one point, we drove by a parking garage, and I heard someone scream. Eventually, our car got separated from the rest of the group at a stoplight. By the time it turned green again, we'd lost everyone. We drove around for a while, talking to one another on the phone, trying to find one another. I was in the back seat talking to someone in the first car, Laura, and trying to direct my driver, Noel, while Laura tried to do the same with her husband, who was driving their car. It was not going well. Eventually, I was like, Noel, just pull over somewhere and let them come find us. Now, there were a lot of places Noel could have pulled over, like a Burger King or an office building parking lot. But he chose the parking lot of a shady bar. Why, I have no idea. Perhaps it was because there was a large key bank sign nearby that served as a good landmark for the others to find. So we're waiting in this lot for the others, when a line of about 7 cars pulled into the bar. This wasn't so surprising because it was a Friday night, and they didn't park normally. They surrounded us, the front end of their cars pointing towards us, and because of their closeness, there was no space for us to drive out of there. We were trapped. For a few minutes, they just stared at us from their cars, and then they all started to get out and walk towards us in this one big mass. There were at least 10 of these rough-looking guys, and by this point, I was convinced we were about to be robbed. Your wallet out, I told Noel, and Janie, as I did the same. I didn't really have much money, to be honest, which worried me because I wondered what they would do if it wasn't enough. I was terrified but was trying to keep us calm, and Noel seemed genuinely not really worried. I can't believe he wasn't at least somewhat concerned, especially given his car contained both a teenager and his girlfriend. As for Janie, she was so scared that she started crying. The guy who I presumed to be the leader reached for the door first, approaching the passenger side where Janie and I were. He looked inside the car at us for one moment, and then he and his group all went back to their cars and parked normally. Well, I wasn't taking any chances and ordered very sternly, Noel, go to Burger King for God's sakes. We eventually grouped up with everyone else and made it to the factory, which was far less scarier than what we just endured. Maybe it doesn't sound scary, but it really was. I have a few theories. One, the guys got to the car and saw that we probably didn't have much to offer them and changed their minds about mugging us. However, this one seems unlikely. 2, they thought we were someone else until they reached the car and looked inside. Definitely a lot more plausible. And 3, they were just messing with us. Whatever the reason, I was truly scared, and to this day, 13 years later, I regard the city with caution. One Halloween evening, my 9-year-old little brother and 12-year-old little sister wanted to go out trick-or-treating. My mom told 15-year-old me to go with them to keep them safe. I didn't mind doing this because I knew I would get all the candy that my picky little siblings didn't want. They put on their costumes and looked for grocery bags to carry their treats with, while I put on a jacket, which carried my iPod and a pocket knife. The 3 of us headed out and started going door to door. I had a normal routine. Check if the house's porch light was on, walk up, stand behind my siblings while they rang the doorbell, wait for the person inside to give them candy, thank the person, and repeat with the next house. Nothing unusual until my sister complained about being cold. and I decided to bring them both home. They grabbed one of my hands to keep their own warm, and I held on to them, keeping both of them close to me as we walked. We hadn't gone far at all. Our house was within eyesight, down a straight road. No one else was on the same street as us. A half a minute into the walk back, my little brother spotted a house to our right, 6 down from our own house, whose porch light was on, though it hadn't been on earlier. We all walked up, but there was no doorbell, so I opened up the storm door and knocked on the inner wooden door. We waited for a few seconds and heard nothing, so I knocked again, waited, still no answer. At this point, I got a weird feeling and figured we should just continue walking home, much to my little brother's disappointment. We had just gotten back onto the street, were headed off again, when we heard the door of the house swing open, and a man loudly called out, "Hey!" I turned around while grabbing my sibling's hand, and in the open doorway was a tall man. I couldn't see his face or what he was really wearing because it was dark outside and the light was spilling out from behind him. But judging from his voice, he sounded middle-aged. The inner wooden door was wide open, and the man was propping open the storm door with his right arm, while he leaned against the door frame. Behind him, I could see a set of carpeted stairs and what looked like a kitchen with a ceiling light that illuminated it all. I can't repeat the exact conversation the man and I had, but I remember the gist of it. He shouted, "I have candy inside," with a distinct inflection and tone that set even more alarms off in my head. It was as if you could hear he had a huge smile without actually seeing it. I didn't see any candy at all behind him. I had enough common sense and stranger danger talks from when I was young to know you should never go inside a stranger's house on Halloween. I gripped my silent siblings' hands tight and replied no thanks and began to speed walk away, dragging them with me. As we were walking away, he called out again, "Well, are you sure?" Which almost sounded pleading. Not stopping, I looked over again and replied yes, to which he said, "Oh, okay," in a creepy, exaggerated, sad way. He turned inside and closed the door. Who was this weird-ass adult man trying to get kids to come inside his house, and intentionally sounding hurt if they refused? It gave me all kinds of bad vibes, and while we hurried home, I told my siblings they should never go inside a stranger's house on Halloween. We got home quickly while my mom and I were checking all the candy for signs of tampering. I told her about the man. She seemed weirded out, but we really didn't end up doing anything about it. Do not try to get kids to come inside your house on Halloween, whether intentions are innocent or not.
Yeah, all you first.
There's an old nursery rhyme that goes a little something like this. Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. Although there are several historical inaccuracies involved with the nursery rhyme, one thing is for certain. Lizzie Borden will forever be blamed for the deaths of her father and stepmother on Thursday, August 4th, 1892, and her home is said to be one of the most cherished ghost tours and haunted attractions in the United States to this very day. But to further understand the circumstances that were involved in her trial, we must take a step back in time to learn more about the axe murderess of Fall River. Lizzie Andrew Borden was born on July 19, 1860 to Andrew and Sarah Borden. Her father, Andrew, was known throughout Fall River as one of the most successful businessmen in town and was quoted to be worth $300,000 back in 1892. In today's currency, he would be well worth over $9,630,000. His business and property development, being the president of the bank, as well as his own textile mills. Andrew Borden was a man who was often frugal about his spendings, especially when it came to his wife and daughters, Lizzie and Emma. The family was known to be very religious, as the girls had become more involved in their church's activities and functions. Lizzie was a popular Sunday school teacher and served within various church-related organizations, including the Christian Endeavor School and the Women's Christian Temperance Union. When the girl's mother passed away, Mr. Borden remarried a prominent woman from the community named Abby Dufree Gray. It was no secret among members of the Borden family that Lizzie absolutely despised her new stepmother, even going as far as to only refer to her as Mrs. Borden. Their animosity towards each other, the main meals were regularly eaten as a family, reported by the housekeeper of 25-year-old Bridget Sullivan. Great tension was building throughout the home, and in several reported incidents, could have been the main cause for the murders of Andrew and Abby to occur. For example, Lizzie and Emma would often go on lavish vacations at the expense of their father, and he absolutely disapproved of. However, he would reciprocate similar actions in which he would spoil and treat Abby's family to various gifts of real estate that Mr. Borden had procured. This turned out to be one of the biggest rifts between the Borden sisters and Mr. Borden, as the dark energy inside this house came to a head. Looming over the house, there was an isolated incident that occurred that Abby Borden believed that her family's lives were in immediate danger. The family had had an awful bout of food poisoning from mutton that had been left on the stove for several days as the family's main protein for the week. But to Abby, she knew her husband had made enemies with people throughout Fall River and thought that this was retaliation for his actions. This was the main theory until an unexpected visitor came to call the Borden estate. A day before Andrew and Abby would be found dead, Sarah Borden's brother, John Morse, arrived for a visit to discuss new business ventures with Andrew. Reportedly, their discussion turned into a full aggressive argument, and they say the rest of the conversation is history. On the fateful day of August 4th, 1982, one final discussion was exchanged between Andrew and John at around 8:48 a.m. John left the estate with a pair of oxen and was said to be back around noon for the main meal. However, this meal would never come. Between the hours of 9 and 10:30 a.m., Abby retreated upstairs to make the bed in the guest room, although it was rumored to be a chore that was shared between Lizzie and Emma. This was when footsteps could be heard from the staircase and stop in the guest room behind Abby. This was when the bludgeoning frenzy began. Abby was said to have turned around to face her attacker when she was struck on the side of the head with a hatchet, slicing her above the ear and on the side of her head, as she turned and fell face down onto the hardwood floor. As the rhyme states, Abby was struck 17 times continuously to the back of her head as she let out her last breath. Unbeknownst to Andrew, his wife was upstairs dead as he returned back to the estate around 10:30 to be let in by the housekeeper Bridget. According to legend, his key wouldn't allow him to open up the front door and had to knock several times before being let in. Bridget recalls later that day that she could hear Miss Lizzie's laughter coming from the top of the stairs but couldn't see her. When Andrew asked where Abby had been to Lizzie, he recalled that she'd seen Mrs. Borden since breakfast and assumed she was looking after a friend who was ill at the time of Abby's murder. Soon after, Andrew retired to the sitting room, where he took off his boots and put on a pair of sleeping slippers, and proceeded to take what was intended to be a short nap before returning back to work. What happened next is the second half of that creepy nursery rhyme. During his slumber, Andrew was attacked with that same hatchet that had just killed his second wife, with fatal blows to his head, calculating to be struck between 10 and 11 times. In one of the most gruesome crime scene photos taken at the scene of the murder, Andrew's head was completely caved in from the hatchet wounds. One of his eyes sliced perfectly in half as it dangled from his still bleeding head. At the time of the murder, Bridget had been cleaning windows upstairs when she heard Lizzie's loud and frantic voice from downstairs yelling that her father was dead, and someone came in and killed him. The family physician, Dr. Bowen, who happened to be the Borden's neighbor across the street, came forthwith and pronounced that both Andrew and Abby were deceased. Borden's time of death was reported to be 11 a.m. on that day. Soon the investigation of the Borden murders were underway as Lizzie, Emma, and Bridget were questioned thoroughly by the police. Lizzie's responses to the investigators' questions proved to be extraordinarily contradicting and somewhat inappropriate for the time, as her behavior soon became questionable in itself. One contradicting statement used in the trial was that before the murders took place, Lizzie stated that she heard a scraping sound, as well as a possible groan, before she'd returned inside the house, only to later retract that statement, claiming that she didn't hear anything at all and didn't know that Abby had been murdered. When Lizzie stated that she hadn't seen Abby when she was killed, Bridget and a next-door neighbor proved that this other contradicting statement as they proceeded halfway up the staircase and could visibly see Abby's dead body in the guest room laying face down. The police also noticed that Lizzie's behavior was super bizarre for someone who had just lost both her parents in a very brutal manner. Her demeanor was calm, cool, and collected. As police conducted a forensic sweep through the home, they found the murder weapon or weapons in the basement, including a hatchet with a broken wooden handle. During early forensic analysis for the late 1800s and early 1900s, Andrew and Abby's stomachs were examined to see if the theory of poisoning had been a contributing factor to their deaths, but results proved to be negative. In the weeks leading up to the murder, Lizzie had been seen purchasing acid for preserving her expensive furs, but that was also not found in the Borden's autopsy reports. Police also did not do a thorough inspection of Lizzie's room during the investigation, as she indicated that she'd not been feeling well, and police didn't press the issue any further. Towards the end of the trial, this once again proved to be a failed and possibly a fatal mistake in pinning Lizzie as the murderer. Later that night on August 4th, police had been stationed outside the Borden home to protect the last surviving members of the family, and they made a very chilling discovery. He noticed Lizzie and a family friend, Alice Russell, go down to the cellar with a slop bucket and kerosene lamp. By this time, John Morse had returned back to the Borden estate and retired to the other guest room. The next morning, he left and was attacked by several members of the Fall River, to which police had to escort him back to his home for his own protection. Further investigations were carried out, including inspecting articles of clothing in the home and taking the suspected murder weapon out. As the evening progressed, rumors started flying about the town as the Bordens would be visited by another prominent member of the community. This time it was the mayor as well as the police, telling Lizzie that she was the main suspect in the double homicide. According to their friend Alice, when she went downstairs to the kitchen to greet Lizzie, she saw her tearing up one of her favorite dresses. Lizzie stated that she'd gotten paint on the dress and it wouldn't come out. The only way to get rid of it was to burn it. Lizzie's hearing was held on August 8, 1892. Since the inquest was deemed private by the state of Massachusetts, her request for having the family lawyer present was denied. Once again, her behavior was described as highly inappropriate during the inquest, as she had to take doses of morphine to calm her nerves and proved to have aided in damning her case further. On August 11th, she was arrested and thrown into jail. Her inquest was ruled as being inadmissible in June of 1893 to prove whether or not she was guilty or innocent. The grand jury was selected on November 7th, as her indictment was carried out on December 2nd. The trial was long and arduous and took place on June 5th, 1893 in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Ironically, 5 days before Lizzie's trial was underway, there had been another axe slaying in Fall River, killing a woman by the name of Bertha Manchester in her kitchen. Although the murders were quite similar in fashion, Lizzie had not been the murderer in that case. Instead, a Portuguese immigrant named José Corella de Mello was arrested and convicted of the murder of Bertha Manchester in 1894. It was during Lizzie's trial that the hatchet found in the Borden house was ruled out as being the murder weapon. Prosecutors argued aggressively that the original handle could have been disposed due to it being covered in blood. The subject of Lizzie's dress being burned was also brought up at the trial, but nothing came to fruition in the eyes of the defense. During one point of the trial, the severed heads of Andrew and Abby were brought in as forensic evidence to show the jury the extensive wounds the victims had procured. At the sight, Lizzie fainted in the courtroom. After lengthy arguments being cross-examined across the courtroom, it was time for the jury to decide Lizzie's fate. On June 20th, 1893, after an hour and a half of deliberation, Lizzie Borden was acquitted of any connections to the death of her parents. Although rumors and speculations continued to taint the town of Fall River about her, she refused to believe any of it, only to ensure her innocence from the very beginning. No one, had ever been arrested and charged with the Andrew and Abby Borden murders, and it remains an unsolved mystery to this very day. As the sisters grow older, Lizzie and Emma moved away from the family estate to another property in a wealthy district of Fall River. Lizzie passed away from pneumonia on June 1st, 1927, at the age of 66. As for her sister Emma, she passed away 9 days after in a nursing home in Newmarket, New Hampshire. Today, the Lizzie Borden case is heavily argued, as more theories are predicted, and analyzed as her infamous reputation still lives on in a plethora of books, movies, television series, and yes, even podcast episodes. Today, the former home of the Borden family has opened as a popular bed and breakfast and haunted attraction, where guests can experience the ghostly encounters that are reported throughout the home. So it's up to you. Decide Lizzie's fate in your own mind. Was she truly innocent or actually guilty? I was about 7 or 8 years old when this happened. It was around Halloween. My sister and I were in our living room watching scary movies. My mom had just left for work. It was about 9:30 at night, and she worked the third shift in a factory an hour or so away. My father had just got done walking her to her car and saying goodbye, watching as she backed out, as he always did, to make sure that she would be safe in her car, and our neighborhood wasn't the best to live in, so he'd come back inside, sat down on the couch, and we kept watching the TV. Child's Play had just begun, and being a kid and always terrified of dolls, I remember curling up on the couch by one of our dogs. I'd noticed that she'd woken up, was staring at one of the doors in our living room that led out to the front porch. To explain it better, we had an enclosed front porch, which was more like a big mudroom. It had an L-shaped table where I would do homework or just hang out with my friends. It was the first room you'd be in after opening the 2 front doors. After you came in the house, you were in that room. You could either go left to our old double doors leading to the living room, or you could walk straight to go through a glass panel door leading to the kitchen. I looked over at the door that she was staring at, saw a silhouette standing in our front porch area. How we didn't hear the front door open is beyond me. I look back now and just assume maybe my dad didn't lock the doors, or maybe the left one got slightly opened. We had whitish curtains on those 2 double doors, letting us see through the front porch a little bit, as we'd also leave the light on until we go to bed, so people would know someone was home and awake. I don't remember if I pointed the man out or if my sister did. My dad got up and booked it to the front porch where this man was. Really quickly, to add a little background on my dad, 6 feet tall and kind of overweight. He used to be a nurse, then went into the Marine Corps. He used to be in pretty good shape and terrifying until he broke his hips and had to get surgery, resulting in him having to usually use a walker or just hobble wherever he'd go. Basically, when I say he booked it, he wasn't full-on sprinting because he really couldn't do that. Nevertheless, he was still a pretty intimidating guy due to his demeanor and how he just carried himself. I remember hearing the glass door open and then just hearing a muffled yell. This went on for what I felt like forever, but in reality it was probably maybe 10 minutes or so. My sister, being 12 at the time, was just laying on the ground by the double doors, trying to hear what they were saying. I think I was just watching the movie or something along those lines. Anyway, my dad comes in back a short while later and sits down. He says to not worry about it and just keep watching the movie. He ended up turning it off earlier and having us go to bed, but said that as he was going to sleep downstairs again. I was only 7 or 8, so while I was smart enough to put 2 and 2 together, he was worried about that guy coming back, I could tell. I wasn't too worried about it because as a kid, your parents can handle anything. Thankfully, that guy never came back, but I found out a week later what had happened, after my sister and I did some eavesdropping and prying to put the stories together. Apparently what happened was the guy came into our house and was either drunk or on drugs. They weren't sure which. He was going to come into our house all the way, but when he saw my dad, he was taken aback. My dad just kept asking him who he was. Why are you in my house? The guy just kept saying, I'm here to work, man. I need money. Please just let me work. My dad tried to get him to leave once, and the guy just stared at him, not saying anything, which obviously made my dad more upset. He literally had to open up the front door and push the guy out. The guy just kept repeating again, "Please, I need money. Don't make me go out there. Please, let me work. I don't want to go out there." My dad must have finally got him out of the house after giving him a few choice words. I'm unsure if he called the police and notified them, but knowing my dad and seeing as no officers came, I'm assuming he figured he had it under control. Also explaining why he slept in the living room that night. We never saw that guy again, thankfully, and didn't have anyone else try anything similar. I still wonder if that guy was severely intoxicated or on drugs, but either way, I'm glad he never came back. Anyone and everyone who's been on this earth for quite some time has heard of the Japanese video game and film franchise, Silent Hill, and its real-life small American town that made it famous, known as Centralia, Pennsylvania. But what connects these two ideas together, and what turned this once populous, busy community into the toxic ghost town it is today? I hate to break it to a lot of video game enthusiasts out there, but Centralia has almost nothing to do with Silent Hill, except for the fact that it is continuously emitting toxic gas into the atmosphere and creating that foggy-like ambience that everyone has come to recognize and love. For the people of Centralia, this was once a home to a flourishing mining community in northeastern Pennsylvania that had 14 highly active coal mines and a population of around 2,500 residents until the early 20th century. It was then that the town's population continued to dwindle and flatline, as many still refused to leave their homes after the state became involved. A town that is forever affected by a burning inferno to this very day. Centralia has always had a very rich and lush history, beside the riches of the raw, unrefined fossil fuels that are buried underneath the town's surface. The mines themselves were often overlooked, even during the construction of the Mine Run Railroad in 1854. The original name of the town was called Bull's Head, named after their local tavern's Bullhead's Tavern in 1832. By 1842, the land was bought by the Locust Mountain Coal and Iron Company, and thus the mining boom began. Many of the mines were anthracite coal, an abundant form of hard and black coal that has a submetallic luster and a sheen that goes by many names, including black coal, blind coal, and Kilkenny coal, and also black diamond coal. It has the highest carbon content and the highest ranking of all coals known to this earth. A man named Alexander Ray, who is a mining engineer and then became the town's founder, brought his family to Bull's Run and started developing it into a village. From Bull's Run to Centerville, from Centerville to Centralia, the town was on its way to becoming a place where families could be raised. Money and jobs were creating a booming economy. But all good things must come to an end, as unfortunate tragedies started plaguing the town. One such tragedy involved the founding father himself, Alexander Ray, murdered in cold blood by members of the Molly Maguire's secret society on October 17, 1868, while on a buggy trip from Centralia to Mount Carmel. After this incident, 3 men were convicted and hanged in the vicinity of Bloomsburg on March 25, 1878, as were many other members of the Molly Maguires, all throughout the state of Pennsylvania. However, this isn't the only time that Molly Maguires caused ruckus in Centralia. A local legend goes that a priest by the name of Father Daniel Ignatius McDermott put a curse on Centralia in retaliation for being attacked by several members of the Molly Maguires back in 1869. It was said that the St. Ignatius Roman Catholic Church would be the last building standing someday in Centralia, an omen of what was yet to come. Up until the 1980s, several descendants of the Molly Maguires lived in Centralia, but that, of course, was open to a legend interpretation. In its heyday, Centralia reached a whopping population of approximately 2,761, complete with various churches of different Christian denominations, 5 hotels, 27 saloons, 2 theaters, a bank, a post office, and 14 stores. The town started taking notice of its declining population as the U.S. prepared itself for World War I. Then the stock market crash of 1929 caused another big rift for its citizens, resulting in the closure of 5 mines from the Lehigh Valley Coal Company, laying off many workers and causing the town to go into a downward spiral. Even with the cutbacks, this didn't stop bootleg miners from continuing to work to make ends meet. This was when the miners implemented various mining techniques, such as pillar robbing, where the miners would take coal from the part of the mine that keeps the roof from caving in. Rumor has it that this was a contributing factor to the collapse of several of the mines, ultimately causing its town's demise as we know it today. On that fateful day, Memorial Day weekend, May 27, 1962, the Centralia mine fires began as a coal steam fire erupted underground, spreading through its various labyrinth of mine shafts and tunnels, burning over 3,700 acres of land. It's often debated what exactly caused the fires, whether they were originally controlled fires started by the fire department as a way to clean up the town's overflowing landfill that got out of hand, or from a band of bootleg miner brothers who started a fire underground near the landfill that was never extinguished. The theory was that the brothers became overwhelmed by the fumes, leading to their untimely deaths as the fires continued to spread. Supposedly, the fire department lined the landfill with incombustible material to help contain the fire. But 2 days later, residents were alarmed to see flames coming up through the town, and then again on June 4th. As the fire smoldered, residents started complaining of horrid smells coming into their homes and businesses, making them severely ill. Now it was up to city council on how they would handle this now overwhelming disaster. A mining inspector was brought in to evaluate the situation at hand. Upon inspection, a letter was sent to the Lehigh Valley Coal Company, stating the fire was started from an unknown origin and was getting out of control. The more the fire spread, the more lethal amounts of carbon monoxide seeped through the mines, deeming Centralia a very dangerous place to live. There were many attempts to try to extinguish the coal fires, although most were unsuccessful. One attempt was the state of Pennsylvania digging trenches to expose the trapped flames, to make them eat. On October 30th of 1975, 15-year-old Martha Moxley and a group of her friends participated in what's colloquially known as Mischief Night, sometimes known as Devil's Night. The night before Halloween sees children and teenagers the world over engaging in all kind of manner of pranks and vandalism. Martha and company chose to hurl full rolls of toilet paper over trees or houses so that long trails of paper were formed. Then, as if to alert the homeowners to their mischief, Martha and her friends would buzz the doorbell before running off into the night. It was innocent, albeit irritating fun. And as the group walked excitedly between potential targets, Martha was spotted talking to an older boy named Thomas Skakel. Later that evening, the pair were spotted swapping kisses and appeared to depart the larger group together at around 9:30 p.m. As she walked away hand in hand with the object of her affections, Martha's friends believed they were watching a budding romance. But the truth was, they'd never see Martha again. The next morning, Martha's mother walked out into the backyard of her home after spotting something lying underneath the tree. It looked like a pile of clothing at first, but as she got closer, Martha's mother realized what she was looking at. It wasn't some elaborate Halloween decoration. It was the bloodied, beaten body of her own daughter. Not only had Martha been mutilated to the point of almost being unrecognizable, but there were signs that she'd been carnally violated prior to her death. Pieces of a broken golf club were laying next to her body. There were signs that Martha's killer had resorted to stabbing her with the sharp end of that broken club once it snapped. After coordinating with a number of local sporting goods stores, law enforcement managed to trace the ownership of that club to none other than the Skakel family, whose son was one of the last people to see Martha alive. Naturally, this made Thomas a prime suspect. His suspicion was diverted when his younger brother Michael made a deeply disturbing confession. Michael claimed that around midnight, He'd been window peeping from a vantage point in a tree beside Martha's home. During that time, he claimed to have heard Michael confess to killing Martha with a golf club. Another child testified that Michael was given special privileges due to his family's connections. It had once been heard to say, "I'm going to get away with murder." 16 years later, the Moxley family commissioned a private investigator to reopen Martha's case. The investigator's written conclusion came to be known as the Sutton Report, and it revealed the fluid nature of Michael Skakel's ever-changing account, how it morphed from one that implied guilt to one that implied innocence, almost like he was being coached by the family lawyers. The report makes it clear that despite Thomas being the most obvious suspect, it was in fact Michael that was guilty of Martha's murder. It took over a decade of campaigning and investigating, but in June of 1998, Michael Skakel was finally charged with murder, and his bail set at $500,000. On May 7th of 2002, Michael Skakel's defense attorney told the courtroom that he was an innocent man, and had been at his cousin's house at the time of the murder. However, the prosecution was quick to point out that Michael had already admitted to have been hiding up a tree not far from Martha's home, that very same tree under which Martha's body was found. The prosecution then argued that Michael had been watching Martha kissing his older brother, then driven by jealousy, had approached her for similar affections once she was alone. The prosecution then purported that when she rejected him, Michael became so enraged that he attacked Martha with the golf club, beating her to death in the process. Prosecuting attorneys made such a convincing case that on June 7th of 2002, the jury pronounced Thomas Skakel guilty of first-degree murder, and he was subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment at the Garner Correctional Institution in Newtown, Connecticut. Following his conviction, Thomas insisted on his innocence, and in 2007, his attorneys officially filed for a new trial. Their bid was centered on the statement given by Tony Bryant, cousin to departed basketball player Kobe Bryant, and a former classmate of Skakel's. Bryant stated that on the night of Martha's murder, one of his friends openly admitted to wanting to attack Martha. The claim was inconsequential, but threw just enough doubt onto Skakel's conviction that his case was brought before the Connecticut Supreme Court in December of 2016. To the Skakel's family's boundless disappointment, Michael's murder conviction was upheld by a 4-3 majority, with one judge adding that the conviction was the result of an overwhelming evidence presented by the prosecutors. The same judge stated that it was in his opinion that Michael's legal representation had not been incompetent, and his conviction was the result of his own guilt. Despite his initial conviction and 2016 denial of his appeal, Michael was eventually released from prison. It was announced that he would not be facing a retrial. Yet several important questions remain. Is Michael Skakel an innocent man who should have never seen the inside of a prison cell? Or was a murderer content to play a legal long game until he could pervert justice and secure his own freedom? Born on August 9th of 1990, Teresa Lynn Venagas lived in Dickinson, Texas, with her large and loving family. Teresa was very close to her two older sisters, but she had a particularly special relationship with her grandmother, whose home was a place of sanctuary when Teresa's home life grew too hectic. She was a good student and led an active social life, so it wasn't unusual for her to return home fairly late, even on a school night.
Lay in bed upstairs, but the child's parents had left him in the care of a neighbor while they ran to the gas station, and the neighbor, an elderly woman, could not keep up with the boy while they played. So she eventually sat to rest. The boy, not at all tired, wanted to keep up playing, but the old woman was exhausted and told him to wait until his parents returned. He asked if he could play with her husband, who lay in bed upstairs, but she said no, explaining to him that her husband was very tired due to his age, like she had become. As any 7-year-old would, the boy found this answer unacceptable and fled to the backyard, hoping to find something or someone to play with. He didn't return. The old woman, whose name was Margaret, had fallen asleep in her living room. She was stirred awake by the sound of the doorbell and shambled over to the front door. Awaiting her there were the boy's parents, whom she greeted, and then remembered that she had been charged with looking after their son. The sudden remembrance, which dawned plainly on the woman's face, brought an immediate worry to the faces of the parents. And the trio began to call out for the boy. Their shouts fell on deaf ears, though. The boy was long gone. I was one of the volunteer searchers, and the particular group I had accompanied was tasked with searching the nearby woods. By the time people had gathered and the police had arrived, it was nearly nightfall, so some of us had to push through the trees and vegetation blindly. A surprising amount of people did not own flashlights. I was one such person. I did bring my father's emergency flare gun, which he thankfully never had to use during his boating days, normally inadvisable, considering I'd be surrounded by vegetation, but I figured it would be useful if my group discovered the boy, hopefully alive. I stumbled over roots, pushed through brambles which tore my shirt and cut my skin, and trampled flowers unidentifiable in the gloom. The moonlight shone dimly through the trees whose foliage had formed a natural ceiling over the woods. Eventually, unexpectedly, I became separate from my search group, lost amidst the unrecognizable flora. Panic crept into my mind, but I figured that with dozens of other people out searching for the boy, I was bound to come across someone. And pushing past panic was the hope that maybe the boy had stumbled through these parts of the woods as well, and I'd be the one to find him. Then, as if to assuage my fears and affirm my hopes, I saw a figure a few meters ahead, leaning against a tree. My heartbeat was faster when I saw that. He was not all that tall, about the size of a boy even. I jogged towards him, but when I grew close enough to see his face, he ran off. I chased after, calling out the boy's name. Adam! It started to rain. I sloshed through the mud which had minutes ago been easily traversable ground. My progress hampered considerably. I could still see the boy ahead, but he grew smaller, fainter, and even though I tried to power through, I felt myself succumbing to the thickening mud. It became like a quicksand, restricting my entire body, resisting my most strenuous exertions. It was too late when I remembered that I was probably quickening my sink with my struggles. Seconds later, I was up to my chin. I'd apparently stumbled upon some deep depression in the earth. Forgetting the flare gun in my pocket, I tried calling out, but the rain fell loudly, drowning out my screams as I drowned in that sinkhole. Darkness rushed in, and all became black. I emerged elsewhere. The earth vomited me forth like a squelch, as if expelling something indigestible. The rain was gone here, and the environment was illuminated by several distinct rays of moonlight, as if this place were watched over by a trio of moons. The trees were different as well. They towered incredibly high, their tops piercing the gray cloudage above, as if rising to greet the triple lunar vanguards. Grass rose as tall as men in some places, while other areas were barren, some sunken in, others raised in mounds of dirt. I progressed forward from the position I'd arrived, hoping that if the boy had come here, I'd find him, and if not him, a way to escape. The hole from which I had arisen had smoothed over, leaving no signs of being impregnable. I eventually came across something resembling a path. At the start of this path, to my horror, was a massive coffin that towered nearly as tall as the great trees I'd seen earlier. The coffin's lid was open, and it gave off a strange, sinister impression. It seemed hungrily anticipatory, as if it awaited a soon-to-arrive occupant. I gave it a wide berth as I passed, and nothing sprung out of it to attack or draw me in. I came across other caskets, all of which seemed as they were built for titans. Trees, not as tall as the others, but still massive in their own right, had grown through the caskets, throwing the lids off but obscuring any signs of the occupants, if there were any. Great bows pierced through the frame of the casket, giving the trees the appearance of wearing polished wooden armor. As I progressed down the coffin-flanked path, the funerary housing became degraded, more noticeably withered by time, and the trees which grew through them became significantly more prominent, until, at the final tree, the only observable presence of the casket were its splinters which stuck in with what seemed like grim defiance to the trunk of the tree. This tree was as tall as the others I'd initially seen. Something about it, perhaps its age and disregard for the casket through which it had grown, saddened me. There was also a vague, unplaceable familiarity about the casket shards, as if I'd somehow seen them or inexplicably knew of their occupant before coming here. The path lined with casket-infused trees ended 7 in total, and opened to a massive swampish area. In the center of the mire was a massive pool, which over-hovered a soft white mist. Despite the locale, I could hear no bugs or bog-inhabiting creatures, and the water surface was at a complete rest. I approached the pool, drawn into it by some unreal force and my own fixation by its mesmeric surface. Without consciously doing so, I'd walk right into the pool, and only until the water shifted did I notice. The water, which had been a placid and translucent green, turned dark and violent, churning viciously, rocking my body helplessly to and fro. The white mist changed to a dismal red, and suddenly felt like a great encumbrance on my body as I tried to hold my footing in the sloshing waves. Rain started to fall, making the pool's level rise until it was up to my chest. The coffins behind me, engorged by the mammoth trees, seemed to groan in agony as their burdens expanded to nightmarish proportions within them, splintering the wood of which they were made. Beneath me, I began to hear a voice calling from the depths of the pool, and peering in, I saw what looked like a boy. My instinctual desire to extricate myself from the pool was overridden by my desire to save the child, so I plunged downward into the murk. I reached him, surprisingly.
Alright, Will.
I grabbed the boy, who to my short-lived joy resembled Adam. I had found him, somehow trapped in this abysmal place. I held him to me with one arm and used the other to propel myself upward, all the while fighting the monstrous currents which battered me underwater as much as they did above it. When the realization that I wouldn't reach the surface before my lungs burst came to me, I found myself crying, not for my own life, but for the boy who I couldn't save. Somehow, the tears felt warm against my body, as if they clung to my face instead of getting mixed within the Stygian waters around me. In a last moment of consciousness, I withdrew the flare gun from my pocket and extended my arm as far as it would go, kicking my legs to hopefully stay close to the surface for the gun to fire properly. I wasn't sure if it was gonna work, honestly, but it was all that I had, and thankfully, my finger pulled the trigger seconds after consciousness fully left me, and we sank downward into the abyssal depth. I awoke in a hospital bed, with a nurse attending to me. She smiled and said she'd go get the doctor. When they returned, they were accompanied by another woman. She looked familiar, but I couldn't place her, either due to the drugs assuredly pumped into my system, or my own wariness at the half-remembered ordeal. Together, the doctor and woman informed me of what had happened. My absence from the search party had pretty much gone unnoticed until they'd given up for the night, and a sort of roll call was conducted to make sure everyone got back safely. When I hadn't made myself present, the people resumed their search, this time for me, which the woman admitted to being happy about, because she was Adam's mother and hadn't wanted to give up looking for him. Rather than splitting up again and risking more being lost, they surged through the trees together, collectively sweeping through the darkened woods. At some point, perhaps an hour into the search, a flare shot exploded into the sky. Due to the downpour and the thick, visually obstructing treetops, they could only partially trace the path of the flare. They searched the areas from which they suspected it had been fired, but found nothing. Tired and drenched, talk of returning to their homes started up, and some started to make their way back to the neighborhood. Before the last had gone, the woman, Adam's mother, heard crying. She approached the sound and found me holding her son in my arms, wailing, the flare gun at my side. Around us, washed up from a shallow grave, were other children. Adam was the only one alive among them. I was insensate, totally unresponsive, crying dumbly. Adam was unconscious, but not seriously harmed. We were both taken to the hospital, and I was placated to quietness along the way. When Adam awoke, he told the authorities that the old man, husband of Margaret, had taken him, hurt him, and left him among the others in a shallow pit, which he'd first uncovered to place Adam inside, then afterwards resealed. The rain had washed away the recently piled soil, which had not had time to harden and become overgrown, as had happened since the last time such an atrocity was committed. The old man was arrested, and after a few hours of questioning, admitted to being responsible for the 7 missing children in the last 30 years. Adam, fully recuperated and wanted to thank me. He was brought in and rushed to my bedside. He hugged me, thanked me relentlessly, and his mother did as well. The doctor informed me that I'd be fine and can return home in the evening. They all left, letting me rest. I was happy to see Adam alive and well, but something troubled me. I realized that while he was the boy I'd seen in the water, he definitely was not the one who led me to the place where I'd fallen into the sinkhole. Later, once I returned home, I looked at pictures of the missing children. After scrolling through the pictures, I finally came across the first missing child, who had gone missing in the late 80s. Even though I hadn't got a good look at the child who led me to that sinkhole, I knew that this is the one. I also knew, somehow, that the last casket I'd come across in that extra mundane realm, the one obliterated by the tree, had been his.
Dun, dun, dun.
Has anyone else ever had an experience with performing this ritual? I came across it by sheer coincidence, and was wondering if anyone had found a way to escape the loop. If you're unfamiliar with the Stone Gate ritual, I'll do my best to fill you in. You might have passed right by the ritual several times, and just never paid any mind to it. It's fairly easy to spot if you know what you're looking for, though. You can't force it to happen. Either you'll happen to find a gate in your path, or you might just go your whole life without seeing one. The word gate is a little misleading, though, as all there really is to it is 2 stones. As you walk around, just anywhere will do, I've come to find. You may notice 2 stones on either side of your path. These stones will be oval and fairly flat in shape. Their colors will be similar but different enough to be distinct from one another. It doesn't matter if you're on the sidewalk or a hiking trail. The stone gate can appear anywhere. When you spot these stones and wish to not partake in the ritual, you can simply pass right through them and suffer no consequences. On the other hand, if you do decide to involve yourself with the gate as I did, then you can never stop. Standing in the middle of your path, there will be a stone on either side of you. All you need to do to begin the ritual is choose which stone to pick up. It will be random each time, but these stones each have their own effect. One will grant you good luck if you are still holding it at the end of the ritual, and the other will give you bad luck if you aren't holding it at the end. As I said, I happened across this ritual by happenstance. I like to go jogging in the nearby woods. I try to make time for it every morning. It's how I justify all the garbage I shove down my throat. While I had just turned around to start heading back home, I stopped for a moment to have a drink. My eyes focused on the trail ahead, one I had run countless times before. I noticed a pair of rocks resting across from each other. Feeling cool streams of water traveling down my cheek after escaping the corners of my mouth, I pondered about the rocks. I wondered how many times I had passed by and failed to notice them, or if they had recently been placed there. They seemed far too picturesque to be an accident, the way the sun bounced off each rock causing them to look like headlights. The more I stood and stared at the set of rocks, the more transfixed I became on their sudden existence. Lowering the water bottle, I stepped forward with a sense of caution that can only come from ancestral uncertainty. With each step, the appearance of the rocks became more abnormal. Drawing closer, I came to the conclusion that they arrived recently. Sitting perfectly on each side of the dirt path, undisturbed by anything and without a speck of dirt on either of them. One was a solid gray while the other shimmered with lighter tones under the morning rays. Kneeling, I ran my fingers across the surface of the right side rock, feeling its smooth and uninterrupted surface. A surface that was surprisingly cool to the touch. Surely, if it had been resting long enough in the sunlight, it would soak some warmth in, but the thing was nearly frigid. I didn't want to interrupt the symmetry, but the rock had such a pristine presentation, I could help but wrap my fingers around it and lift it from the ground. Only the underside of the rock was sullied by fractional clumps of dirt clinging on. With a swipe, my fingers knocked the rolling grains of grime back to the ground. Twisting my wrist around, I observed the nearly hypnotic surface of the rock, it catching ever so gently in the beams peeking through the sparse trees. I'm not the see a cool thing and collect it kind of guy, but even so, I couldn't help but think the rock would be beautiful resting on a shelf. Even more so if I had both of them, so I turned to face the other rock only to discover it was gone. Curiously, I swiveled my head, feeling a wave of static run along my body, prickling my arm hairs as I searched for the other rock. They were so perfectly adjacent from each other that it should have been right behind me, but it wasn't. The forest was pretty quiet in the morning hours, and I heard nothing skittering behind me. Even if there was something, why take the rock? Stepping in the direction of where the other rock should have been, my eye was flooded with a white light. Raising my arm to shield my eyes, I peered further down the trail leading back home, and there it was, reflecting the light into my eyes, almost as if it was beckoning me, was the other smooth rock resting on the left side of the path. Even though it was around 40 or so feet away, the way it bounced the light where it was resting, it was unmistakably the same stone from before. As a lighthouse can lead a ship to land, I started pacing my way down the trail. My vision was so fixated on the other stone that I foolishly ignored the light trickling into my pupil. Without knowing what I was in the middle of, that I had already thrown myself into the stone gate ritual, I couldn't have noticed it right away. With every step, the rock that my fingers were still clutched around was becoming heavier. I first really felt its effect once my angled elbow became straight, and my hand hanging down at my side. Stopping in place, finally free from the siren call of the stone still ahead of me, I was able to observe my surroundings better. More than just the aching that was starting to develop in my shoulder, I noticed the forest around me was shifting, or rather, it was becoming bleached. The color of the once firmly brown soil that made up the path I traversed was becoming flushed and dull. Green leaves were losing their vibrancy, and the tree bark was becoming a milky shade of what they once were, as if all the colors around me were being washed away. I took a few steps forward, this time keeping an eye on the world around me. Indeed, with each step, I lost a little more of what made the world around me so beautiful. More and more stark black outlines were becoming more apparent, not to mention my grip on the stone in my hand was starting to loosen. Just as the world was washing away, each step made the stone I was holding heavier. My grip was failing, and finger strength was giving away. A few more steps was all it would take for the rock to fall from my hand. When the thought of dropping the rock where I stood crossed my mind, I was filled with an unrivaled sense of dread. Telling my fingers to just drop the stone felt like trying to pass through a solid brick wall. Some part of me, some firing synapses, knew my safety was only assured if I continued to hold the stone. Some part of me knew the stones were a pair that needed to exist across from each other. I had already made it about halfway. If one arm had the strength to carry it that far, then two should have been enough to make it the rest of the way. There's no explanation to why I knew, but I did. That all I could do was keep moving forward. The weight of the stone, ever increasing each step, became harder to perform, as I was already halfway. But the half I still had left was going to take much longer. Even still, the brown dirt faded into a hazy gray, and the foliage lost all luster as the stone grew nearly unbearable. Then, another wave of static shuddered through my body. The feeling of being watched. Such a small stone at that point had accumulated a weight that must have exceeded my own body. Even with both hands cupping it and all my muscles working in tandem, I could feel my knees buckling. It became tough to focus on anything other than fighting it. I did manage to catch several glances, though. As the color of the world had nearly vanished altogether, all that remained was the thick black outlines of trees and foliage. These outlines began to squirm. It wasn't as if they were being pushed by a harsh wind. They were waving back and forth. It reminded me of those crazy straws than they did tall, proud trees. My knees were burning, and my back felt as though it was bound to snap, but my destination was within reach. Surroundings up until that point were mute, but as I got closer to the other rock, I heard a hungry chorus of howls perforate the air. The squirming lines beginning to stick together, creating thicker streaks of black. Gritting my teeth, and with the backs of my cupped hands landing on the bleached soil, I dragged myself along. The weight of the rock at this point was too much for my hands. If the weight wasn't shared between both palms, I would no doubt have broken both bones. If I had to travel just a few more feet, I don't think I would have had enough strength. With one last heave, I pulled my hands across the ground, feeling the specks of dirt digging in and ripping my skin, and I offered the world one last glance. So many of the lines had come together, forming one. It was just a jagged line, jutting out in all directions from a central point that had so much girth to it, more girth than any tree I'd ever seen. My feeling of being watched was caused by it. Somehow I knew that thing was looking. And then, it was gone. All of it had vanished. The forest around me flooded with colors and a vibrancy that seemed more intense than ever before. A crushing weight that took my entire body to move a mere inches was once again relegated to the expected weight of just a small stone. A small smooth rock resting in the palm of my hand, on the side of the path, adjacent to the other rock. I slipped the stone from my palm and placed it gently into the soil. Despite the throbbing in my hand and the burning throughout my body, everything had returned to normal. Things had become better than normal. Upon returning to work that day, I discovered that I was being considered for a promotion that month and had gotten it. The pay raise was nice, and when I went to celebrate, I ended up striking up a conversation with a very lovely, very drunk woman who slipped me her number. Everything after that trip to the woods had been coming up roses. I was on top of the world. Things just kept improving. That is, until I saw the rocks again. I had stopped going for so many runs, but still walked to work, to keep some semblance of exercise. Stopping dead in my tracks, I begrudgingly noticed the two pristine rocks that were laying on either side of my path. Refusing to go through all that again, I just stepped past the rocks without so much offering a second glance. It's not that my life went to crap after that or anything, but I could tell that things had stagnated, that I was no longer rising. I had plateaued. After you participate in the ritual once, you'll begin to see the gates everywhere, and try to do what I did, and just ignore them. However, every time you step through without picking up one, your world will shift. A slow and almost invisible change at first, but each time I passed through or avoided a gate without picking up a stone, my world would lose a little color. Around a week of avoiding the gates was enough to notice the change, and within another week, the feeling of being watched returned. Fearing what would happen next, if whatever that was watched me for too long, I decided to pick up the rock the next time I saw a gate. The next time I picked up the rock, the ritual progressed as normal, only instead of the rock getting heavier, it became lighter. Like the stone was being pumped with helium, it would begin to try and pull my hand upwards. I thought it would be easier to fight the rock, getting heavier, but near the end of the ritual, it became difficult to keep my feet on the ground. That's when the rock slipped from my hand. I dropped to the ground and watched the small rock spiral away from me and into the pure white sky above. I was so close and still, it slipped away from me. That thing, and as the seconds went on, moved closer and closer. When I tried to get up and run, I smacked into a wall. I couldn't see anything though, as it was all white and I had no idea where I was anymore. As the undefined line got close enough to touch me, I hear the pitter of something hitting the ground and the ritual ended. I thought I had gotten lucky, but I was wrong. I already explained the rules, so you should have already guessed, but my life fell into disarray. I lost my job, an unfaithful wife, and missed payments. It all came down on me. It would continue until I picked the correct rock and dragged it to the end. That's the game you play when you take part. A life of extreme highs and lows. The more rituals I complete, the more often I'll come across a gate, and it's so exhausting. Not sure how much longer I can keep up with it. Even when I receive the good luck, I can't enjoy it. I know it'll be taken away. Even more than I know now. Even without performing the ritual, even if I get the correct rock every time, it's watching me, waiting for me to break down and give in. It's waiting for me to pass through the stone gate. One final time. I think that it's finally safe enough for me to tell this story. I've spent the last week in a mansion that was left to rot by some rich millionaire somewhere who has more money than I'll ever have. Their name wasn't important to me at the time, but I won't forget it now. The Wolf family name will forever remain a part of my memory, along with the trauma and horrors that I faced while squatting in their mansion. I've always had the mindset that the ultra-rich just bought houses to flaunt their wealth and never actually used them, and I thought that was the case with this mansion. Boy, could I not have been more wrong. For the first time, while homeless, I was truly terrified to be in a house. I think that once I'm finished fully telling this story, it'll make more sense why someone like me would say that. It's the peak of winter in January, as my time of writing this. I was staying in a house just outside of Detroit when I was chased out by the cops. These people have no care for other humans and only care to enforce the laws that suit them. Seeing as how they wouldn't let me stay in that home, I decided to look around Detroit for a safer place to live. After walking a few miles in the cold, I managed to come across a house that seemed too good of a deal. It was on a single lot facing an empty road that leads off of another neighborhood, and it had its own cul-de-sac. It was a massive house with a street and a driveway all to itself. I found it kind of weird at first for a house like that to be alone, especially cut off from the main street, especially when all of the other houses around it were so massive and expensive looking. Once I got closer to it though, things started to make a little more sense. The house appeared to have been built a long time ago, having probably been built before the rest of the neighborhood, and the owner probably wanted to have his own spot away from the rest of the neighborhood. Greedy bastard. Who goes out of their way to make a separate road for yourself and your big house? Who wouldn't want someone to be there in case you needed some help? It's questions like this that ran through my head as I came up to the front entrance to the house. It was closed off with a massive gate that leads out to the estate, with a row of trees lining each side of the road leading to the mansion. There was a thick fence connected to stone pillars that gated in the entrance to the mansion with the family name of Wolf imprinted above the main gate. But a part of the fence had the bars bent just large enough to allow me to squeeze into it. I decided to enter through it and pass through the bars into the estate. Seeing as how it was later in the evening, the mansion cast a deep shadow over the estate. The empty branches of the trees stretched out like webs, hoping that the long and scraggly lines the shadows made in the snow and dirt would capture something that the soul of the estate would enjoy devouring. I made my way towards the mansion, making sure to hide in between the trees as I made my approach to it. The community I was in wasn't a gated community, but I didn't want to bring any unwanted attention to myself. As I made my way up to the mansion, there seemed to be no signs of life anywhere. Even though it was in the dead of winter, I expected something to be around. Some sound like distant cars honking or random animals moving in the distance. There was nothing, no sound, no voices, not even other people coming into or leaving their house. It almost seemed like everything vanished around me, as far as noise is concerned. All of the lights were dark, and this mansion was no different. The closer I got to it, the more disturbed I felt at the lack of sound. The atmosphere about this house was different in every way that I could really think from a normal house. But it wasn't enough to deter me from the house and risk freezing to death in the cold. The mansion was a large 3-story house with what looked like several rooms and a large entryway. There was a set of double doors at the front that blocked my way from walking inside. I was almost certain that the doors would be locked, but something in my gut told me to try them anyway. To my surprise, they were unlocked and opened up to allow me in. The foyer was massive and led to several different rooms. What was strange about it was that there was a lone TV leading off right next to the staircase that leads upwards to the rest of the house. It appeared to be a tube TV, the last of its kind before flat screens showed up. I remember seeing stuff like this in my uncle's antique shop before it went bankrupt. He would sell TVs like this to people who had the money to waste on collecting useless and outdated junk. Maybe they found some value in it. I don't know. I gravitated towards the TV and decided to play with it. I couldn't find a remote for it, but the buttons on the front of it seemed to work. I turned the TV on and ended up having to tweak it a bit to get it to work. It seemed like a bunch of channels didn't work until I started scrolling up past 100 channels. From there I was able to see the fuzz that the TV was producing start to fade away, and the noise alter as the picture took shape and revealed old shows that I used to watch when I was a kid. Old sitcoms played for a while, and filled the otherwise empty house with a little bit of comfort, as the walls reverberated with the conversations of actors, older than the roles that they played, making cheesy jokes and skits over canned laughing tracks. As cringeworthy as that might be, it made me feel a lot more at ease to hear that going on, to just watch the TV for a little while before I went around the house and tried to settle in. I decided to look for a mattress to bring into the main living room so that I could be able to see who was coming and leave at a moment's notice if need be. I went to one of the smaller rooms and pulled out a decent-sized mattress to bring into the living room. I didn't think that I would be there long, but I didn't expect my stay to be very short either. I continued to watch the TV for a bit as I tried to unwind so I could fall asleep. As my eyes began to close, I noticed something weird take shape. I was watching the sitcom and chuckled a little bit at a joke as my eyes began to close when something jolted me awake. I heard a harsh static coming from the TV and saw that it turned to static. I got up and went to turn it off, but it stopped as the TV turned itself off right as I reached the power button. I thought to myself, how weird was that? But eventually played it off as just a power outage and decided to head to sleep. All things considered, I slept great the first night and would only sleep relatively well that night. The next day, I went back into the city to try and get enough food for the day. To my surprise, people were more generous today on their way to work. I managed to get enough money to buy some food for the next few days. My newest problem was trying to find a way to get showered up and cleaned up. I figured I could shower in one of those convenience stores that had a shower. I had enough of my own soap and everything this time, so I didn't have to shoplift. That was a relief that made the shower feel all that more rewarding. I decided to go and wash my clothes in a nearby laundromat since I had enough left over to afford that. I would rather be clean and look clean enough to try and see if there was any way I could find work and finally get off the streets. I got a weird look from a couple of ladies when I came in with my bag and pack of detergent. I tried my best to ignore them, as I usually ignore people who give me weird looks when I enter places. I was on a mission, and I wasn't going to let these people deter me from getting my stuff clean before I went back to the streets. After my clothes were clean, I decided to head out along the main stretch of the city to look for places that I could apply for a job. After finding a decent restaurant with a laid-back but upscale atmosphere and a help wanted sign on the restaurant window, I decided to head on in and see if I could apply. After a bit of chatter, I managed to get an application out of the manager and filled it out. They tried to tell me that they would give me a call back if they were interested, but I had to explain how I didn't have a phone and I was on my own without letting them know that I was homeless. To my surprise, they sat me down and read through my application and decided to perform an impromptu interview. After a few questions, I managed to get confirmed for a job as a waiter there and felt a sense of thrill wash over me. I left that restaurant after giving my many thanks and made my way back to the mansion. I was so excited to start my new job the next day. My plan was to build up as much cash as I could while I stayed there to get my own place, a phone, a car, and everything else that I needed to finally be on the right track with my life towards something I could be proud of. If only things were ever as much as a walk in the park as that interview. I made my way back to the house and realized the TV was on. I started to panic and went to turn it off and started to search around the house. I pulled out my flashlight from my pack and started to make my way down all of the halls to investigate. My concern was that someone else had found out that someone broke into the house and was lurking around the estate. I made my way slowly and quietly down the halls, flashing my light into each of the rooms and peering around each corner. Each one of the rooms was covered in dust, and were left either barren or had random furniture in them, so there weren't too many places whoever got in here could hide. I made my way to the back of the house and jumped when I heard something massive slam on the floor. My mind was racing now with what it could possibly be. A person, a beast, something worse. I wasn't sure. What could be at the end of this hallway? But I was running out of possibilities real fast. I turned the corner of the last section of the hallway on the 3rd floor and flashed my light towards the end. In a corner, 2 eyes reflected light back at me. I took a sigh of relief and realized the thing looking back at me was a raccoon. I flashed a light at it, and it ran towards a window and hopped out. It was one of the most bizarre things that have happened to me in a long time. I decided to head over to the ledge and flash my light down into the snow and saw that it had run off somewhere away from the house. With the raccoon gone, I felt calm enough to return to the mattress and try to get some rest. I could hear a low hum that night that kept waking me up, but it wasn't the worst thing I had to sleep through. The next day I went to work and managed to build up a nice amount of tips while I waited on a couple of dozen tables. It was a lot of work, but I managed to build up a reputation as a good waiter and collected just over $200. It was good enough for me to start considering where I could start looking to stay. It made me think about trying to get my life together, you know? This restaurant was upscale and had its own uniform set up, but seeing as how they provided me with everything that I needed, I would just need to keep it clean and I'd be set. I decided that I would only stay in the mansion for the rest of the week and work on building up my cash. My impulses were getting the best of me though. I went to one of my local dealers and decided to pay for a couple of tabs of acid to be able to celebrate. He cut me a good deal and sold me 2 tabs for $15, and I went on my way to grab some food and make my way back out to the mansion. That night was a lot of fun. Having turned on the TV right before I took one of the tabs, I started to have a ton of fun hallucinations take shape and felt more at peace with myself, which helped me fall asleep so I could be rested and ready for work again. I slept through most of the night, but was jolted awake by the sound of things slamming in the house. I decided to look around again but couldn't find anything in the rooms like before. I made my way to the top of the house and looked down the hallway with my flashlight and came across two eyes. I froze because of where the two eyes were. I saw two white eyes reflecting back at me from the ceiling. I waved my flashlight at it, and a thing crawled away down the hall. I slowly made my way around the house looking for those same eyes again, but I couldn't find them. Whatever it was left, and I was once again alone. I couldn't really fall back asleep again, so I made my way out to work. Work was great and I brought in even more tips than yesterday, but I couldn't help but think about the thing I saw looking back at me in the mansion. It wasn't small. It only crawled on the ceiling. I saw it twist its head at me a couple of times to get a better look at me before I drove it off with the flashlight. After thinking about what it could have been, I assumed it was just the after effects of the acid tab that I took that lingered with me after I woke up. Either way, I was thinking even harder about getting off the streets and was looking for apartments today. I found one that was housing people at just shy of $700 a month. They wanted a down payment on it, but it wasn't much. I figured that I could get the apartment payment sorted within a few more days, so I decided to work an extra hour in the night to try to earn a few more tips. It garnered me another $100 on top of the tips it earned me that night and made the apartment within my grasp. I wasn't content though. I wanted enough money to last me through that month so I wouldn't risk eviction in case something happened to my job or the tips started to dwindle. So I made my way back to the mansion again, and that night, everything started to get weird. I started to notice that there were tracks in the snow around the fence. I figured that some kids had decided to come and mess around the estate. I hope they enjoyed their exploration now because of the harsh reality of exploring and looking for a home when you have nothing is a lot less glamorous than going urban exploring. I liked the way that I felt when I took the tab of acid the night before, and despite my better judgment, I decided to take the second tab. Things were fine at first, and I decided to keep the TV off at night and just allowed my brain to roam the house. I went around the house laughing as different paintings of the family that used to live there took funny shapes. I was having a good time until I saw a large figure at the end of the hallway, looming in the corner like everything else I would shine my flashlight at did. I waved my flashlight at it, and it didn't move. It just stood there, staring. I started to back away, realizing that this figure was easily a foot taller than me. I moved my flashlight in the process, trying to make sure that I didn't fall over the furniture that the raccoon had knocked over. When I put in my flashlight back at the corner though, the figure was gone. I decided to look around the house some more, but couldn't find that figure again. Something about this house just didn't seem right. Maybe it was the acid, maybe it wasn't. Things were making less and less sense when I came back to the living room and saw the TV was on. I didn't remember turning it on, but I was too tired after all of that to care. I turned it off and went to sleep on the mattress. I slept a little more soundly that night, but woke up extra early to a loud slam. I wanted to see if it was another raccoon, but I didn't have the time to explore before I headed off to work again. I grabbed what was important and decided to head out with everything that I needed, rather than leave it unattended and risk someone looting all of my money and supplies that I had gathered. I now realize that doing that was probably the smartest decision I've ever made. I made my way to work and managed to make even more tips that day, surprisingly having enough money left over after my shift for the apartment, a prepaid phone, a nice meal, and some more acid. I decided to skip on the acid and went ahead to reserve myself an apartment and went looking for a prepaid phone. I didn't find the one that I wanted and I'm glad that I decided to skip on it after all. I bought a nice meal for myself and made my way to the mansion after. It was a satisfying day for me, all in all, but I couldn't help but feel like I was being followed on the way back up to the estate. As I made my way through the snow, I kept seeing shadows all around me, and I could hear crunching noises, as if someone's boots were crunching in the snow and rocks underneath them. I made my way quickly back into the mansion and tried to settle in for the night. I turned on the TV and tried to use it to relax for a bit, but that was ruined when I heard a loud screeching noise come from the TV box. I tried to turn it off, but the power button stopped working. I then tried to look for the cable to the TV and realized that it was fried and was permanently connected to the power outlet. I tried tearing it out of the wall, but that didn't work. Right as I was almost about to pull the cable out, the TV stopped making that screeching noise, and I decided to inch my way over to the front of it. What I saw made me fall back onto the mattress, and is something I don't think I'll ever be able to forget. A single large hand loomed on the screen, outstretched and open, as if trying to grasp at something. It was just hung there in the static, almost as if it was trying to reach out through the television to grab me. And that's when I heard the voice that I will not forget.
It appears that we have a trespasser here, Master Wolf. What would you suggest that we do with him?
The sound of an old-timey butler that you would hear in famous movies rung loud through the TV, almost like a bell when it hit me. The voice that followed got me back up on my feet and set me into a run.
Bring them to me.
I grabbed my belongings and began to run, only looking back to see the TV had turned off, and I started to hear voices and noises surround me as I ran. Shadows of outstretched hands began to take shape in the snow as I ran away from the house. The closer I got to the gate, however, the sooner I realized that there were footsteps chasing after me. I ran faster and threw my bag over the fence as I made my way through the gap. But right as I was about to exit the estate, something grabbed my shoulder and caused me to scream as I tugged and pulled away from whatever had grabbed me. I looked back after it tore part of my shirt off and I fell into the snow. What I saw will be imprinted into my brain for the rest of my life. I looked back and saw the image of a baby on the top of the fence with white eyes and sharpened teeth, and right below it was a man surrounded in shadows, like the baby above it, with glowing eyes and pointed white teeth. I grabbed my pack and didn't look back at the house anymore as I ran out of the neighborhood and ran back into the city. I realized when I got into town that it was a good thing that I didn't buy the phone just yet and could afford a hotel for the night, at least before I got into my new apartment before the week was done. I rested a little bit easier that night, knowing that I had left the house behind for the last time and wouldn't be going back. The next day I went to work with the figment of both of those figures imprinted into my mind and decided that regardless of whether they were real or fake, I wouldn't return back to that house ever again. Been about a week since I was last in that house, and I managed to get a prepaid phone and get into my new apartment. Work is going well, and I managed to put together the money to buy a cheap mattress and a cheap laptop so I could communicate with my family. I bought brand new white shirts and shorts so I could look somewhat clean when I did a call with them over the laptop to let them know that I was still alive and doing okay. I told them the story of my time at Wolf Mansion on Wolf Ridge Drive, but none of them believed me. All they had to say was, lay off the acid. As much as I wanted to say that they had a point, I don't think that everything was hallucinated. I still can't explain everything that I saw there, but one thing is for certain. I won't go back to the last house on Wolf Ridge Drive. For as long as I can remember, I have had something of a hyperactive imagination. I get lost in extremely vivid daydreams, and I'm not just talking crap when I use the word vivid. I can smell the scents in the air and feel the texture of the objects beneath my fingers. If I eat or drink something, I can taste it. The wind ruffles my hair and the ground is solid beneath my feet. These daydreams are so hyper-realistic, I have trouble discerning where the dream ends and reality begins.
This interesting little quirk always came in handy on the long trips my family took to Florida when I was a kid. It's a pretty long way to go, especially when I was just still a squirmy little bobble-headed toddler who absolutely hated flying in airplanes. Even though the journey itself was always a drag, it was always nice to be able to get away from the cold for a while. You start to forget the feel of the heat of the sun on your face, and the endless weeks of gray skies and threatening cloud covers start to drive you crazy. Mom and Dad would work their butts off all year to be able to afford the trip, clocking in overtime and clipping coupons, all so we could pack our bags and head off to experience a brief respite from the bitter embrace of old man winter. And it was always worth it. Every single penny. The year I turned 16, my dad decided it would be wise to invest in an RV, which would cut down on our travel cost in the long run. I thought our little house on wheels was the greatest thing I had ever seen. I begged my parents to allow me to live in the RV until it got too cold in the fall, but Mom was not having it. She claimed I would probably sneak in on my friends at night to drink beer and smoke pot, which of course was exactly what would have happened. Mom was no fool. 5 months after Dad first parked the RV in our driveway, we were hitting the frosty highway and rolling south. It was the first time I'd ever seen the countryside between our hometown and our destination on such a close and personal level. And throughout the journey, I was at turns amazed, astounded, and bored to tears. I watched DVDs and lost myself in daydreams to pass the hours away. But by the time we rumbled past the Georgia-Florida state line, I was more than ready to put my feet on solid ground for a while. Flying may be expensive and stressful, but it is a heck of a lot faster. We stopped at a rest station near Lake City to load up on vending machine snacks and pump out the sewage tank. As I was checking out the candy bar selection, a deeply tanned older man in a polo shirt and white cargo shorts came wandering up to join me at the vending machine. He looked like a veteran actor of the big screen, still well built in his middle age, and handsome in a generic, all-American kind of way. I looked over at him and thought, this guy could sell a ton of kitchen appliances on the Home Shopping Network. He flashed a pearly white grin and said, I like those Snickers bars the best. Leave me a couple, would you? I gave him a dutiful smile in return, and started making polite small talk. I learned his name was Devin, and he was some kind of business big shot back in Arizona. I asked if he had come to Florida to do some wheeling and dealing, and my rest stop acquaintance waved the suggestion away with an air of vague annoyance. He said, come on now, everyone needs a vacation now and then. And I've been kicking around on this planet for all these years, and I've never seen a real, honest-to-goodness swampland. Now, do not get me wrong. The deserts and the plains are pretty damn magnificent. But hell, you gotta get out there and experience new things. You know what I mean? I want to take it all in. I want to sample everything a place like Florida has to offer. Mom yelled at me across the parking lot to hurry up and get my ass in gear, and I realized I had been well on my way to becoming hypnotized by the soothing cadence of Devin's voice. All at once, a small chill skittered down the length of my spine. Something about that grin was making me feel more than a little anxious. I could not help but think that Devin the businessman from Arizona wasn't smiling so much as he was baring his pearly white teeth at me. His gaze was just a little too sharp for someone having a casual conversation with a stranger. I felt like I was being studied, categorized, and filed away for future consideration. I took a few steps back and muttered, well, I gotta go. Nice meeting you. Pleasure was all mine, son. He called after me, still smiling. I hurried back to the RV with the strangest feeling that I had just had a near miss with disaster. For the rest of the duration of the drive to the campgrounds, I kept scanning every passing vehicle for a figure with an aggressively friendly slash of a smile beneath eyes that never seemed to blink. I did not see him, but I could not shake the notion that Devin from Arizona was following us. We pulled into the campground shortly before noon, Dad backed the RV into our rented lot and sprang into action, humming the theme to the A-Team as he hooked up the water and the electricity, buzzing around in his electric blue clam digger shorts and matching flip-flops like a tacky little tornado. It was the third week of January, but it was a beautiful 71 degrees outside with a clear blue sky. I could smell the ocean in the breeze and the warmth of the sun's rays against my face. It was intoxicating. When we had pulled out our driveway to hit the road, it had just started snowing again, and it was cold enough to freeze the mucus inside of my nostrils. It felt good to be away from the gray drudgery of ice and slush, even if it only was for a couple of weeks. I blinked up at the sky and felt my earlier anxiety slide off my shoulders. We were finally here, and for the next few weeks, all would be well. Ma and Pa were both pretty bagged from the long day on the road, so we had a mellow day of hanging out beneath the fold-out canopy and roasting hot dogs on our mini-grill. I slept like a rock that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was raring and ready to do some exploring. My parents had chosen a campground beside one of Florida's many conservation areas that year. I'd been given a new digital camera for my birthday and was excited to use it. Now, keep in mind, this was back in the days before cell phones came equipped with half-decent cameras. In fact, I did not even have a mobile phone yet, and would not for several more years. Mom and Dad popped out of the RV at the last second, and instead they tagged along, if only to make sure I did not somehow fall into the jaws of the alligators that lived in the stagnant waters of the swamps. I had been planning to burn a bowl or two behind a cypress tree or something, so I was less than enthusiastic when I heard this news. Mom just gave me a knowing smile and patted me on the top of my head. Once again, my mom was no fool. We wandered into the park and took a map from a display in front of a dilapidated building with a faded sign that proclaimed it to be the Visitors Information Center. I noticed a tall man leaning on the ledge at the open sliding window, chatting with the Parks and Rec worker inside, and I realized with a nasty start that it was none other than Arizona Devin, the vaguely menacing tourist I had met at the rest stop the day before. He appeared to be flirting with the woman working the information booth, and if the entranced expression on her face was any indication, it appeared to be working. Mom grunted. "Come on, kiddo. Let's go get eaten alive in this dirty damn swamp." She hauled me away by the arm, Dad stomping along behind us in his mirrored sunglasses and a ridiculous smear of zinc oxide along the length of his nose. My mom managed to convince him to change out the flip-flops, but he refused her demand to not change into another pair of his cringe-inducing clam diggers. They were banana yellow in color, and they flapped around his shins as he walked, which provided enough hilarity for me to almost forget about the unexpected appearance of Mr. Arizona, with his impeccably combed hair and sparkling slash of a grin. Almost, that is. I looked back over my shoulder just in time to see Devin disappearing through the front door of the building, which was being held open for him by the woman from the information booth. She had an expression of rapturous adoration in her face, as if she were completely enthralled by his presence. The door clunked shut, and I found myself slowing to a halt, staring after them, with a strange lump of dread in my stomach. Dad blundered into me from behind and bellowed, "Watch where you're going, dummy. I'm trying to look at the map here." I scurried away from his irritation and hurried after my mom, who was marching along the trail at a brisk power walker's pace. She snapped, "Hurry up, you two. You both need more exercise. Especially you, Harold. You sit there every night eating those potato chips and watching the TV. And you just look at that gut. You're starting to look pregnant." Dad muttered, "Huh, you're a riot, ain't ya?" and shoved the map in his back pocket. Mom militantly marched us along the trail like a drill instructor, hectoring us to keep up the pace, until we finally rebelled and stopped at a footbridge to take some pictures. The footbridge spanned a watery stretch that deepened as it led out into deeper reaches of the swamp. As I looked down into the dark sheen of the sluggish water below our feet, there was a rolling disturbance on the surface, and I caught a brief glimpse of a thick, scaly tail. I tried to snap a quick picture, but the alligator was already gone, leaving only bubbles and ripples in its wake. Dad whistled and said, "Holy moly, that was a big one. I read they don't really attack people very often, but I sure as hell don't want to get too close to one if I could help it." Mom smirked and made a jab about alligators preferring a low-fat diet, which made Dad clench his teeth and shoot back, "You're right. What am I scared of alligators for when I already live with a goddamn harpy?" They started to bicker at each other, and I interrupted by pointedly clearing my throat and grumbling, "Mom, Dad, can you guys just walk ahead of me or something? Argue somewhere I don't gotta hear it for crying out loud?" Mom snapped, "Why, so you can smoke some pot? Fine, come on Harold, let your pothead son get his fix or whatever he calls it. Let's go." Dad shot me a dark look and growled, "You better not have any dope on you, kid." We drove across state lines. They walked away in a huff, still taking cranky little jabs at each other, and I shook my head as they stomped out of sight. As soon as they were gone, I pulled out my pipe and my bag. Mom was right, of course. I offered my father a silent apology and packed a bowl. The swamp took on an ethereal, dreamlike quality as the THC soaked into my brain. I was still pretty new to smoking pot, and like most beginners, when I got high, I got really high. The smoke hit me like a sack of spongy bricks. Whomp. And I was soon blinking out at cypress trees with red eyes and a dopey grin on my face. It struck me that this was an ancient place, fundamentally unchanged for thousands of years. I drifted into a daydream of what life had been for the first human inhabitants. Generation after generation, living and dying within the groves, stalked by panthers, and stalking them in turn, dancing around a fire beneath a blaze of stars over the canopy, sweating in syncopated rhythm in the humid air, hunting and fighting and loving and fearing the embrace of death. A hand suddenly descended on my shoulder, making me screech and jump 6 inches in the air. I whirled around and discovered the lady from the Visitors Information Center standing behind me. She let out a strangely mechanical giggle and said, "Whoa, you're a jumpy one, aren't you? I think one of you guys must have dropped this." She handed me a dirty, wrinkled map, the same map my dad stuffed into the back pocket of his hideous shorts earlier in our ill-fated family hike through the park. I took it from her and offered a sheepish apology for littering. She gave me a grin and chirped, "Hey, no problem, accidents happen. Where'd your parents go?" I knew that she could smell the weed in the air. I tried to put on an air of casual unconcern and said, "Oh, they're just up a little way. I trailed off and stared at her with growing unease. There was something about the park lady's grin that was unsettlingly familiar. "I gotta get going," I finished and tried to smile back. "Thanks for picking up the map for us. See ya." I took maybe 5 steps before I was stopped dead by the sound of Devin's voice booming out from behind me, full of hearty and dark good humor. He said, "I peeked into your head, and I saw it too. The natives and fire, the stars in the night sky, all of it. You have got the sight, kid. I knew from the moment I smelled your scent at the rest stop. A lot of people have a touch of the sight, just a touch, but not like you. In another life, you would have made a great medicine man." I slowly turned around with my heart beating hard in my chest. The lady from the information booth was gone, and Devin stood in her place. He held up a red hairband and said, "That's all I need. A life, a personal item, and there it is. I will own her face for the rest of my years." Pretty neat trick, huh? I gaped at him, too shocked to speak out loud. Finally, I cleared my throat and squeaked, What are you? Holy crap, how did you do that?" Devin tucked the hairband in the breast pocket of his shirt and said, "Well, I guess you could call me a witch. A very specific kind of witch. Folks back home would call me a skinwalker. Personally, I don't like that name very much, but it's what they'd call me." I slowly shook my head, my jaw hanging open in shock, and Devin clicked his tongue in disappointment. "It's true. No, I would tell you something. Boy, I'm an old son of a gun. No. I can remember watching Abraham Lincoln roll past in a convoy of horse-drawn buggies. That is how old I am. See this face here? This is not me. I killed this man in the bottom of a gas station years ago. Ate him right up. My real face? Well, you don't ever want to see that. Believe me. If I show you my true face, it'll be the last thing you ever see. I could do nothing but shake my head again. I was struggling to keep myself from fainting dead away from fright. Devin beamed at my fear and shook his head in unison with my mute denial. He exclaimed, "Well, you're going to see for yourself, one way or another. Let us get down to business, partner. I'm a businessman, after all. See, I am tired of kicking around the empty old desert all the time. Everyone needs a vacation now and then. Sure, for me, I need something more substantial than that. Call it a leave of absence, if you will. I want to see the world, but it is not nearly so much fun when you're doing it alone. It would be nice to have a travel buddy or two. I could teach you, kid. I could show you how to be like me. I could teach you how to wear different faces. You could live so long it might as well be forever. What do you think of that?" My answer was to abruptly whirl around and start running my ass off. I tried to get off the footbridge as quick as possible. The thing behind me snarled. That was a real bad choice, kid. And heavy footsteps pounded on the splintery old boards behind me. I screamed for help, but the air around me became thick and curiously flat. My voice fell dead inches from my lips.
"Ain't nobody gonna help you,"
the skinwalker screamed, and in his voice it was so dark and triumphant with hunger, the confident greed of a predator who never fails to secure its prey. I do not know if it was from the extreme stress of the situation at hand, but all at once my mind drifted sideways, and from one football to the next I stepped out of reality and into the daydream. The natives were gathered at the other side of the bridge, the ancient one from another time. They looked like they were pissed right off. One of them drew back his bow and uttered a hoarse war cry and let the arrow fly. The stone-tipped projectile whistled past my head and I heard it thunk into my pursuer. It was only a scant moment away from sinking its claws into my back. It let out a jagged screech of surprise and agony. I turned just in time to see a towering, slump-shouldered figure stagger back until a guardrail and flip over to the water below with a tremendous splash. The arrow was protruding from its eye socket. The monstrous thing fought and struggled to the surface. It had time to roar.
"I'll leave you alive."
And then a churning commotion boiled in with eerie speed. Several streaks of boiling water and whipping tails from all directions. The skinwalker opened his cavernous mouth to scream again, and it was yanked underneath with tremendous force. There was more gurgled screaming, a lot of flailing of arms and legs, and the water went red with blood. Devin the skinwalker may have been a big deal out there in the deserts of Arizona, but in the watery swamplands of central Florida, the mighty alligator reigned supreme. I stood at the bank and watched as its struggles grew rapidly weaker. When I saw an arm float to the surface, I knew it was done. I started to turn away, but something bobbling in the water caught my eye. I fished it out with a stick and stared at it with horror. I had been hoping the whole incident was just a part of my hyper-realistic daydream, but the dripping hair tie I was holding was very real. I tucked it away in my pocket and whispered, "Tourists gotta watch out for the gators, Devin. Everyone knows that." I was surprised to see the natives from the daydream were still gathered near the end of the bridge. I raised a hand to them, and they returned my greeting, their faces solemn and watchful. One of them pointed to himself, then to me, and then up to the sky. With that, they faded away into nothing before my eyes. I am not completely sure what he was trying to say. Not exactly, but I think I got the gist of it. He was a part of me, and we were both parts of a greater reality. I hurried up to catch my mom and dad before I stepped to throw up into some bushes. My heart was pounding. and my legs were shaking uncontrollably. I felt like I might pass out. I gasped, "Holy crap," and I wiped my mouth with the side of my shirt. Wow, now I know this is a pretty big pill to swallow, but there's still more. After I was finished tossing up my breakfast, I ran ahead on the trail, but I could not find my parents anywhere. I eventually doubled back and found them standing on the bridge, yelling my name at the top of my lungs. Mom freaked the hell out when I came jogging up to them. She said they came sneaking back to the bridge shortly after they'd left, in an effort to catch me in the act of smoking my illicit dope, but I was nowhere to be seen. It was almost as if I had disappeared into thin air. Dad spotted what looked like a shoe floating just below the surface, and they both promptly went into hysterics. They thought I actually somehow ended up falling into the water and was eaten alive by gators. I looked down into the water, and there was in fact a shoe bobbing around a few yards away from the bridge. It was one of Devon's spiffy boat shoes, and I was fairly sure there was still a foot inside of it, although I obviously did not share this fact with my parents. It must have broken off during the feeding frenzy. Staring at it made a wave of nausea roll through my guts, and I promptly looked away. I calmed my parents down by telling them that they were right. Being the conniving teenage miscreant that I was, I had tricked them into walking ahead, and that I'd slipped away from the trail to smoke a few bowls because I was a dirty, disrespectful little bastard of a pothead. I stoically endured the rain of slaps delivered by my enraged mother, who had been a mere second away from melting down into a full-blown fit before I came scrambling down the trail. They confiscated my pipe and weed, and Mom declared that I was grounded for the duration of the vacation. No TV, no sightseeing, no fun at all. I pretended to be heartbroken with disappointment, but in reality that was just fine and dandy by me. I just had more than enough excitement to last me quite a while. I overheard my mom and dad talking about the disappearance of a park employee the next day. Dad put forth the possibility that the shoe he had seen in the water may have belonged to her, and Mom, being a true crime fanatic since the early 90s, breathlessly speculated she may have been killed by a jilted ex-boyfriend. I gazed into an open magazine and pretended not to hear the conversation. The shoe had not belonged to the missing park employee, but the hair tie in my pocket certainly did, and I knew the police would never find her body. She had been devoured, whole and screaming, by a monster wearing stolen skin. And then, in an ironic twist of fate, the ancient creature finally got a taste of its own medicine, so to speak, at the jaws of the alligators. Sorry about that. I do not usually like puns, but this one time, I could not resist. As for me, I still have daydreams sometimes, although it is never as vivid and real to me as it was when I was a kid. As the years passed, I found myself doubting the incident, and actually, I thought that maybe I made it up at one point. It seems far more likely that I suffered from some kind of epileptic, petit mal seizures, as kids sometimes do, and the whole thing was just an hallucination or something. Or, so I tell myself anyway. It does not explain the hair tie, nor does it explain the broken arrow shaft floating in the water. I ended up throwing the hair tie out the window as we were heading back home, up the I-95. I didn't want it anymore. Looking at it made me feel weird, and, I don't want to have evidence like that on me. I may have possessed the power of clairvoyance once upon a time, or I may have had a childhood of neurological disorder. I cannot say for sure which one is correct, but I can say this. Even monsters need to go on vacation now and then, and when they do, they should probably stay within their element if they know what I mean, because no matter how big and bad a monster you are, there is always something a whole lot worse. This isn't a Bigfoot story. So if that's what you're looking for, move on. I only wish what I experienced that night was a giant, hairy bipedal ape. Maybe then I could rationalize it in my head that I'd only seen a bear and would be able to move on with my life. If only it were that simple. It was Thanksgiving break in the fall of '89. I was 19 years old and in my sophomore year at the University of Arkansas. All my friends were headed home for the week, but home didn't seem like an option for me right now. But that's not what this story's about. It'd been a particularly rough couple of months, and quite frankly, I wasn't in the Thanksgiving mood. The thought of being surrounded by family, by anyone for that matter, seemed incredibly claustrophobic. I needed the outdoors and solitude. I'd never gone on a hike in my life. I'd grown up hunting and camping in the natural state, so I was around the wilderness. But starting at point A and walking to point B never really interested me. Not until now, anyway. On many of my drives home, down a scenic Highway 23, or the Pig Trail as we refer to it, I'd seen the crossing for the Ozark Highland Hiking Trail, but never had gone and given it a second thought. Now, however, it was almost audibly calling my name. A few days earlier, I bought a map of the Ozarks, which showed several different hiking trails. This was way before GPS and smartphones, and I plotted my course. The plan was to drop my car off at the Pig Trail, crossing and have my roommate take me further up the trail on his way home. It wasn't too far out of his way, so he didn't mind. Like I said, we didn't have GPS or phones, but I was a 19-year-old guy in great shape and going to live forever, so I never gave it a second thought. In my mind, all I needed was my map, a compass, some food, water, tent, and a sleeping bag, and I was set. I couldn't wait to get out into the open air, away from school and away from everybody. So, on Saturday morning we left the dorms around 10 o'clock, deposited my car on 23, and I was at my starting point, a couple miles north of the little town of Ork, sometime before noon. It was a brisk and beautiful fall day in the Ozark Mountains, and life was good again. The total expedition looked to be around 25 miles, so I figured I'd take it 3 days max. But I wasn't in any hurry. I had plenty of food, and there were multiple creeks along the way, so if it took the entire week, well, it wouldn't bother me one bit. The first day was great. I took it real slow, making my way around and down a mountain towards this valley. It was just what I needed. Everything was perfect, right up until about 30 minutes after making camp. I'd stopped at the base of the valley, where the trail crossed the Little Mulberry Creek. It was a great spot. I built a small fire and set my tent. I just settled back and enjoyed the sunset when a group of 4 guys had arrived and made camp about 50 yards away. It wasn't too bad until they turned on their CD player. Really? Why would you come out into nature only to turn on your stereo? After about the 3rd time through Bobby McFerrin's Don't Worry Be Happy, I was ready to pull my hair out. The next morning, I was up and out before my neighbors began to stir. I didn't want to run the risk of anywhere being near them while I hiked. Again, it was another wonderful day. The beauty of the Ozarks at the time of year is something to see. They're not really mountains per se, more like giant rolling tree-covered hills. When the leaves change and fall, it's simply spectacular. By the time I reached my next planned campsite, Indian Creek, it was getting close to dusk. I could have walked a little further, but again, I wasn't in any hurry to get back, and I'd much rather be near water overnight. I surveyed the surroundings and picked a spot, but recalling the previous night's futility, I looked up the creek. I didn't want to run the risk of a repeat, if those guys were still on the trail anyway. So, I decided to follow it north, away from the trail. I picked up my backpack and started walking at a brisker pace. I wanted to get as far out of earshot as possible before sunset. I guessed I'd gone about 2.5 miles north before finding a nice cozy spot near the creek. Being in another valley, the sun was already behind the mountain, but I still had enough light to finish camp. By the time the fire was going good, the stars were shining bright in a cloudless sky, framing a perfectly full moon. The night was glorious. It seemed late, but couldn't have been much past 10 p.m. when I gave in to drowsiness and crawled inside the tent. I'm not sure what time I stirred, but the fire was nothing more than a few glowing embers, so it must have been several hours later. It wasn't anything specific that woke me, nothing aside from the absolute stillness of the night. It had been somewhat breezy before turning in, with the crickets loudly chirping. Now, nothing. Even the trickling creek directly outside seemed muted. This was the first moment I can recall a bit of uneasiness creeping over me. My stomach tingled with a slight touch of anxiety as I poked my head out of the tent. It was so quiet and bright. Without the fire illuminating camp, the moon and stars could bathe the creek bed in their light. I crawled the rest of the way out and sat up and listened. Ever so faintly, further north I could just barely make it out. A baby? Crying? Out here? Could there be a house somewhere, way out here? Maybe another family of hikers? It seemed unlikely, and sounds like they could travel forever here. Maybe it was further than I thought. I sat and listened. Surely, if it was a house nearby, the baby's mother would come and comfort the child. The crying continued, growing more and more distinct. Now, I'd worked the night shift, buffing floors at the local hospital, and I'd been up in the labor and delivery ward. I knew what it sounded like when a baby was hungry or fussy, and I knew what it sounded like when they stuck one of them with a needle. It's a distinctly different sound of crying. This was a needle-sticking cry. Something was not right. I've read studies about the sound of a baby crying does to someone, even to dogs and cats. It unleashes this primal need, for lack of a better phrase, do something about it. I didn't know about that then, but looking back now, I wish I did. Instinct were pulling me to respond. Gradually, I rose and grabbed my flashlight. I quickly discovered I could see better with the light on, so I attached the strap to my belt loop and continued north. The crying grew louder and more urgent the further I went. I was getting close. The creek disappeared around the bend to the right, but I could tell I was now standing between the water and the baby. I could see a slight opening into the brush that looked like an old pathway. If not for the cries from the baby, I would easily assume it was just another game trail. I summoned all the courage I could muster and plowed ahead through the brush. With each step I took, my sense of trepidation grew. Just as I started to reach for my light, the brush around me began to open up. Desperate cries pounded in my head as I jogged faster towards the opening up ahead. When I broke through, I was standing at the edge of a small clearing. The moonlight revealed a small, rugged shack about 40 yards ahead on the opposite side. It had a single-room cabin with a stone chimney on the left rusted tin roof as a cover. Its lone, front-facing window, in the air, hung the stench of a hard-grain alcohol and hate. I shuddered. About halfway between the shack and me, off to the right sat an old water well and looked even older than the house. Its walls were made of stone. There were what appeared to be old railroad ties on either side supporting the wooden spool over the shaft. A hand crank stuck out from its side and an old rope wrapped the spool, but there was no bucket at its end. The well did not appear to have been used in a very long time. Cries jolted me back into the moment. The thought of approaching that shack flooded me in absolute terror. Something evil was inside that house, but the baby's shriek intensified and I willed my feet onward. I had taken only a few steps when the realization hit me with a lead weight. The screaming wasn't coming from the shack. It echoed up from the depths of that well. Suddenly, a woman burst through the cabin door, sending me to my knees in fright. Her tattered and dingy plaid dress billowed behind as her sprint towards the crying infant. "Lily May!" Her shrieks pierced my ears. She continued to wail until she reached the well. Again, she sobbed, "Lily May!" Now, into its mouth. I somehow managed to find my feet with trembling legs. I tried my best as I could to move ahead. I staggered towards her, but by the time I got there, she already wrapped the rope around her waist and tied it off. "Ma'am!" I shouted. "Ma'am, let me—" But she was over the edge before I could stop her. The wooden spool squealed and shook as she descended. Looking down into the shaft, all I could see was a few feet of rope and black nothingness. The crying was even more amplified as I stood directly above. Then the screeching spool by my head abruptly stopped. "Ma'am, I'll pull you out. Just let me know when you're—" A door slammed from behind, freezing me in place. The stench of moonshine reeked in the air and overwhelmed me. I turned to look, and there he stood on the porch. I tried to move, to yell out in fear, but my body betrayed me and didn't budge. He was a large man, wearing an old worn-out sweat-stained coveralls, which, even in the midday sun, shone bright, the original color of which could not have been known. His boots and hat matched the dirty brown look. Moonlight glistened off his sweaty, unshaven face while greasy streaks of dirt pooled into wrinkles around his neck. My attention was drawn down to what he held in his right hand, an old, well-worn wooden hatchet. I still couldn't move a muscle, as he methodically stepped off the porch and moved towards the well, towards me. With each deliberate step he took, the air pressure surrounding me dropped. It was like I was in a vacuum, with all the air being sucked out, replaced with hate. The cries from below grew louder as if they were inside my very head. I struggled to breathe, but the stink of sweat and liquor choked my lungs. He was mere feet from me now. As he raised the hatchet high in the air, I resigned myself to my fate. This was the end. As the hatchet came down, instinct overcame terror and I dropped to all fours. The sound of iron on wood echoed throughout the valley. I looked up. He towered over me, arm and hand still attached to the hatchet, attached to the spool. In one blow, he'd driven the tool deep into the wood, severing the rope and sending it deep into the bowels of the earth. The baby's cries had diminished now in what I can only guess the comforting arms of her mother, only to be replaced by the mother's screams of desperation. The man, never acknowledging my presence, turned back towards the shack and moved away at the same pace in which he had came. My eyes followed as he went, but he softly faded away before his first foot hit the porch. Instantly, I became aware of my labored breath, aware of the sound of my heart resounding in my head. Sweat dripped from my nose as I was drenched. I looked back again, and the shack was gone. Only a solitary stone fireplace stood there now. I struggled to my feet to find the well was different too. The wooden beams and wench was now gone, and a rusty metal lid sealed off the top. I could still hear the faint sobs from the mother beneath the steel sarcophagus, but even that faded now. Then, silence. A gentle breeze touched my face for the first time in what seemed ages, and I was suddenly cold. The trees rustled awake as a gust of wind rustled through the valley, breathing life back into the forest. A single cricket chirped back to life, signaling the rest that it was okay to sing again. I wasn't the only witness that night. They'd seen it too. I'm not sure how long it took me to stumble back to my camp, but by the time I sat down, the sun was just breaking over the crest of the valley. I must have sat there shaking for at least another hour. I was back to my car before following sunset, and when I turned onto the highway, I headed south, for home. It was my only option now. I wanted to see my mother and tell her I was sorry. If you search the internet for Ghost Mountain, Arkansas, you'll find the story of how on a moonlit night in the 1930s, a drunken man threw his sick child into a well. You'll read that after his hysterical wife went in after it, he cut the rope she used and left them there to die. How on certain nights, when the moon's full, you can still hear the mother's screams and the cries from that baby emanating from the belly of the well. Now, mind you, the internet won't give an exact location. It only speaks in generalities and tells you to talk to the locals. The problem is, they're not looking in the right place. I've visited that well many nights in my sweat-soaked dreams, heard that mother scream, seen that terrible man. I'll never be rid of them. I've since married and divorced. I've told my wife weeks into our relationship I've never wanted children, and said she was okay with that. She lied. Years later she begged. She asked, "Why won't you have children? I've seen you with them. You're great. You'd be a great father." I'd answer, No, never. I told you from the beginning I do not want children. I don't like them. That was also a lie. I love children. I desperately want one of my own. The simple truth of the matter is I can't. The crying child inside my head that wakes me in the middle of the night is bad enough. I think a real one, night after night, will push me over sanity's edge, will push my mind back into that night, back to the bottom of that well, never again to see the light of day.
David Blur. Egg. Hi, Jura. How are ya? How's it going? How you been? How was your Halloween? How was the old Halloween? Get lots of candy. Steal all the candy from children's. Having your morning coffee. Nice. Okay. That's it. Just okay. It was meh. Have left. Party with. I get it. I get it. outlook. Ah, there we go. Down my chimney stacks in the right spot. Warm in the barn. Fall. Stay warm in the little barn. My new fireplace. Outside. Oh, what do you think of my little Halloween village? Got all our fall colors. Got the fall colors. Got the Halloween. There we go. Uh, right. Creepy, weird shit. Came with build. Started a couple of days before Halloween. Gave me the pond with I don't know, in a house. Had no. So this is what we built today. Halloween. My light is far too over. Yeah, that don't. Oh well. Life. I suppose. Like a fire go. Whatever floats your boat. This was just for Halloween. Just for the Halloween. End up getting. Maybe I'll take some pictures. Post it. I like the other one that I've been on though. Like a gotta kind of imagine it. You have to imagine a lot of this stuff would be covered up inside of a mountain side or have message. This started out as old day. Top of it, side of us with a big out front. Dungeon kind of have to imagine all like a dirt. Little adventure. Have to find the get inside for all the locked door. Venture around and get all the treasure, all the fun lurking inside. Out alive. Rescue. Traps. Off. Not done yet. Not really what I set out to start off with. And what turned all your acid. I've I've really taken to a lot of fun. Bottle. But it's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. I'm busy. A lot of fun. I like it. Ooh, look at that autumn sunrise. But a lot of work. Lighting effects game. Still like to be able to have a car, walker, your own little village, like you could tour your own. Like to see journals, kind of like decorate out of the houses. Came complete with pumpkins, carved pumpkin, sheep, magical walk through. A lot of Awful lot of red in the sunrise. I'd like to see more variety. A larger variety of a little more variety of building materials. Well, color palette. Or but I really like the fact that holiday stuff. Kind of wish they would have done this more like a month-long thing. Halloween. Instead of starting this, but 4 days. Could have made this like a bird con for Halloween. Building for the Halloween. How Halloween's come and go. Forgotten about. Probably run out of space. Like, I don't know how many dioramas I can have pulling on. Haven't maxed out yet. Moldering ground fire lights up at below. Perhaps dragon. Type. Darky. Little Gage church tower. Up pretty. Especially at night. like it. Bullet back. Ends outdoor wrapper. Like to be able to some of the larger, larger or lock them, catch them. Have fire areas. Have rope. Anyways, been at this almost. Hooray. While. I'm gonna send everybody over there. Like he's doing 7 days. Go over, say hi to him, wave at him. Game work. Bells. I'll be back again tomorrow. Or night, rather. Till then, love y'all. Thank you for the subs, follows. Uh, till later on, enjoy your time zone wherever you're at. Enjoy autumn best you can. All of you lovely people later on. Remember, end of the day, game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody.